Chapter 28.5, 1, Gains Upload, The Conclusion of the Haiyu Family. Please subscribe. Qigong Main Star. Deep within the 13 peaks in the palace, Lin Yuan slowly opened his eyes. Finally back, looking around at the familiar scene, Lin Yuan let out a sigh of relief. The 500 years in the Central Earth world had a significant impact on Lin Yuan, especially the last step into the 7th rank realm, even if it wasn't the 7th rank that Lin Yuan desired. But it let Lin Yuan witness scenes he had never been able to access before. The higher one stands, the farther and wider one sees. I hope this backup plan will never be needed, Lin Yuan thought to himself. Before leaving, Lin Yuan had made a special trip back to the Central Divine Continent and had carefully placed his physical body in a secret location. Only then did his consciousness return. The purpose of this action was to ensure that if he ever returned to the Central Earth world one day, he could directly take over the body he had left behind and grasp the world's strongest power at the fastest speed. After breaking through to the 6th rank, more functions of the door to the Myriad Realms appeared, including the ability to return to worlds he had previously traversed. But even if he were to return, Lin Yuan would choose consciousness descent because to move the physical body is both risky and consumes more world-breaking origin force. With consciousness descent, one can only start from the beginning of cultivation. Regardless of how high one's realm is, it will require time to progress step by step. But with his body left behind, everything becomes simple. One merely needs to detach the consciousness, enter the body, and then regain the strongest power in the Central Earth world. Of course. Although he had left this backup plan, Lin Yuan did not wish for it to be used, because that would mean something unpredictable had happened in the Central Earth world, posing a danger that could overturn the martial Tao cultivation system. Descending again into the Central Earth world requires the expenditure of 10 strands of world-breaking origin force. Unless absolutely necessary, Lin Yuan wouldn't choose to do this. The spirit realm, Lin Yuan's expression fell into brief contemplation. In the last 30 years of his stay, Lin Yuan roamed alone in the space-time chaos outside the world and had also gazed at the enormous spirit realm located above from a distance. It was an entity far surpassing the Central Earth world, and the myriad auras it emitted fell like radiation, firmly locking down millions of lower realms including the Central Earth world. It's a pity ascending directly to the spirit realm is still too risky. There's no need to do that, Lin Yuan thought to himself. The spirit realm's world hierarchy is very high. This is unquestionable, where there are beings comparable to the 8th layer of the main world, immortal king level powerhouses, and even existences beyond the immortal king level. If Lin Yuan were to enter the spirit realm as a Dao integration stage ascender, he would certainly attract a lot of attention. In such a situation, even if Lin Yuan were only a consciousness descent, unafraid of death, he could not guarantee absolute safety. In front of those true powerhouses, even if Lin Yuan wanted to die, it wouldn't necessarily be possible. He could be subjected to soul search and risk exposing information about the main world. Furthermore, the reason Lin Yuan hadn't entered the spirit realm through the Ascension platform was virtually the same. The Azure ancestor from the Daodi immortal sect, although bound by a Dao oath in front of him, would still be a cause for concern should Lin Yuan truly ascend to the spirit realm and fall into the hands of those Dao integration immortals. Unforeseen incidents could occur. Lin Yuan has never allowed himself to be in a passive position. Besides, with the coordinates of the spirit realm, Lin Yuan could enter unnoticeably, without having to take risks. At least, as long as he has not entered the spirit realm through the Ascension platform, the martial Tao cultivation system of the Central Earth world is unlikely to be suppressed. At least the immortal sect's ancestors from the upper worlds will be wary of the possibility of Lin Yuan suddenly appearing. Forget about these things. Lin Yuan collected his thoughts and no longer focused on the affairs of the Central Divine China world. Keep the excitement alive on Free Web Novel. Now that he had left, it was pointless to think too much. Regarding the gains from this transference, Lin Yuan was in a good mood. In 500 years in the Central Earth world, not only had Lin Yuan reached the pinnacle of the 6th rank, but he had also fully explored a path to the 7th rank. One must know, evolvers in the main world striving to step into the 7th rank often paid an unknown price, evolving their own paths, achieving flesh-soul perfection, and so on. Members of the Red Kun lineage, the 4th, 5th, 6th to the 12th disciples of the Qigong Star Lord, were all true evolution geniuses, plus they had the guidance of the Star Lord, but were still stuck at the 6th rank. Is it because these brothers are not capable? Not at all, but the difficulty of stepping from the 6th rank into the 7th rank is immense. This transition is a metamorphosis of the essence of life, which is even more challenging than the leap from the 5th rank to the 6th rank. Lin Yuan deeply understood this. After forcibly stepping into the 7th rank, he too felt the gap between realms. Space, Lin Yuan sat cross-legged. In the last few decades of the 5th transference, Lin Yuan's insight into space soared like a rocket. In the space-time chaos, Lin Yuan saw another side of space, one filled with destruction, and compared it with the calm, stable, and orderly space of the main world. Under the contemplation of Against Heaven's Understanding, Lin Yuan reached directly to the essence of space. It can be said that this transference brought Lin Yuan greater gains in the aspect of space rules than stepping into the 7th rank. I can feel that the 7th rank Martial Tao 1 desire relates to space rules, but I still haven't devised a satisfactory 7th rank chapter because my understanding of space rules is not deep enough, Lin Yuan thought to himself. Space rules are vast and are the underlying rules supporting the world. The more Lin Yuan comprehends, the more he feels his insignificance in the realm of space rules. If before, Lin Yuan was looking at the sky through the opening of a well, that was space rules, then now, Lin Yuan had climbed out of the well to see an even more boundless expanse of the sky. Chapter 286, 1. Harvest, Upload, The End of the Haiyu Family, Please subscribe. 2. Ponder slowly. I'm not in a hurry. Lin Yuan thought for a while and said, although I have not comprehended the perfect 7th stage Martial Tao chapter, the 6th stage chapter is almost ready. I might as well organize it and upload it to the Goddess of Wisdom. Lin Yuan rubbed his forehead. The 6th stage Martial Tao chapter incorporated the deep excavation of the physical body by the body cultivation lineage. Theoretically, an evolver who cultivated to the 6th stage Martial Tao had the potential to give birth to a physical body divine ability. Of course, which physical body divine ability would emerge depended entirely on the fragments of divine skills deep within one's own bloodline. But no matter what, even if it was just an auxiliary physical body divine ability, it would be very useful to an evolver. Unlike secret techniques, invoking divine skills didn't require any specific conditions. One could activate them with just a thought. Blood rebirth. The breath within Lin Yuan's body began to change as streams of blood interwove and clashed, vaguely forming a mysterious pattern. It was the blood divine skill that Lin Yuan had comprehended in the Central Earth world after paying a huge price, and then deduced according to the physical body of the main world. This technique was only applicable to Lin Yuan. Even if someone else acquired it, they wouldn't be able to form the technique imprint. Strictly speaking, can this physical body of mine also condense a new physical body divine ability? Lin Yuan pondered to himself. After all, the primordial spirit of his current body was just at the beginning of the 6th rank. If he completed the 6th rank chapter he had developed, it would naturally give birth to a new physical body divine ability. I'll try it later. First, I'll organize the 6th rank chapter and upload it. Lin Yuan was not in a hurry. A day or two later, Lin Yuan had mostly organized the 6th stage Martial Tao chapter, making it more suitable for the human race of the main world. He then connected to the Goddess of Wisdom. Respected citizen Lin Yuan, the Goddess of Wisdom is pleased to serve you. The solemn and cool voice of the Goddess of Wisdom came through. I want to upload the 6th rank chapter of the Martial Path Evolutionary Path. Having said that, Lin Yuan began uploading the content of the 6th rank chapter. Citizen Lin Yuan, please wait. The Goddess of Wisdom is making a full assessment. The Goddess of Wisdom received the 6th stage Martial Tao chapter and immediately began the assessment. Actually, the immortal cultivation system has never appeared in the main world before. Lin Yuan seemed to have thought of something. He could definitely upload the immortal cultivation system to the Goddess of Wisdom in exchange for rewards. But Lin Yuan thought for a while and gave up that idea. The immortal cultivation system was surely established by some other entity. If he were to spread it in the main world, wouldn't he be assisting the entity that created the immortal path system? Spreading one's own evolutionary path or cultivation system was related to the ultimate leap. In this regard, Lin Yuan naturally didn't want to labor in vain. Besides, stay updated with free web novel. The immortal cultivation system might have a high ceiling, reaching the 7th rank, 8th rank, or even the 9th rank. But it came with great limitations, such as the need for spiritual energy, or a spirit root. In the main world's cosmic starry sky, many forms of energy were diffused, but those similar to spiritual energy were not plentiful. The most crucial point was still the spirit root. At least according to Lin Yuan's knowledge, the human race in the main world did not possess such a concept. If Lin Yuan were to upload the immortal cultivation system, the first thing he would need to do would be to adapt the immortal cultivation system to fit the human race of the main world. That meant he would have to deduce an alternative to the spirit root. The cost of this was too great. With the time and effort, Lin Yuan would rather continue to comprehend the martial arts evolution system, elevating it to the next level, which was far more worthwhile than the former. While waiting for the final assessment from the Goddess of Wisdom, Lin Yuan began to check other information. While 500 years had passed in the Central Earth world, only just under 4 months had gone by in the main world. Lin Yuan pulled up the record of events and gave it a cursory look. Wanyang Holy Sun. Lin Yuan noted that Wanyang Holy Sun sent him a message a month ago. The general idea was he had already broken through to the 6th rank and hoped to spar with Lin Yuan again. Wanyang Holy Sun, a rare owner of the 9 Yang Divine Meridian and who had spent a century sleeping in the depths of a star, had very profound foundations that could only truly manifest at the 6th rank. At the peak of the 5th rank, Lin Yuan had fought with Wanyang Holy Sun and ultimately crushed him. Wanyang Holy Sun still remembered this incident to this day. He was aware that Lin Yuan's path of evolution was special, with perfect soul fusion, which greatly enhanced his combat power. However, at the 6th rank, it wasn't just the evolutionary path that mattered, but also one's physical constitution and foundations. After his breakthrough to the 6th rank, Wanyang Holy Sun felt a qualitative change in his strength, regained confidence, and wanted to find Lin Yuan for a rematch to wash away his past shame. He had never defeated Lin Yuan, but at least he shouldn't be overwhelmed like before, allowing Lin Yuan to make him admit defeat with just a few slaps. To spar with me? Lin Yuan suddenly fell silent. In Wanyang Holy Sun's eyes, Lin Yuan had just stepped into the 6th stage martial Tao, so he felt confident in challenging him. But in reality, Lin Yuan at this moment had already reached the pinnacle of 6th stage martial Tao and even embarked on a path towards the 7th stage. The gap between him and Wanyang Holy Sun was far greater than when they were both at the pinnacle of the 5th stage martial Tao by countless times. At the pinnacle of the 5th stage martial Tao, Wanyang Holy Sun could still withstand a few slaps from Lin Yuan. But now, forget it. There's no need to waste time. Lin Yuan shook his head slightly. With his current strength, sparring with Wanyang Holy Sun was simply bullying. He had sparred with Wanyang Holy Sun before because he could gain insights during the process of sparring from the other party. Now the gap between them was too great, and there was no comparability. After replying to Wanyang Holy Sun with, "I don't have time recently," Lin Yuan continued browsing through the subsequent messages. The Haiyu family, Lin Yuan saw several messages his senior brothers had sent him. Because he had instructed them to enter seclusion before shuttling through space, his senior brothers just left him messages. The Haiyu family colluded with different species? Lin Yuan's expression became strange. Before revealing his identity as Peak Master Shisan, Lin Yuan had some conflicts with Haiyu Ao of the Haiyu family. Subsequently, Haiyu Ao had used the influence of the Haiyu family to suppress Lin Yuan. After Lin Yuan broke through to the 6th stage and revealed his identity, the Haiyu family became fearful, with Haiyu Mo bringing Haiyu Ao personally to the Chikun main star to see him, hoping to apologize. But at the time, Lin Yuan was busy embedding his life mark into the cosmic starry skies and did not bother with them. Later, when his senior brothers asked for Lin Yuan's opinion, Lin Yuan stated that he did not intend to make amends with the Haiyu family. With Lin Yuan's word, his senior brothers had a plan in mind, intending to oppress the Haiyu family through various means and completely cause their downfall. This was the fate of offending a peak master of the Chikun lineage. Even the Chikun star domain's top 5 forces were essentially dogs raised by the Chikun lineage, and while other matters can be discussed, if they dared to bite their master, they wouldn't have a reason to exist. Originally, according to the second senior brother's intention, it was to harass the Haiyu family and conduct a thorough investigation. After all, a force like the Haiyu family that had been established for hundreds of thousands of years couldn't withstand close scrutiny. They could find an excuse any time. Out of respect for Lin Yuan, the second senior brother personally took charge of the investigation into the Haiyu family. However, upon investigation, the second senior brother discovered an issue. The Haiyu family was suspected of having had contacts with a different species. The second brother had not found concrete evidence of the Haiyu family's contacts with different species, but some things don't require evidence. Once the second brother discovered this, he immediately planned to take control of Haiyu Mo. In any case, he planned to take away Haiyu Mo, the highest authority of the Haiyu family, first. To be cautious, the second brother secretly contacted the Chikun Star Lord. Under the watchful eyes of the Chikun Star Lord, Haiyu Mo had no room to resist. After being taken away, he was subjected to a soul search by the Human Alliance's specialized 8th layer evolver in soul abilities. For a strong individual like Haiyu Mo, who could control his own memories, ordinary soul searches were useless. But an 8th layer evolver in soul abilities could construct a vast, illusory world where all memories from Haiyu Mo's life would unfold within that phony realm. Such a method could only be performed by an 8th layer evolver in soul abilities, and such powerful beings were extremely rare. The Haiyu family is finished. Lin Yuan shook his head slightly. If they had only offended him, the Haiyu family would be merely declining and could gracefully exit the stage. After all, the laws of the Human Alliance still stood, and it wasn't possible to let such a large family succumb to mishap. Lin Yuan's senior brothers, in dealing with the Haiyu family, only took actions that were investigative and adhered to the Alliance's legal provisions. But colluding with a different species, that was tantamount to betraying the Human Alliance. Regardless of whether the other clansmen of the Haiyu family knew or not, they were finished. While Lin Yuan was reflecting on this, a solemn and cold voice came through. Respected 6th rank citizen Lin Yuan, the 6th rank chapter you uploaded has been judged as complete. The voice of the Goddess of Wisdom rang out. Chapter 28-7, To Chikun Star Lord Good Disciple, your question is a bit beyond the scope. Please subscribe. Judgment complete. A smile spread across Lin Yuan's face. Each time he returned, he immediately uploaded the subsequent chapters of the newly pioneered martial Tao evolution path to the Goddess of Wisdom. Aside from receiving a bounty of merit points and better dissemination of the martial Tao evolution path, it was to take advantage of the Goddess of Wisdom's immense computational power to see the potential of the submitted chapters. The potential of an evolution path involves various aspects and is very difficult to estimate. Even the Goddess of Wisdom and the other two goddesses can only deduce it approximately. But that was enough. Among the vast ocean of evolution paths collected by the Cosmic Human Alliance, the final judgments made by the Goddess of Wisdom and the other two goddesses still carry significant reference value. In simple terms, if the Goddess of Wisdom judges the potential of an evolution path to be low, it might not be accurate. But if the Goddess of Wisdom determines the potential of an evolution path to be high, it is certainly not far off. Respected 6th-level citizen Lin Yuan, based on the final judgment, the Martial Tao Evolution Path 6th Tier Chapter. You uploaded is valued at 400,000 merit points. 400,000 merit points? Lin Yuan was quite satisfied in his heart. The last updates of the Martial Tao Evolution Path, which involved the comprehensive re-upload after perfecting the 2nd layer chapter, 3rd tier chapter, 4th rank chapter, and 5th stage section, had garnered a reward of only 500,000 merit points. Freewebenvel.cme. This time, just for uploading the 6th tier chapter, the value reached 400,000 merit points, which was already very high. One must know, 400,000 merit points were equivalent to the value of slaying almost half an 8th layer alien strong one. On the battlefields of different races, killing an 8th rank alien strong ones usually yielded a merit point reward of only 1,000,000. And were 8th layer alien strong ones so easy to kill? Defeating one might be possible, but slaying one was as difficult as ascending to heaven. 8th rank alien strong ones are the foundation of the various races, and most have life-saving cards. The Chikun Star Lord, who is as strong as they come, struggles to kill an 8th rank alien on the alien race battlefield. And those 8th rank alien strong ones are not fools. They will definitely flee if they find themselves unable to win. To go from a 6th level citizen to a 7th level citizen requires 2 million merit points. Lin Yuan glanced at the merit point requirement for the next citizen level upgrade and shook his head. 2 million merit points? It was an astronomical figure, not just for other evolvers. Even Lin Yuan felt a tingling in his scalp. A typical 7th rank evolver might sit on the battlefield of different races for tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of years without being able to accumulate such a massive amount of merit points. The battlefield of different species is extremely dangerous, with human race evolvers fighting alien strong ones, constantly at risk of losing their lives. Although evolvers of the 6th rank and above have the right to resurrection, if you don't have potential, who would resurrect you? Most 6th rank and 7th rank evolvers, once dead, are truly dead. Forget it. Lin Yuan had no plans on becoming a 7th level citizen in the short term, probably not until he could create the Martial Tao Evolution Path 7th stage before he could meet the requirement of becoming a 7th level citizen. Let's see the latest evaluation of the martial arts evolution system. Lin Yuan began to flick through the information related to the Martial Tao Evolution Path. Every time the Goddess of Wisdom reassessed the Martial Tao Evolution Path, she would update Lin Yuan's data first. As for other citizens or evolvers, they had to wait until the rankings update at dawn to see any updated changes to the Martial Tao evolution path. The probability of advancing to the 7th rank is 60%. The probability of advancing to the 9th rank evolution path is 20%. Not bad, Lin Yuan nodded slightly. Check for new content on Free Web Novel. Before uploading the 6th rank chapter, the probability of the Martial Tao evolution path advancing to the 7th rank was only 30%. The probability of reaching the 9th rank was only 10%. Now, both have doubled. Especially the fact that there is a 20% chance of advancing to the 8th rank. One must know, whether a new 8th rank evolution path is opened is a key judgment for the Cosmic Alliance of Human Civilizations in determining if one can become a great scholar of evolution. Now, the Martial Tao evolution path has a 20% chance of advancing to the 8th rank. Its potential is extremely tremendous. The 9th stage evolution path. Lin Yuan's thoughts drifted. So far, the Martial Tao evolution path had no chance of advancing to the 9th rank. Now, where would the Martial Tao evolution path rank on the Chikun evolution rankings? Lin Yuan continued to view the updated Martial Tao evolution path, opening the rankings section. Ranked 1st on the Kenglin evolution ranking, ranked 6th on the Chikun evolution rankings, rank 6th. Lin Yuan's heart stirred. After the last perfection of the Martial Tao evolution path, once it was no longer limited to Taiyin and Taiyang, it broke into the 12th spot on the Chikun evolution rankings. Now the uploaded 6th tier chapter has directly broken into the 6th place. One must know that the evolution paths in the top 10 of the Chikun evolution rankings are all 7th rank evolution paths with hopes of ascending to the 8th rank, and the top 3 evolution paths of the Chikun evolution rankings are all 8th rank evolution paths. Over the hundreds of thousands to millions of years of Chikun star domain's history, only 3 great scholars of evolution have been born, and these 3 8th rank evolution paths have all come from the hands of these great scholars. The number of great scholars is far rarer than that of 8th rank evolvers. Having seen the ranking of the martial Tao evolution path, Lin Yuan glanced at the approximate number of evolvers currently practicing the martial Tao evolution path. First tier chapter, 97,323 people. Second layer chapter, 32,600 people. Third rank chapter, 136 people. Fourth rank chapter, 0 people. Not bad. In just over a year, the number of evolvers in the first tier and second layer chapters has grown 2 to 3 times, and more than 100. Evolvers have started practicing the third rank chapter, chapter 288. To Chikun Star-Lord, my dear disciple, your question is a bit beyond the scope. Please subscribe. Tu Lin Yuan nodded slightly. In the central divine China world, after hundreds of years of development and with his personal guidance, there were only that many martial Dao cultivators. However, in the main world, in just a few years, the number of martial arts evolutionaries had reached such a scale. In terms of growth speed, the main world far exceeded the central divine China world. Lin Yuan wasn't surprised by this, as the external conditions for cultivating were definitely better in the main world than in the central Earth world. The dweeknovel.com, after all kinds of high technology and the existence of high-rank evolvers made the act of cultivating quite simple. In addition, Lin Yuan's perfection of the martial path evolutionary path and the Chikun evolution rankings reaching the 12th place were also significant factors in the explosive growth in the number of martial arts evolutionaries. It's still too few. Need to speed it up a bit. After considering for a while, Lin Yuan decided to record a video to specifically discuss issues regarding martial Dao cultivation. He had wanted to do this for a long time, but had never had the time. Stay updated on Free Web Novel. Now that he had finished his journey through the worlds, he could start on this task. As the founder of the martial path evolutionary path, Lin Yuan's understanding of the martial Dao was unquestionably the best in the main world. His cultivation analysis videos would have an effect on other martial arts evolutionaries similar to an enlightenment. In the Chikun Prime Virtual World, Central Plaza area, numerous evolvers gathered here, and within the human alliance, most evolvers as well as higher-level citizens lived leisurely. The strength of human civilization and victory in wars against outsiders benefited all of the human race. The 12th place in the Chikun evolution rankings, just a 5th rank evolution path, is enough to reach 12th place. If it were to advance to the 6th rank evolution path, what then? Ever since the martial path evolutionary path appeared in the Chikun evolution rankings, the topics discussed in the Central Plaza area mostly revolved around the martial path evolutionary path. It couldn't be helped. Compared to other evolution paths that hadn't budged in hundreds of years, the martial path evolutionary path was extravagantly exaggerated. It was hard not to pay attention. A 6th rank evolutionary path? That can't be so easy, can it? Even for Scholar Yuan, developing the 6th rank chapter of the current martial path evolutionary path would take some deep contemplation, wouldn't it? An evolver couldn't help but speak out. The potential of the martial path evolutionary path was now too high, and correspondingly, the difficulty of developing the 6th rank chapter was extraordinarily tough. The higher one went, the more difficult it became to advance further. For Scholar Yuan, developing the 6th rank chapter of an evolution path was not a difficult task, but that referred to ordinary 5th rank evolution paths. Was the current martial path evolutionary path still considered an ordinary 5th rank evolution path? To develop the 6th rank chapter of the martial path evolutionary path without compromising standards likely was more difficult than developing the 7th rank chapter of other evolution paths. That's not necessarily true. Another evolver joined the conversation. He had watched the ranking rise of the martial path evolutionary path, and it had all been in plain sight. Every time before the martial path evolutionary path's ranking improved, there was a whole bunch of people shouting that it was absolutely impossible. But in the end, didn't they all get a slap in the face? So now, many evolvers had become wise and would not prematurely state their opinions, to avoid getting a slap in the face. However, to be fair, developing the 6th rank chapter is not an easy task. The starting point of the martial Dao is now too high. A few evolvers, after observing for a while, couldn't help but speak up. Just then, the time had reached the early morning. The rankings in the Chikun evolution rankings began to update. The names of 100 evolution paths blurred for a moment, then quickly became clear. Holy shit. An evolver lost control of his emotions. Other evolvers looked up, their expressions extremely complicated, with shock, with inevitability, with disbelief, with how could it be? Because the martial path evolutionary path, formerly ranked 12th, had disappeared. In its place was the evolution path that had been ranked 11th. As for the martial path evolutionary path, it had moved into the top 10, to be precise, the 6th place. Breaking into the top 10? And it's the 6th? That's too quick. Has the 6th rank chapter been updated? The numerous evolvers started discussing in low voices. Most of the evolvers, having experienced the previous leaps of the martial path evolutionary path, had already become somewhat immune. But there were still some newcomers among the evolvers, their faces full of shock, as this was a change in the top 10 rankings of the Chikun evolution rankings. Let me see, what qualitative changes Scholar Yuan's 6th rank chapter involves. An evolver immediately purchased the contents of the 6th ranked chapter of the Martial Path Evolutionary Path. Before posting the 6th ranked chapter, Lin Yuan priced this chapter at 50 billion. However, to many powerful evolvers, 50 billion was trivial. The potential of the Martial Path Evolutionary Path was so great that spending 50 billion to purchase the 6th ranked chapter was completely worth it. Perhaps through this 6th ranked chapter, they could have a breakthrough in their own cultivated evolution path, something that no amount of civilization currency could buy. The 6th ranked chapter, in addition to the life metamorphosis and significant enhancements to the physical body, primordial spirit, and soul, also explores the physical body to a deeper extent and holds the promise of giving birth to physical body divine skills. Physical body divine skills? Can we, the human race, also have such talents like those different species? So that's how it is. Deep within human bloodlines, there are many pieces of information and abilities. These informational abilities are extremely rare, and theoretically they should never manifest. But the 6th ranked chapter of Martial Dao actually uses some special method to amplify the information abilities deep within the bloodline. This is too incredible. Chapter 289, 2 Chikun Starlord, my good disciple. Your question is a bit beyond the scope. Please subscribe. 3. I remember that there were several evolutionary scholars who specialized in studying the power inherited deep within the human bloodline. The conclusion at the time was that it was only possible to stimulate this power using a bloodline concentration potion, but it carries significant risks and is highly valuable, so it cannot be popularized. But the 6th rank Martial Tao chapter, many evolvers were abuzz with discussion. They were clearly very interested in the physical body divine ability. This power comes from deep within the bloodline of the physical body. Everyone's physical body divine ability is different and has a high degree of randomness. I've decided I'm going to switch to the Martial Tao cultivation system. Not for anything else, but for this physical body divine ability. A 5th rank evolver stood up and said earnestly, as long as one is not yet 6th rank, they can switch to another evolution path at a certain cost. Of course, the cost here is substantial. Perhaps it's the accumulation of hundreds or thousands of years of wealth by 4th or 5th rank evolvers. Still, many evolvers decided to switch to the Martial Path evolutionary path. After all, following the potential shown by the current Martial Path evolutionary path, joining in couldn't be a mistake. Lin Yuan had recently emerged from seclusion. After briefly acclimating, he went to apply for red spirit fluid to recover his strength. Although Lin Yuan still had his doubts about reaching 7th rank, first recovering to the 6th rank limit and seeing which physical body divine ability he would manifest was still possible. 13 Peaks Master. The red spirit fluid will be delivered to you in 1 hour. Good disciple, after 4 months of seclusion, you should have stabilized your 6th rank realm by now. Come here now, tell me the problems you've encountered during your cultivation period, and your teacher can still provide some answers. Just then, Chikun Starlord sent a message to Lin Yuan. Throughout Lin Yuan's traversal period, he had remained deep within the 13 Peaks Palace, claiming to be in seclusion. This was not a secret, and Chikun Starlord naturally knew about it. Now that Lin Yuan had emerged from seclusion and even chatted with some of his senior brothers, Chikun Starlord also knew. Yes, Lin Yuan immediately replied. Lin Yuan had a great deal of respect for Chikun Starlord, not only because of the Starlord's strength, but also because the Starlord truly treated Lin Yuan well. Soon, Lin Yuan arrived at the Crimson Palace where Chikun Starlord resided. Chikun Starlord sat high on his throne, looking at Lin Yuan with an approving gaze. Since Lin Yuan arrived at Chikun Main Star, he had done nothing but enter a half-year's seclusion first. This act of eagerly cultivating was very much to Chikun Starlord's liking. Teacher. Lin Yuan bowed slightly towards Chikun Starlord. Get up, Chikun Starlord hurriedly said. Have you encountered any problems in your cultivation? Chikun Starlord eagerly said. Problems in cultivation? Lin Yuan's heart stirred. He truly had hit a bottleneck in his comprehension of the space rules. Freewebnovel.c. In this regard, he could indeed seek advice from Chikun Starlord. The true form of Chikun Starlord was the Starry Sky Wanderer Kun. The Starry Sky Wanderer Kun could devour everything and were favored by the space rules of the universe. Every Starry Sky Wanderer Kun's comprehension of the space rules was extremely high, a talent they possessed. Chikun Starlord must have a profound understanding of the space rules. Teacher. I indeed have issues in my cultivation. Find new chapters on free web novel, Lin Yuan said immediately. Good, disciple. Speak, Chikun Starlord said with great joy upon hearing this. Lin Yuan's talents were so extraordinary that since he became a disciple, Chikun Starlord had hardly ever given him serious guidance. Finally, an opportunity had arisen. It's like this, Lin Yuan thought for a moment. Recently, I've been contemplating the 965 models of the space rules. Lin Yuan lifted his right hand. His mind moved slightly. Streams of space power converged at his fingertips like kittens, forming various model patterns. There were cube shapes, two-dimensional space shapes, bizarre black hole shapes, paper-thin shapes. Streams of space power interwove in front of Lin Yuan and stopped as they formed the 876th model. Teacher, the 876th model of the space rules, I am still somewhat confused. Lin Yuan looked up at Chikun Star-Lord, who was sitting high on the throne. 965 models of the space rules? Chikun Star-Lord's lips twitched slightly. Weren't those what 7th rank evolvers started to contemplate? Had Lin Yuan, who had just entered the 6th rank, already begun to contemplate them? And he had also completed most of them. Many 7th rank evolvers couldn't even reach the level of understanding the first 800 models. Chikun Star-Lord carefully observed the interweaving space power in front of Lin Yuan, then looked at Lin Yuan, back at the constantly intertwining space power, and once more at Lin Yuan. Good disciple, this confusion of yours. Chikun Star-Lord thought for a moment and hesitated to speak. Chapter 293, Oh no, am I going to be surpassed by my disciple? Please subscribe. Chikun Star-Lord's gaze swept across the model in Lin Yuan's hand, made up of various forces of space. Space rules, vast and endless, have no concrete shape. It's very difficult for ordinary evolvers to comprehend space. Space is not like flame, which can emit heat and be felt, nor like earth, which can be touched. Therefore, in the 600,000th year of the Starry Sea era, a powerful evolver from the Human Civilization Alliance, skilled in the Dao of space, based on his understanding, substituted the superficial essence of space rules with 965 models. These 965 models, far from expressing the true space rules, could nevertheless point other evolvers in the right direction. They had an effect similar to formulas. Normally, to fully understand these 965 space models was basically equivalent to an introduction to the space rules, and to achieve this, one basically needed to be 7th rank. After all, only 7th rank evolvers could start to comprehend the space rules, and even then, to fully understand the 965 space models required at least the 7th rank Marquis level or even King level. But Lin Yuan, Chikun Star-Lord, could not understand. In his long life, he had seen many freaks and monsters, but these were mostly with strong bloodlines or strong physiques, and so on. Someone like Lin Yuan, who had just joined the 6th rank for less than half a year, yet had achieved what usually only those at the 7th rank Marquis or King level could achieve, was simply too incredible. Could it be that my disciple's talent for space is also strong? Chikun Star-Lord thought distractedly. For the past 5 or 6,000 years, the most talented in space that Chikun Star-Lord had seen was Yinling, the silver-haired woman from the last 7 Stars Cave trial. Chikun Star-Lord had even specially awarded her the Red Mark status and opened the 7 Stars Cave trial world for her. However, Yinling's talent for space, compared to Lin Yuan, was simply like dogshit. Teacher? Lin Yuan saw Chikun Star-Lord staring at the space model in front of him and spoke softly. I was just reminded of something else. Chikun Star-Lord immediately reacted and said gravely, with Chikun Star-Lord's strength, expounding on the superficial 900-plus models of the space rules was something he had long since comprehended. But when Chikun Star-Lord had comprehended these 900-plus models back in the day, he too was about to step into the 7th rank, and this was under the circumstance where his original form was a Starry Sky Wanderer Kun, inherently aligned with the space rules. If not for confirming that Lin Yuan was indeed of the human race, Chikun Star-Lord would feel that the other resembled a Starry Sky Wanderer Kun even more than himself. The 876th space model, Chikun Star-Lord also raised his hand, manipulating the power of space, and formed a strangely shaped model in front of him. The model was not fixed, but was slowly changing with the space fluctuations. The 876th space model, Lin Yuan immediately observed intently. Within the Red Kun lineage's cultivation treasury, there was a detailed explanation on the 965 space models. There were even specific space class evolvers who voluntarily demonstrated the models. However, space is changing every moment, always fluctuating, and past space models might not be applicable to current space fluctuations. Thus, the space model Chikun Star-Lord currently condensed belonged to the model most attuned to the present universal space rules, naturally providing greater inspiration to Lin Yuan. Your understanding defies heaven. Observing unknown space models deepens your comprehension of space rules. Experience the narrative at Free Web Novel. Your understanding defies heaven. Observing unknown space models deepens your comprehension of space rules. Your understanding defies heaven. Observing unknown space models deepens your comprehension of space rules. Lin Yuan's mind was bursting with spiritual light. Countless insights about the power of space, which he had accumulated during the decades of wandering outside the Central Earth world, watching the chaos of the void, all erupted forth. In front of Lin Yuan. Hundreds of space models simultaneously collapsed. Threads of space power rapidly intertwined and collided. They actually formed a new space model. This space model, slowly changing with the space fluctuations, turned out to be consistent with the space model in front of Chikun Star-Lord. So that's how it is. A smile appeared on Lin Yuan's face. This kind of space model had puzzled Lin Yuan for nearly a month. Now, with Chikun Star-Lord's guidance, he finally comprehended it thoroughly. You figured it out just like that? Above the high seat, Chikun Star-Lord was dumbfounded. He had only demonstrated once, and Lin Yuan had learned it? Chikun Star-Lord had just been about to explain a few things, such as reminders for Lin Yuan about how to begin comprehending this type of model. But the result, it was as if a teacher was explaining a problem in class. He had just written out the answer, ready to explain the process and thinking behind it. However, the students below had already learned it, even extrapolating from it. FreyWebNovel.com. Thank you, teacher. Lin Yuan was in a good mood and immediately thanked Chikun Starlord. If not for Chikun Starlord, with his against heaven's understanding, Lin Yuan would have ultimately comprehended it, but it definitely would have taken much more time. It's no trouble at all. Chikun Starlord waved his hand. Logically, the gratitude from a genius like Lin Yuan should have made him feel quite accomplished. But Chikun Starlord didn't know why he felt somewhat off. He always felt that something was wrong. Teacher, could you demonstrate the remaining 100 space models? Lin Yuan seemed to have remembered something and asked a bit sheepishly. Demonstrate them all together? Chikun Starlord was silent for a while, unable to help asking. The 965 space models involving the essence of space rules, each model required evolvers to expend great costs and effort to comprehend. Chapter 29.1.3 Oh no, am I going to be surpassed by my disciple? Please subscribe. 2 Lin Yuan now made him demonstrate all the subsequent models in one go. That was equivalent to a grade school student telling his teacher to bring out the middle school, high school, and university curriculums. No problem. The Chikun Starlord nodded. If it were any other disciple, the Chikun Starlord would definitely have rebuked them for their arrogance and told them to focus on the task at hand before anything else. But Lin Yuan, thinking of how quickly Lin Yuan had grasped the spatial model just now, the Chikun Starlord felt it was best just to follow along and do as asked. One spatial model after another continuously condensed in front of the Chikun Starlord. Lin Yuan carefully observed each spatial model, although he couldn't grasp them instantly, having the Chikun Star. Lord's demonstrations meant that Lin Yuan's future comprehension speed would definitely exceed his previous one. About half a day later, a satisfied expression appeared on Lin Yuan's face. The Chikun Starlord, on the other hand, stopped the demonstration of spatial models with a complex look on his face. Thank you, teacher. The disciple has now grasped the subsequent spatial models, Lin Yuan sincerely thanked him. The Chikun Starlord nodded. Read today on Free Web Novel. In fact, during this half-day, he hadn't spoken a word, just demonstrated various spatial models one by one. He was completely acting like a tool. Seeing Lin Yuan's fully content expression, the Chikun Starlord felt a sense of unreality. Was teaching a disciple really this easy? He was already adept at instructing disciples and knew full well that teaching them properly was a very strenuous task. Teacher, regarding the next 7,782 spatial models, Lin Yuan thought for a moment, planning to fully utilize this opportunity of being instructed. The 965 spatial models that Lin Yuan had currently comprehended were just scratching the surface essence of the space rules. Understanding these 965 spatial models meant just entering the space rules. But beyond the beginner level, one still needed to comprehend more of the space's essential rules. Therefore, after the 965 spatial models, there were still 7,782 spatial models. The subsequent models it's hard for outsiders to instruct, and one must rely on self-comprehension. The Chikun Starlord spoke evenly, feeling extremely helpless inside. Even he hadn't fully comprehended the 7,782 spatial models, and the Chikun Starlord vaguely felt drained by Lin Yuan. Besides, even if he had comprehended those 7,782 spatial models, he would not be able to demonstrate. When it came to space rules, the superficial essence could be shown, but the deeper rule essences, even for the same spatial model, the focus differed for different evolvers who had comprehended it. Okay, Lin Yuan nodded. He was becoming somewhat impatient. As space rules were foundational laws of the main world, vast and endless, the aspects of space rules comprehended by others might not necessarily suit Lin Yuan. If you truly want to comprehend the complete space rules, you could visit the battlefields of different races. The Chikun Starlord suggested. Battlefields of different races? Lin Yuan was aware of such places, where the human race engaged in combat with deep space other species. In the battlefields of different races, numerous strong ones fight, and even supreme beings intervene, rendering the space unstable, and there even exist permanent spatial rifts. The Chikun Starlord spoke with a sigh. Supreme beings? Lin Yuan's expression grew solemn. Within the Cosmic Human Alliance, there were 9 supreme beings. Each supreme being guarded one evolution tower, illuminating the timeless cosmic starry skies. Even across the vast cosmic starry skies, supreme beings were the ceiling of combat power, unparalleled. Only conflicts between supreme beings could create permanent spatial rifts. Otherwise, given the self-healing abilities of the main world universe starry sky, even large spatial rifts would gradually heal. Over more than 2 million years of the Starry Sea era, human civilization had expanded rapidly, severely beating different species, primarily because of the numerical superiority of supreme beings. Even the peak clans like the War Machine insect race, with only 6 supreme beings, held the advantage on middle and lower tier battlefields. However, they found themselves at a disadvantage when it came to clashes between supreme beings. Our universe, where we reside, has stable spaces and subdued rule fluctuations, which makes Comprehending space rules very difficult. However, in the battlefields of different races, space isn't that stable, especially those that are torn with permanent spatial rifts where endless space powers permeate, which is quite beneficial for comprehending space rules. Cocoon Star-Lord said, "The battlefields of different races are like a meat grinder for countless clans of the universe, filled with dangers, but also numerous opportunities. It's easier to sense the space rules, but that's just one aspect. There are others. For example, certain heritages, many treasures. Many strong ones of different species fight to the death, leaving treasures scattered in hidden locations, their corpses even buried underground. The corpses of the strong ones from different species also hold great value. Furthermore, the permanent spatial rifts on the battlefield of different species sometimes welcome guests from beyond the realm. If you can seize the opportunity, you can gain quite a few benefits. However, if you, my disciple, wish to go to the battlefield of different species, you must not go in person. Send an avatar there instead," Cocoon Star-Lord instructed. For a talent like Lin Yuan, going in person to the battlefield of different species is like a feast for those different species. If Lin Yuan hides within human territories within Cocoon Main Star, if the different species want to assassinate Lin Yuan, they would have to pay a huge price, and afterwards, Lin Yuan would be resurrected. But on the battlefield of different species, the moment the information of Lin Yuan appearing there is leaked, believe it or not, there will be a bunch of 7th rank, 8th rank strong ones from different species lying in wait. After all, on the battlefield, killing Lin Yuan would not require any consequences. Even if he were to be resurrected later, it wouldn't matter. I understand. Lin Yuan nodded. Even traveling to other worlds through the door to the Myriad Realms, he did it. Through the ensured method of consciousness descent. Not to mention going to the perilous battlefield of different species. There are over 10 doppelganger skills in the treasury. You can choose one when the time comes. You are now 6th rank and can withstand the soul division involved in creating an avatar, Cocoon Star-Lord said. In the main world, crafting an avatar involves much less cost than in the immortal Tao world. Still, it requires a portion of the soul's power to be split and infused into the avatar. Without a soul, an avatar is no different from a puppet. Just splitting a part of the soul, those below the 6th rank of evolvers simply cannot do it, and even if they could, it would result in a great loss of origin source and potential. My martial Tao primordial spirit, Yin. Spirit and Yang spirit, Lin Yuan subconsciously compared his Yin spirit and Yang spirit with the traditional avatar techniques of the main world. In the end, he concluded, the martial Tao primordial spirit should be superior to most avatar techniques. At the very least, it does not require Lin Yuan to actively split his soul. Yin spirit and Yang spirit share one consciousness with Lin Yuan's true self, a trinity. It's said that deep in the cosmic starry skies, some rare special life forms naturally possess the doppelganger talent. Most of the avatar techniques of human civilization are derived from those naturally gifted with doppelganger, Lin Yuan thought to himself. Those doppelganger talents were indeed similar to his martial Tao primordial spirit, sharing consciousness without the need for soul splitting. Next, Cocoon Star-Lord gave Lin Yuan a few more words of advice. Essentially, even if you craft an avatar to go to the battlefield of different species, it's best not to reveal your identity. And don't try to kill those from different species, there's no need. If the avatar were to fall on the battlefield, it would also affect Lin Yuan's true body. The Crimson Palace. Cocoon Star-Lord watched Lin Yuan leave. In terms of understanding space rules, except for the eldest disciple, no one else should be able to surpass him now, should they? Cocoon Star-Lord quietly thought to himself. Having grasped over 800 kinds of spatial models, only his eldest disciple could barely outdo him. As for the second and third disciples, they were at best on par, or even slightly weaker. The later disciples, such as the 4th and 5th, not to mention, weren't even 7th rank. This talent, Cocoon Star-Lord sighed. In Lin Yuan, Cocoon Star-Lord felt as though he had grown old, unable to keep up with the times. In such a short period of time, Lin Yuan had grown from initially being the weakest among the 13 Peak Masters at 4th rank to now being second only to the Great Peak Master. Cocoon Star-Lord could foresee that, given Lin Yuan's current speed of cultivation and enlightenment, surpassing the Great Peak Master was only a matter of time. Not right, Cocoon Star-Lord suddenly tensed in his heart. Damn, he wouldn't also be surpassed by his own disciple, would he? Chapter 292, 4. The Second Physical Body Divine Ability. Please subscribe. I must be overthinking it. Even if my obedient disciple has just begun to grasp space rules and stepped into the 7th rank with ease. But breaking from the 7th rank to the 8th rank, it's not so simple. The Cocoon Star-Lord comforted himself. Given his countless opportunities, and even after he had seized a Starry Sky Wanderer Coon juvenile, entering the 8th layer was still extremely difficult. Even if Lin Yuan's talent exceeded his back then, facing the barrier of the 8th layer, he couldn't just step over it, right? Sometimes, having a disciple that's too monstrously talented makes being a master somewhat meaningless, the Cocoon Star-Lord sighed. Inside the Palace of the 13 Peaks. The red spirit fluid has arrived. Lin Yuan looked at a small kettle in front of him. The small kettle was a space storage treasure. It appeared to be the size of a palm, but in reality it contained a small pool's worth of red spirit fluid. Let's begin. Lin Yuan pulled the stopper out of the small kettle. Though he had not yet decided on the content of the 6th rank chapter of the Martial Path Evolutionary Path, he had already finalized his plan for the 6th rank. With the red spirit fluid in the kettle, Lin Yuan would be able to reach the limit of the 6th rank in a short amount of time. I wonder what kind of physical body divine ability will be born this time. An expectant look crossed Lin Yuan's face. In the immortal Tao world, the divine abilities of the fleshly body from the body cultivation lineage depended on the peculiar powers contained deep within one's bloodline. When Lin Yuan established the 6th rank chapter of the Martial Path Evolutionary Path, he had borrowed from the body cultivation lineage, particularly in terms of digging deeper into the physical body. So, theoretically, the 6th rank chapter should also be able to give birth to physical body divine abilities. As Lin Yuan retraced the steps of the 6th rank, the differences in his fleshly body would lead to the final physical body divine ability being different. Gurgle, Lin Yuan picked up the small kettle and swallowed all the red spirit fluid. As soon as the fluid slid down his throat, it turned into pure energy that nourished his limbs and extremities. Several days later, Lin Yuan abruptly opened his eyes. I've reached the pinnacle of the 6th rank. Lin Yuan dared not break through any further. Now, if he wished, he could quickly step into the 7th rank. But he wasn't very satisfied with that kind of 7th rank. It didn't complement the first 5 stages of the Martial Path Evolutionary Path very well. The 7th rank chapter of the Martial Path Evolutionary Path should have enough comprehension of space rules, at least a beginner's grasp of them, Lin Yuan thought to himself. FFFFFFF. The deeper he contemplated space rules, the deeper his understanding became. The essence of the Martial Path Evolutionary Path was to use the Dao of Taiji as the core, to contain all Dao, and thereby control all Dao. Incorporating his own understanding and insights of Dao into it would then perfect the Dao of Taiji and use it to control all Dao. Lin Yuan felt that for him, the most complete path for the 7th rank chapter of the Martial Path Evolutionary Path was to integrate space rules. Of course, this was only in regard to Lin Yuan himself. Other evolvers didn't need to integrate space rules specifically. Any other rules could work as well. It depends on what each individual excels at. Entering the realm of space rules is incredibly difficult, and only a 7th rank evolver would be confident in mastering it. However, the threshold for entering other rules is much lower. For example, in the 7 Stars Cave trial world, that red pattern examiner's brute strength was a beginner's grasp of the rule of power. To grasp the rule of power at the 4th rank was indeed genius. It showed that it could be done. Other martial arts evolvers just need to grasp a certain rule that suits them at the zenith of the 6th rank in order to have a chance to step into the 7th rank. The physical body divine ability is being nurtured. Lin Yuan keenly felt the changes in his body. He noticed that, deep within his bloodline, a peculiar force was awakening and converging. This was very similar to the first time he had developed a physical body divine ability in the immortal Tao world. It should take another day or two, Lin Yuan estimated in his mind. The birth of a physical body divine ability doesn't happen instantly. It needs time to be nurtured. Based on the current pace of nurturing, Lin Yuan felt that in 1 or 2 days, the physical body divine ability would probably be born. Feng Qing is looking for me? Lin Yuan scanned the visitor records and discovered that Feng Qing wanted to see him. Virtual world. Personal space. Lin Yuan and Feng Qing sat facing each other. No need to be formal, just act as before, Lin Yuan casually said, noting Feng Qing's nervousness. He had a close friendship with Feng Qing, who had helped him since the 7-star cave trials by providing information. Later, when Lin Yuan was subjected to the public scorn by the hundreds of billions of citizens on Kunlun Star because of the Haiyu family's oppression, it was Feng Qing who had stood up for him, going so far as to offer numerous favors to rebuild trade relations for Kunlun Star. Though, in truth, the Haiyu family could only do so much back then, and the external public opinion had not affected Lin Yuan at all, but Feng Qing truly wanted to help him. Brother Lin, you say it so lightly, just as before. Feng Qing relaxed a bit and managed to smile, saying, but your status now? You're a peak master of the Red Kun lineage. Although Feng Qing said this, his heart settled down. At this moment, he was extremely grateful that he had fully supported Lin Yuan through his difficulties in the past. Otherwise, with Lin Yuan's current status, Feng Qing might not even be able to see him. As far as Feng Qing knew, since Lin Yuan's arrival at the Qikun main star, he had hardly met with any outsiders. How have you been recently? Lin Yuan asked casually. Stay tuned for stories on Free Web Novel. Not bad, Feng Qing said softly. Many people, aware of my relationship with Brother Lin, want to get close to me, hoping to use me to reach out to Brother Lin. When Kunlun Star faced suppression from the Haiyu family, Feng Qing had stood up for his friend. Subsequently, this friend transformed into the peak master of the Qikun Star domain. The person whose status changed the most in between, apart from Lin Yuan and his family, was Chapter 29.3.4, the second physical body divine ability, seeking subscriptions. 2. It belonged to Feng Qing. After all, who didn't know that Feng Qing had stepped forward to help when Shisan, the peak master, was hiding his identity? No matter what, in the Qikun lineage. Feng Qing was already considered a person of the Shisan Peak Master. Even those core members of the Qikun lineage treated Feng Qing with utmost respect. Ha ha ha, Lin Yuan laughed out loud. Before Lin Yuan had revealed his identity, there were people who went to great lengths to get in touch with Feng Qing through him. Now, there were also people who were scheming hard to get close to him through Feng Qing. The drastic change from then to now made Lin Yuan quite reflective. Shisan Peak is just established. Would you like to come help me? Lin Yuan chatted with Feng Qing for a while before mentioning this casually. Everyone knew that joining Shisan Peak now was the same as being among the first to pledge allegiance to the Shisan Peak Master, and in the future, they would all be considered senior members. Thank you, big brother Lin. Upon hearing this, Feng Qing immediately stood up and bowed respectfully. The weight of Lin Yuan's words was no different from giving Feng Qing an opportunity to rise to the heavens in one step within the Qikun lineage. What could be more honorable than becoming a confidant, or even a direct subordinate under the Peak Master? After chatting with Lin Yuan, Feng Qing returned to his personal space. Feng Lad, what did I tell you before? Your big brother Lin is destined for boundless prospects. The old man with a white beard said proudly. As an intelligent life form, the old man with a white beard didn't have much strength, but his insight was extremely sharp. From now on, just follow behind your big brother Lin and devote yourself to serving him well. Don't think about managing anything else, understand? The white-bearded old man reminded him. He was fully aware that cultivation fanatics like Lin Yuan generally wouldn't bother with too many things, but if Feng Qing tried to take advantage of this to gain something for himself, it would be a huge mistake. I understand. Feng Qing nodded. As one of the first members to join Shisan Peak, it was not difficult for Feng Qing to be promoted to a core member of the Qikun lineage. With such a great opportunity, if Feng Qing still thought about other benefits, he truly would be unworthy of Big Brother Lin's trust. Cultivate well. Your current head start has already far surpassed that of the old master. The old man with a white beard's voice suddenly became somber. His old master, the 6th rank Fallen Star Warrior, had some renown in the Qikun Star Domain and the surrounding star domains, but how could that compare to Feng Qing now? Being under a big tree provides good shade, and even more so with Shisan Peak Master, who was like a towering tree, virtual world. Personal space. Lin Yuan opened his personal settlement panel. The profit distribution from the Martial Path Evolutionary Path Settlement. Lin Yuan glanced at the final amount. 289,690,000,000,000 civilization coins? This much? Lin Yuan was a bit surprised. The unit was in billions, 280,000 billion, nearly 300 trillion in enormous wealth. Mainly because the 6th rank chapter has made another strong push. Lin Yuan looked over the sales numbers of each rank chapter. He noticed that the 6th rank chapter had been purchased over 1,000 times. You have to know, the price Lin Yuan set for the 6th rank chapter was 50 billion. A 50 billion priced 6th rank chapter purchased over 1,000 times amounted to 50 trillion. After adding Lin Yuan's 30-70 split with human civilization and subtracting taxes, the final take-home was close to 200 trillion. The 6th rank chapter was bought over 1,000 times, mostly out of curiosity. As for those who were actually cultivating to the pinnacle of the 5th rank and planning to buy the 6th rank chapter, there are none. Lin Yuan was well aware of how the 1,000+ purchases came about. The Martial Dao Cultivation Evolution Path's ranking on the Qikun Evolution Rankings had soared, thought to be the work of a certain evolutionary scholar. Naturally, it aroused the curiosity of many high-rank evolvers. Therefore, every time Lin Yuan updated the latest chapter of the Martial Path Evolutionary Path, there would be a bunch of evolvers who would directly purchase it to take a look. Their reasons for purchasing were likely not for cultivation, but out of pure curiosity, wanting to see why the Martial Path Evolutionary Path had such potential. It's still too early. If 100 or 200 years go by, and within the martial arts evolutionaries, 4th and 5th ranks emerge, that will be the time when the 6th rank chapter will be in its prime. Lin Yuan thought to himself. 2a. A moment of curiosity cannot generate a continuous stream of income, but the wider the spread of the Martial Path Evolutionary Path, the more evolving cultivators there are who practice it, the more it becomes a true mountain of gold. 30 trillion, and that's just the income from one settlement. Lin Yuan glanced at his account balance and felt pleased. Although with his strength and status, 30 trillion wasn't much. For Lin Yuan, it was tantamount to a gift. I still need to push it a bit. After some thought, Lin Yuan made up his mind. The evolution of martial arts cultivators is too slow nowadays, with most lacking guidance, and thus prone to taking the wrong path. Just so happens I've got some free time, I'll make a few martial Dao analysis videos. With a thought, Lin Yuan's personal space began to change. His appearance, body shape, and demeanor also began to transform accordingly. In the end, an image of a slim man appeared. This should be good. Lin Yuan touched his chin. He began explaining from the first-tier chapter of the Martial Path Evolutionary Path. The first-tier chapter is the beginning of the Martial Path Evolutionary Path, divided into the Innate Realm, Grandmaster Realm, and so on. Among the current martial arts evolutionaries, most are at the first-tier chapter. As for innate, Lin Yuan used only a few thousand words to introduce the innate chapter, then took just over 10 minutes to elaborate in detail. Time went by. In just under half a day, Lin Yuan successfully recorded more than 10 videos, including parts of the first tier chapter, second layer chapter, and third rank chapter. This should be enough. Lin Yuan nodded slightly. Reviewing the first tier chapter, the second layer chapter, and the third rank chapter was also quite helpful for Lin Yuan himself. Upload them to the virtual world. Lin Yuan entered the Martial Path founder Yuan's account and uploaded the newly recorded set of analysis videos. So many followers already? Lin Yuan glanced at the number of followers Yuan had, which exceeded 100 billion. You should know, these 100 billion followers are not ordinary citizens. Those who can enter the virtual world and watch Yuan are either evolutionaries or high-grade citizens. 100 billion followers isn't much less than some celebrity evolutionaries in the Chikun star domain. Completed. Just moments after Lin Yuan clicked upload, more than a dozen analysis videos appeared under Yuan's account. I hope you guys won't disappoint me. The more Martial Path evolutionaries there are, especially the higher ranked ones, the deeper Lin Yuan's foundational accumulation in certain aspects becomes. In the future Ultimate Leap, everything will be transformed into an overwhelming advantage. After uploading the videos, Lin Yuan didn't pay them further attention. Instead, he contemplated the remaining space models. Only on free web novel. At the entry stage of Space Rules, out of 965 space models, Lin Yuan had grasped 4/5 of them. The remaining dozens, demonstrated personally by the Chikun Star Lord, already somewhat understood by Lin Yuan with his Against Heaven's understanding, it's only a matter of time before he completely grasps them. Grasping all 965 kinds of space models, entry into Space Rules should pave the way to ideally create the 7th rank chapter, Lin Yuan thought to himself. With just an entry-level understanding of space, mixed with the Taiji Dao, to shape the Martial Path evolutionary path, Lin Yuan felt that once stepping into the ideal state of the 7th rank, his strength would soar. Xuanhuang evolutionary path, when Lin Yuan tired of contemplating Space Rules, he began to contemplate other evolutionary paths. Especially the space-related evolution paths, which are like certain imprints of the essence of Space Rules. Understanding space-related evolution paths sometimes is no less profound than contemplating space models directly. In addition, whenever Lin Yuan had spare time, he would contemplate the Dao of Taiyang and Taiyin, and the fire system rule crystal given to him by the Chikun Star Lord. Lin Yuan had not yet fully grasped it. Each observation brought a different feeling. Time passed by. 2 days went by in the blink of an eye. While Lin Yuan was still engrossed in his cultivation and Dao enlightenment, a ripple that only Lin Yuan could perceive slowly spread out from the depths of his bloodline. Is my second physical body divine ability about to take shape? Lin Yuan immediately stopped his practice and focused on the changes in his body. My second physical body divine ability, with the experience from the first time his physical body divine ability took shape, Lin Yuan was quite adept, carefully experiencing the odd power from the depths of his bloodline. Chapter 29.4.5 Choice Battlefield C24763. Please subscribe. Time flowed slowly. The strange power deep within Lin Yuan's bloodline became increasingly apparent. Could this awakened physical body divine ability be geared towards combat and fighting? Physical body divine abilities also come in different types. Some are adept at defense, some at preserving life, and some at attacking. It all depends on which strange power deep in the bloodline is activated. Just as Lin Yuan was feeling it attentively, a complete strange power peeled off from deep within his blood vessels. Immediately afterward, information about this strange power flooded into Lin Yuan's mind. Physical body divine ability, mountain moving? Lin Yuan naturally understood everything about this mountain moving divine ability. The divine ability mountain moving does not literally mean moving mountains, it's more of a symbol or description. I didn't expect the awakened physical body divine ability to be tied to the rule of power, Lin Yuan thought to himself. The mountain-moving divine ability is a pure power divine skill related to the rule of power. Compared to other cosmic rules, the rule of power is undoubtedly the most common after all. As long as there are beings, they possess power. Therefore, it's not difficult to get started on the rule of power. In the last 7-star cave trial, there was a red pattern named Brutal Force who had entered the rule of power at 4th rank. Of course, not difficult here is relative to those true genius evolvers. For the average evolver to perceive the rule of power to the threshold of entry, they would need at least to be at 5th rank or even 6th rank. Otherwise, Brutal Force would not have been designated by the Chikun Star Lord as a red pattern examiner. The rule of power, easy to start with a high ceiling. If one comprehends deep into the rule of power, every move can shatter everything with power. A very pure path, Lin Yuan mused. The 9 evolution towers of the Cosmic Alliance of Human Civilizations symbolize the indisputable peak of the evolution field. One of those towers is the Tower of Power, and the Supreme Being residing in that evolution tower follows the path of the rule of power. Lin Yuan sensed the strange power related to the mountain-moving power divine skill, forming secret patterns within his flesh, resembling a magic web. These secret patterns subtly resonated with the external rule of power. Lin Yuan felt that, with any casual strike, he could carry a trace of the rule of power, and his attacks would become several to 10 times more powerful in terms of force. Lin Yuan carefully observed the secret patterns within his flesh. Your Against Heaven's understanding allows you to observe the essential secret patterns of the rule of power, deepening your understanding of the rule of power. Free www. Free www. Heaven's understanding allows you to observe the essential secret patterns of the rule of power. Observe the essential secret patterns of the rule of power, deepening your understanding of the rule of power. Only a short while had passed. Lin Yuan came to his senses. Have I actually made an entry into the rule of power? Lin Yuan was startled. Previously, he had not delved into the rule of power. Even with his Against Heaven's understanding, how vast are the great ways of the world? One would certainly focus most of their energy on the laws and great ways they wish to comprehend, such as Taiyin, Taiyang, Taiyai, or space, etc. The Dao of Taiji governs thousands of other Daos with one, but here it does not mean fully comprehending them all. Rather, it uses the Dao of Taiji to command the other thousands of Daos. It is like using a knife. You can wield it, but you have no understanding of the knife's construction and essence. As for the rule of power, even though entering it is not difficult, according to Lin Yuan's estimates, if he were to fully focus on this path, it would still take him more than 10 days. Now it took just a short while? Is it because of these secret patterns? These secret patterns are the essence of the power divine skill mountain moving. By comprehending these secret patterns, am I comprehending a deeper layer of the rule of power? Lin Yuan appeared thoughtful. I didn't expect this physical body divine ability to have such a use, Lin Yuan said with a smile on his face. Read today on free web novel, The Divine Skill Mountain Moving could already enhance Lin Yuan's frontal combat ability, and now it could also make understanding the rule of power easier for him. It's just the blood rebirth. Lin Yuan carefully felt the blood rebirth technique imprint. In the immortal Tao world, Lin Yuan, with his Against Heaven's understanding, fully comprehended the blood rebirth without feeling that this divine skill resonated with any particular rule. Perhaps divine skills vary from one another. Lin Yuan did not linger on this. Blood rebirth or mountain moving, they were all freely given methods. In the Chikun Star Realm virtual world, in the Central Plaza area, the martial path evolutionary path does not require pre-existing conditions, like an innately powerful physique, innately robust spirit, or a special constitution, etc. Anyone can practice it, but whether one can enter or step into the innate realm depends on the individual. A burly man looked towards the towering evolution leaderboard in the distance and said in a low voice to several young evolvers beside him. Martial arts evolutionaries at least offer a chance for people to try, while other evolution paths might outright dismiss you if you don't meet certain conditions. If you don't have the prerequisite, you won't even be able to step through the door. Mr. Chen, I'm trying to break through to the innate chapter, but what exactly is innate chi mentioned in there? A young man couldn't help but ask. The first tier chapter of the martial path evolutionary path begins with the innate realm. As for the acquired realm, it is a pre-entry level state. Martial arts evolutionaries who enter this realm are equivalent to other pre-entry evolvers. Innate chi, the burly man fell silent for a moment. He wasn't an evolver on the martial path evolutionary path. How would he know what innate chi was? Chapter 29.5 Choice, Battlefield C24763, please subscribe. 2. In this aspect, it mainly depends on one's own enlightenment. The robust man thought for a moment, just about to speak. Just then, other evolvers in the Central Plaza area started to boil with excitement and noise. What's going on? The robust man quickly learned from the evolvers nearby that the mysterious founder of the Martial Path Evolutionary Path had actually uploaded a training lecture video on the Martial Path Evolutionary Path. A lecture video? The robust man's spirit was lifted. Given the popularity of the Martial Path Evolutionary Path, naturally, there were many videos related to this evolutionary path. This included personal experience videos from many evolvers who had cultivated to the second rank and third rank of Martial Dao. However, many of these second rank and third rank Martial Dao evolvers' training experience videos were inaccurate or even wrong. Quick, get into the account of the founder of Martial Path Evolutionary Path. The robust man immediately ordered several youths beside him. They were all evolvers practicing the Martial Path Evolutionary Path, just one step away from advancing. Okay, the youths were also full of excitement, as the founder of the Martial Path Evolutionary Path was universally recognized as a great evolutionary scholar. Watching a training analysis video uploaded by such a person would be beneficial even for those not practicing Martial Path Evolutionary Path. What about them? I'll take a look too. The robust man also opened the video and watched attentively. A moment later, the virtual world boiled again. So that's how it is. To step into the second rank of Martial Dao, one needs not only to master a certain power, but also to achieve perfect control over oneself. As expected of a great evolutionary scholar, each video is only 20 to 30 minutes long, but every sentence goes straight to the point, which is much better than those streamers talking about their understanding of martial Dao. Could those streamers compare with Yuan, the great scholar? Countless evolvers and high-ranked citizens kept exchanging insights, and the news about the lecture videos spread rapidly. This caused more and more evolvers to join in and watch. Readbeanzavel.com, I understand now. No, why is there only half of the third-ranked chapter? Where's the rest? So this is the essence of Martial Path Evolutionary Path. I've decided I'll let my son take the Martial Path Evolutionary Path. The more one is an evolver of the Martial Path Evolutionary Path, the more they realize how incredible the training analysis video uploaded by Lin Yuan is. Questions and confusions that they could not comprehend no matter how hard they thought. After watching the video, suddenly everything became clear as day. It was like a lighthouse in the dark night, leading countless evolvers toward the most correct direction. Some evolvers who had been on the wrong path immediately adjusted their training methods according to the training analysis video and eventually corrected their course. Many people were excited, and even evolvers of other evolutionary paths gained a lot of insights. Although the directions represented by different evolutionary paths are fundamentally different, there are still some similarities in the core of cultivation. For those who have cultivated to the 4th rank and 5th rank in other evolutionary paths, if they switch to cultivating another evolutionary path, their speed of cultivation will definitely be much faster. Donate. Although Scholar Yuan doesn't care about the money, I still want to donate. Right, these videos have been of great help to me, I must donate. Individual accounts in the virtual world are allowed to receive donations, and top star evolvers receive donations that amount to billions every year. Chikun Main Star, Palace of the 13 Peaks. The 877 space model, Lin Yuan, sat cross-legged, occasionally raising his right hand, as strands of spatial power rippled like water in front of him. Finally completed, after a moment, a complete space model appeared in front of Lin Yuan. With the demonstration of the Chikun Star Lord, Lin Yuan's speed in comprehending subsequent space models had increased significantly. In just a day or two, he had comprehended another space model. It's still too slow. Lin Yuan frowned slightly. At this pace, it would take me more than half a year to fully comprehend the remaining 100 or so space models. For any evolver, the mere thought of comprehending more than 100 space models in 1 to 2 years, especially the last 100 or so, was an unimaginable speed of enlightenment. Even for the silver-haired woman Yin Ling, with her extremely high spatial talent, it would probably take thousands of years to comprehend more than 100 space models. But Lin Yuan had high demands for himself. He wanted to open up the 7th ranked chapter of the martial arts evolution system as soon as possible. I can try the method my teacher mentioned, Lin Yuan thought to himself. The space in battlefields of different races was frequently fluctuating, and with an eternal spatial rift present, comprehending space rules there was akin to taking a shortcut. I can dispatch my Yang spirit to the alien battlefield, Lin Yuan thought in his heart. Read exciting tales at Free Web Novel. The battlefields of different races were filled with many opportunities, but understanding the space rules was only one aspect. There were also tremendous dangers. However, the Yang spirit, being Lin Yuan's primordial spirit, wouldn't undergo any loss if it were to perish outside. It could quickly be recondensed. And the combat power of the Yang spirit was just slightly weaker than Lin Yuan's own. And if the Yang spirit were to merge with the Yin god and become the Taiji primordial spirit, it would have a killing power not inferior to his own. In the world of Immortal Tao, Lin Yuan's own practice in the Cloud Mist Blessed Land was externalized through the Yin spirit and Yang spirit. First, let's determine which alien battlefield to go to. A virtual screen appeared in front of Lin Yuan with lines of text flashing across it. The Human Civilization Alliance waged wars in all directions, battling with numerous different species, and the total number of alien battlefields opened was 2,630,462. There were 135 large alien battlefields, 865,111 medium-sized otherworldly battlefields. The rest were small-sized otherworldly battlefields. The scale of the large, medium, and small alien battlefields correlated with the top combat power on the battlefield, the number of strong beings, and the type of clans. In small battlefields, the top combat power was generally at the 7th rank, with a few reaching the 8th layer. In medium-sized battlefields, the top combat power was at the 8th layer, 9th rank, or even higher. As for large battlefields, the 135 large alien battlefields currently opened by human civilization were all under the watchful eyes of supreme beings. That is to say, in large battlefields, supreme beings could strike at any moment. Species capable of contending with the Human Civilization Alliance on large battlefields were without exception peak clans like the insect race. There lay the true meat grinder, where a war could lead to the fall of even 8th layer evolvers. For my first visit to an alien battlefield, it's best to be cautious and choose a small-sized otherworldly battlefield. Lin Yuan didn't set his sights on medium or large battlefields. Although the death of the Yang spirit wouldn't incur any loss to Lin Yuan, merely requiring some time to reconvene, it was still better not to die if possible. Lin Yuan had a clear objective for heading to the alien battlefield. He wasn't like other evolvers who went to alien battlefields to kill different species, earn merit points, and so forth. His sole purpose in going to the alien wars was for a better comprehension of the space rules. With such a goal, a small-sized otherworldly battlefield was enough. Nearly 2 million small-sized otherworldly battlefields, Lin Yuan began to make his selection. Even small-sized alien battlefields came in different types, and some had spatial fluctuations not much different from those in the human civilization territory. The small-sized otherworldly battlefield that Lin Yuan would choose certainly had to be one with noticeable spatial fluctuations. Half an hour later, Lin Yuan had roughly completed his review. He finally settled on the small battlefield option. Battlefield C24763T. Lin Yuan looked at the information displayed about this alien battlefield. Battlefield C24763 was one opened by human civilization against the Haiyuan clan. The Haiyuan clan hailed from the cosmic secret realm called the Black Abyss, the native species of the secret realm. Ever since the discovery of the cosmic secret realm, Black Abyss, the Haiyuan clan quickly integrated into the universe, joined the Insect Race Alliance, and collectively confronted the Human Civilization Alliance. The Haiyuan clan, with their diverse forms, cultivate by swallowing the Haiyuan force within the cosmic secret realm Black Abyss, and they're a powerful clan within the Insect Race Alliance, Lin Yuan thought to himself. Chapter 296, 6 Lucky Break, please subscribe. The strength of the clans in the main world is divided into peak clans, powerful clans, ordinary clans, and weak clans. At the head of the Insect Race Alliance, a peak clan, are hundreds of powerful clans, as well as tens of thousands of ordinary clans, united to counter the expansion of human civilization and to compete for their interests. Apart from the Insect Race Alliance, there are 6 or 7 similar clan alliances, all centered around a particular peak clan. Of course, since human civilization has also absorbed many different species, it is also known as the Human Civilization Alliance. Battlefield C24763, significant spatial fluctuations detected, and a permanent spatial rift from 1 million years ago, created by a high-rank evolver with a supreme weapon. All the various information about this alien battlefield was clearly understood by Lin Yuan. In the immortal Dao world, the reason Lin Yuan dared not send his Yang God and Yin God to the spirit realm was his unfamiliarity with it. This meant overwhelming risk, and with the coordinates of the spirit realm in hand, Lin Yuan did not need to take this kind of risk. Other cultivators, demon practitioners, were desperate to ascend to the spirit realm no matter the cost. That's because they had no other choice. But Lin Yuan was different. He had many options. Even without the coordinates of the spirit realm, Lin Yuan had almost infinite choices. This battlefield will do, Lin Yuan made up his mind. Even with wormhole travel, it would take half a month to get from Chikun Star to battlefield C24763 Sex, so Lin Yuan needed to hurry. Goddess of Wisdom, I want to apply to go to battlefield C24763 Tax 763. Lin Yuan connected with the Goddess of Wisdom and voiced his request. Respected Level 6 Citizen Lin Yuan, with your status, there is no need for you to fight on the alien battlefields. The solemn and cold voice of the Goddess of Wisdom came through, surprisingly beginning to dissuade Lin Yuan. This was much like the Chikun Star Lord, also not recommending Lin Yuan go to the alien battlefields, or, if he must, to send an avatar rather than go in person. Don't worry, I won't be going in person, Lin Yuan explained. Respected Level 6, Citizen Lin Yuan, you may now state your demands. Suddenly, a voice as cold as ice laced with a hint of killing intent rang out. It was entirely different from the solemnity and coldness of the Goddess of Wisdom. It's the Goddess of Freedom. FreeWillOBNs.com. A notion flickered in Lin Yuan's mind. The Cosmic Alliance of Human Civilizations is governed by 3 ultimate AI goddesses. They are the Goddess of Wisdom, the Goddess of Freedom, and the Goddess of Justice. The domains overseen by the 3 goddesses vary. The Goddess of Wisdom is in charge of civil affairs and is the one Lin Yuan interacts with the most, whereas the Goddess of Freedom is responsible for war and conquest. Simply put, the more than 2 million alien battlefields that the Human Civilization Alliance has established are all managed and dispatched by the Goddess of Freedom. As Lin Yuan wanted to go to an alien battlefield, any subsequent matters naturally required connecting with the Goddess of Freedom. Hide my identity, don't follow a team, act alone. With Lin Yuan's status as Peak Master, 13 of the Red Kun lineage, if he were to go to an alien battlefield with this identity, it is likely that what was originally a minor alien battlefield would attract a large number of 7th rank and 8th rank alien strong ones. Unveil more tales at Free Web Novel. As for following a team, the power of an individual evolver is very insignificant on an alien battlefield, and they would need the combined efforts of several evolvers of the same rank to hope to kill alien strong ones and earn merit points. This is why most evolvers on the battlefield choose to form groups into teams, but Lin Yuan did not need to. He had no intention of fighting to the death with the alien strong ones. Respected Level 6 Citizen Lin Yuan, your application has been approved, and the battlefield pass has been updated. The cold and murderous voice of the Goddess of Freedom came through. The Battlefield Pass is an important document that signifies Lin Yuan's identity within the Human Alliance ranks, allowing him entry and exit from the human-controlled territories on the battlefield. Without the Battlefield Pass, on an alien battlefield, you are akin to a person without any status, fair game for both the human race and different species to attack. Everything's almost ready. With a thought from Lin Yuan, a hundreds of meters large spaceship appeared before him. The warship, jet black and streamlined, was imbued with a certain high-tech aura. The expanse of the cosmic frontiers was vast, like traveling from Chikun main star to battlefield C24763 at the speed of light, which would take a very long time. So, normal human evolvers travel on warships for long-distance wormhole shuttle. But wormhole shuttle needs a cooling-off period. Without paying a price, consecutive shuttling is not possible. Whirling, a phantom figure walked out from Lin Yuan's body. When it appeared in the outside world, it quickly condensed into substance. It was Lin Yuan's Taiyang divine spirit. Go. Lin Yuan looked at the Taiyang divine spirit. With a smile at the corners of his mouth, the Taiyang divine spirit entered the spaceship. Suddenly, the spaceship began to activate, heading out beyond Chikun main star. As the most prosperous planet within a star domain, there are countless spaceships and warships coming and going from Chikun main star every day. The spaceship that Lin Yuan was on did not attract much attention. Whoosh! The pitch-black spaceship swiftly entered the star platform of Chikun main star, preparing to leave. I hope the experience on the alien battlefield will help me grasp the space rules. Lin Yuan secretly thought. By sending the Yang spirit to the alien battlefield, Lin Yuan was not only eager to thoroughly understand the 965 kinds of space models, but he also intended to expedite understanding the subsequent 7072 kinds of space models. Why is there extra money in my account? Lin Yuan returned to the Grand Hall, glanced casually at his account balance, and discovered an additional several billion civilization coins. Chapter 29.7, 6 Lucky Break, please subscribe. 2 billions of civilization currency wasn't a small amount, even for 5th rank or 6th rank evolvers. Was it a reward? Lin Yuan checked the source of the civilization currency and found it originated from rewards. The dozen or so videos I uploaded, it was then that Lin Yuan remembered that a few days ago, to make training easier for martial arts evolutionaries and to spread the martial path evolutionary path more quickly and widely, he had specifically recorded some training guidance videos. With that thought, Lin Yuan immediately opened the Yuan account and checked the comments under the videos. Rewebwebweb.com, Lin Yuan raised an eyebrow. There were over 10 billion comments under each video, the majority of which were not from martial path evolutionaries. They're all urging me to update the videos with guidance on the second half of the 3rd rank chapter, the 4th rank chapter, and the 5th rank chapter. Lin Yuan glanced at them and slightly shook his head. Such training guidance videos couldn't be produced whenever one wished. This had nothing to do with Lin Yuan's understanding of the martial path evolutionary path. Even if Lin Yuan understood it deeply, what use would it be if others couldn't understand what he explained? Continue your story on free web novel. Therefore, the recording and production of such videos must use simple language that ordinary evolutionaries could understand. Has the number of first-rank martial arts evolutionaries increased substantially? Lin Yuan glanced at the real-time curve of the number of evolutionaries at each stage of the martial path evolutionary path. He found that since the day he posted the videos, the number of first-rank martial arts evolutionaries had skyrocketed. Moreover, the numbers of second-rank and third-rank martial arts evolutionaries had also experienced a significant increase. Not bad, not bad. Lin Yuan nodded slightly. The surge in the number of martial arts evolutionaries not only meant that Lin Yuan's income would skyrocket, it also increased a certain foundation of Lin Yuan. The latter was even more crucial. At the border of the human civilization territory in the cosmos, the void slightly distorted. A black spaceship appeared. The 86 Tucken wormhole shuttle is complete, soon arriving at C24763 alien battlefield. The voice of the spaceship's AI assistant resounded in Lin Yuan's ears. Are we at the battlefield? Lin Yuan opened his eyes and looked ahead. It had taken 18 days to reach the C24763 alien battlefield since departing from Chikun main star. Is that the alien battlefield? Lin Yuan looked somewhat shocked. He saw a continent floating in the cosmic starry sky in the extreme distance. C24763 alien battlefield, primarily a continent in shape, diameter of 02 light-years, that is, 2 trillion kilometers. Lin Yuan's mind flashed with specific information about C24763 alien battlefield. The cosmos is vast. Planets are just the most common celestial bodies, but beyond planets, the depths of the universe contain many incredible celestial bodies. A continent-shaped celestial body is not uncommon. Many battlefields of different races are located on such massive objects measured in light-years. Where do we enter from? Lin Yuan began to determine the direction. C24763 alien battlefield was immensely vast, and its surface was engulfed in a kind of cosmic energy forming a mist. Usually, evolutionaries entering such a battlefield would randomly pick a direction to go in, and only once inside could they roughly determine their bearings. Let's go. Lin Yuan controlled the spaceship, flying in one direction. On the outskirts of C24763 alien battlefield, several figures stood in a mountain valley. These figures exuded a strange and dark aura, belonging to the Haiyuan clan from the cosmos. The Haiyuan clan, born from the Haiyuan secret realm, cultivated by absorbing the power of the Black Abyss. Compared to regular cosmic energy, the power of the Black Abyss was sinister and peculiar, so when the Haiyuan clan encountered the outside universe, they quickly secured their status. They weren't like other cosmic secret realms discovered, where the clans inside would be captured and relegated to being gardens for the peak clans, a much more miserable fate, of course. The Haiyuan clan's ability to do so, and their timely affiliation with the insect race, offering the clan's most precious treasure, the heart of the Black Abyss, also played a part. With the protection of the insect race, most clans wouldn't dare think about touching the Haiyuan secret realm. This spatial entrance likely comes from the efforts of an 8th-layer strong being, or at least a 7th-rank monarch proficient in the Dao of space. Several figures from the Haiyuan clan, with the foremost figure staring at the slightly distorted spatial barrier in the corner of the valley. The other Haiyuan clan members were also excited. On the alien battlefield, countless strong beings clashed, and occasionally, two strong beings would injure each other so badly neither could retreat to their own camps in time, forcing them to hurriedly hide in some secretive spot to recuperate. But often, they wouldn't recover from their injuries and would instead die from backlash. Of course, before their deaths, these strong beings would have prepared themselves. It wouldn't be easy for outsiders to acquire the treasures they left behind. Just like the current spatial entrance, being able to create a stable space definitely indicated a deep understanding of space rules, and given its longevity without collapsing, at least 965 basic spatial models had been thoroughly understood. This meant the strong being was at least a 7th-rank monarch proficient in the Dao of space, and more likely an 8th-layer strong being. The legacy possibly left by an 8th-layer strong being, thinking about this, the Haiyuan clan members immediately became excited. They were all 6th-rank strong beings, facing what could be the legacy of an 8th-layer strong being. Maintaining their sanity was already quite restrained. It must have been left by some human race evolver. The leading figure of the Haiyuan clan carefully observed for a while, furrowing his brow slightly. If this spatial entrance had been left by an 8th-layer strong being from the Haiyuan clan, they would dare to enter right away. Chapter 29.8, 6th Lucky Break, please subscribe. 3. Because they all belonged to the Black Abyss clan, even if they set up failsafes, these were intended for combating other different species. The inheritance they left behind was naturally meant to fall into the hands of their own kind. Therefore, the few members of the Black Abyss clan only needed to reveal their own Black Abyss aura to smoothly acquire everything. But the human race was in an adversarial relationship with the Black Abyss clan. If they were to enter, they would certainly trigger the various contingencies left behind by the space's opener. A space carved out by a suspected 8th-layer powerhouse with contingencies left behind could retain a certain level of potency even after hundreds of thousands of years. You go in first. The leading member of the Black Abyss clan glanced at the one beside him and spoke indifferently. Captain Wei Qing, I am not the strongest. Entering a space gateway left by such a level might not be a good idea. This member of the Black Abyss clan, named Ron Fen, looked cautiously at Captain Wei Qing and tentatively spoke. Although the inheritance left by a suspected 8th-layer powerhouse greatly tempted him, the prerequisite was to be alive to claim it. The first one to enter would certainly face the greatest risk. Ran Fen, although your strength isn't great, your life-saving techniques are strong. If you go in, according to the rules we agreed upon beforehand, you'll get 30% of all the loots. Another member of the Black Abyss clan spoke up. All right, Captain Wei Qing, you heard that. Ran Fen clenched his teeth. It was mainly that he didn't have much of a choice. If he didn't enter, Captain Wei Qing would still invite him in. A moment later, Captain Wei Qing's brow furrowed. Dead, Captain Wei Qing declared. Not long after Ran Fen entered, the communication with him was completely severed, which meant death. With Ran Fen's survival ability, even 7th-rank powerhouses shouldn't be able to kill him in a short time, right? The rest of the Black Abyss clan powerhouses suddenly felt troubled. This also shows that the space gateway here has even greater value. Captain Wei Qing spoke. They had come across this place by chance. They only discovered the space gateway while planning to rest in this valley. The gateway's aura was concealed. It simply couldn't be detected by perceptual methods. You could only find something amiss by approaching within a certain distance. So for many years, this space gateway remained undiscovered. Battlefield C24763 was too vast, with a diameter of 02 light-years, an unknown multiple of a normal planet's size. You guys? Captain Wei Qing swept a glance at the remaining members of the Black Abyss clan. Captain Wei Qing, even Ran Fen died. Entering would mean certain death for us too. It's not necessary. The several Black Abyss clan powerhouses immediately grew nervous. That is true. Captain Wei Qing thought for a while. He did not really mind the life or death of the other Black Abyss members, but the prerequisite was obtaining the inheritance from inside the space gateway. Would it require reporting back to the clan? Captain Wei Qing felt somewhat unwilling in his heart. With the strength of the Haiyuan clan, if they dispatched a powerhouse, they would definitely be able to extract all the treasures and inheritance from inside the space gateway. But by doing that, Captain Wei Qing could only receive a small share. The lion's share would certainly fall to the clan. Just at that moment, Captain Wei Qing seemed to sense something and looked up in a certain direction. A pitch-black spaceship was flying towards them at this moment. Is it a human race evolver? Captain Wei Qing immediately made a judgment. It couldn't be helped. The Haiyuan clan's technology was lacking, incapable of building ships that could perform wormhole shuttles. Therefore, the Haiyuan clan did not rely on spaceships for travel. The human race? Captain Wei Qing, we can capture this human race and then force him into the space gateway. He is from the human race, and the one who left behind this space gateway is also from the human race. If a human enters, he probably won't encounter the kill switches. When he gets all the inheritance and treasures, we just take them from him. One of the Black Abyss clan powerhouses immediately spoke. Upon hearing this, the rest of the Black Abyss clan powerhouses immediately agreed. That way, they didn't need to venture inside themselves, nor was there any need to report back to the tribe and give away a large share. Captain Wei Qing's eyes lit up. He nodded and said, "Good idea." Then he looked up at the position of the pitch-black spaceship, a smile appearing on his face. Lucky. Chapter 299, 7, The Legacy of the 8th Layer Evolver, subscription requested. The strong members of the Haiyuan clan within the valley were in high spirits. They had originally planned to report this spatial entrance to their clan, since even a small share was much better than nothing. But now, they had unexpectedly discovered a member of the human race actively approaching them. If they could control this human, force him into the spatial entrance, with his identity as part of the same race as the owner of the spatial entrance, they should easily be able to bring out all the treasures. At that time, they could solely enjoy the treasures stored inside this spatial entrance. Don't get too excited too soon. First, determine the strength and number of humans in this spaceship. Captain Wei Qing had not relaxed his vigilance. On the battlefields of different races, any slight oversight could cost them their lives. Compared to the human race and the insect race and other peak clans who could be resurrected, the life of their mighty clans was truly over upon death. The clans would not pay a heavy price to ask the peak clans to resurrect them. Okay, a member of the Haiyuan clan, with skin of a bluish hue, took out a sky-blue gemstone. Immediately, he aimed one side of the gemstone at the swiftly approaching dark, streamlined spaceship. A slight vibration spread outwards. This sky-blue gemstone, bestowed by the insect race, was used to detect the surrounding environment and gauge the levels and numbers of enemy combatants. On the battlefields of different races, it's difficult to kill alien strong ones of the same level, and similarly hard to overpower and kill those weaker than oneself. One reason is the presence of this type of detection gemstone. A 7th rank evolver trying to disguise oneself as 6th rank and then slaughter within the ranks of the weaker different species was practically impossible, because the vast majority of 7th rank evolvers could not escape the detection of this gemstone. Captain, there's only one person in the spaceship, and he has not reached the 7th rank. The blue-skinned member of the Haiyuan clan opened his eyes and spoke. Not having reached the 7th rank is fine. Captain Wei Qing nodded slightly. All of them were at the peak of the 6th rank, with him, Wei Qing, being at the pinnacle of that peak. Together, capturing a human race 6th rank evolver would not be difficult. Lin Yuan piloted the spaceship into the battlefields of different races, being extremely cautious, to the extent that he didn't even use wormhole shuttle. On the battlefields of different races, spatial fluctuations were significant, making precise travel through wormhole shuttle impossible. Moreover, using wormhole shuttle stirred up minor spatial fluctuations, easily drawing the attention of alien strong ones. In the battlefields of different races, if I'm lucky, I might not even encounter any different species. The battlefields of different races were vast, spanning 02 light-years in diameter. A range so immense that even placing hundreds of billions of evolvers inside would be like a drop in the ocean. It's best I don't encounter any different species. I have no interest in them. Lin Yuan thought battling with the different species, even against the weakest among them, still carried the risk of failure. Lin Yuan's primary aim in entering the battlefields of different races was to head toward that eternal spatial rift to comprehend the space rules emanating from it, allowing him to thoroughly understand the remaining fundamental spatial models and step into the 7th stage martial Dao realm. Huh? Lin Yuan's expression suddenly changed. Just a moment ago, he sensed a faint fluctuation sweep across the spaceship. Are there different species? Lin Yuan's expression turned serious. He was just about to slow down the spaceship, but suddenly, a terrifying wave of energy descended. The spaceship Lin Yuan was in exploded instantly. Whoosh! Lin Yuan's figure appeared not far away. At the same time, several members of the Haiyuan clan immediately surrounded him. Not bad, in terms of strength. Haiyuan clan Captain Wei Qing eyed Lin Yuan. The strike just now had pierced through the spaceship, and he had thought that Lin Yuan would at least be injured, but it seemed now that his strength was even beyond their estimates. However, Captain Wei Qing was unfazed. With that probing attack, he had already confirmed that Lin Yuan was not a 7th rank evolver. Since that was the case, then it was simple. Different species? Lin Yuan looked around at the Haiyuan clan's strong ones gathering. They don't want to kill me? Lin Yuan pondered thoughtfully, sensing the strength of these Haiyuan clan members, knowing that if they had been serious, it definitely wouldn't have been as simple as before. Human race. If you want to live, listen to us. A member of the Haiyuan clan spoke up, thinking they had the upper hand at this moment. What must I do to live? Lin Yuan's mind stirred, following the other's words. Normally, on the battlefields of different races, when the human race encountered the Haiyuan clan, there would be no talking, only immediate battle. Human race, killing members of the Haiyuan clan, would earn treasure and merit points rewards. The Haiyuan clan killing members of the human race would likewise earn rewards from their own clan, and possibly even gifts from the insect race. So, unless there were other motives, the two great clans would definitely start fighting upon meeting. It's simple. First, stop resisting. Another member of the Haiyuan clan started to approach. You have to promise you'll let me go, Lin Yuan spoke softly. Of course. A smile surfaced on the face of the approaching Haiyuan clan member. The other Haiyuan clan members' expressions, however, bore a hint of scorn. In this interclan war, to actually believe the promise of a different species was naive. This human race evolver was most likely a novice in war. The next moment, Lin Yuan's figure vanished from the spot. Simultaneously, for miles around, everything was engulfed by Taiyang True Fire, the terrifying heat beginning to burn the air, burning everything. Not good. The expressions of the several Haiyuan clan members turned to alarm. Chapter 307, The Legacy of the 8th Layer Evolver, subscription requested. 2. The Taiyang True Fire that permeated every inch of air was terrifyingly powerful. The Haiyuan clan powerhouse who had just tried to approach Lin Yuan felt as though his flesh and blood were starting to burn. Boom. Just as this Haiyuan clan powerhouse thought about retreating explosively, a right hand formed of Taiyang True Fire pierced through him. The terrifying power of the True Fire exploded, burning the Haiyuan clan powerhouse to nothingness. The Taiyang True Fire converged. It reformed into the figure of Lin Yuan. Quick, leave. This human race evolver must be a top genius of the Human Civilization Alliance, not someone that ordinary 6th rank extremes can compare with. Damn it, with his strength, if he had just revealed a little earlier, we wouldn't have dared to take the initiative. He did it on purpose, deliberately attracting us to surround him. The remaining members of the Haiyuan clan had ugly expressions on their faces as soon as Lin Yuan unleashed the Taiyang True Fire domain and covered tens of thousands of miles. Reevnitvel.com, they realized something was wrong. It wasn't something unusual for a 6th rank evolver to master domain power, but a domain completely filled with Taiyang True Fire exerted an inconceivable suppressive force on them. Rumble. Several Haiyuan clan powerhouses tried to move backward, to break free from the suppression of the Taiyang domain, but it was evidently too late. Lin Yuan's figure disappeared again. He became the omnipresent power of Taiyang. In an instant, he condensed in front of a Haiyuan clan powerhouse. Captain, save me. This Haiyuan clan powerhouse only lasted a moment. Then, he too was burned to nothingness by the Taiyang True Fire. Subsequently, the last Haiyuan clan powerhouse showed an unwilling expression, and immediately his physical soul began to burn. As a being from the cosmic secret realm Black Abyss, he had to endure countless competitions since childhood. Barely making it out of the Black Abyss, he thought he would shine on the battlefields of different races, break through to the 7th rank, and then return to rule a part of the Black Abyss. But now, all was impossible. After effortlessly killing this Haiyuan clan powerhouse, Lin Yuan's gaze turned to the last Haiyuan clan powerhouse. Judging from the expressions of those Haiyuan clan powerhouses just now, this one must be some sort of captain or leader. When Lin Yuan was slaughtering the previous Haiyuan clan powerhouses, this Haiyuan clan powerhouse didn't show any intention of coming to their aid. Instead, he watched coldly as his own clansmen died. Impressive. Captain Wei Qing looked at Lin Yuan. Even though he was in the Taiyang True Fire domain, he showed no fear. The Taiyang True Fire, capable of burning a 6th rank peak powerhouse to nothing, rapidly dissipated when it approached within a few feet of him. He didn't save the other Haiyuan clan powerhouses just now because he wanted his clansmen to test Lin Yuan's strength. Competition within the Haiyuan clan was brutal, especially after they encountered the vast cosmic environment. Every member of the Haiyuan clan had fought their way out from among countless others of their kind. But now, it's time for you to die. The expression on Captain Wei Qing's face revealed his cruelty. The Haiyuan clan had joined the Insect Race Alliance, so as long as one met the conditions, they could directly receive a gift from the insect race. Among these was the killing of top genius evolvers of the Human Civilization Alliance. A top 6th rank evolver from the Human Civilization is even more valuable than an ordinary 7th rank evolver. Condense. Captain Wei Qing believed that he had figured out Lin Yuan. The other party's reliance was on nothing more than the Taiyang True Fire domain and the ability to turn his physical body into Taiyang True Fire. A wave of fluctuations began to spread out from Captain Wei Qing as the center, diffusing in all directions. Wherever the wave passed, the Taiyang True Fire domain began to collapse, and a more potent domain power started to forcefully drive out and suppress the Taiyang True Fire domain. Interesting. Lin Yuan's figure disappeared once again. Useless. My clan's Black Abyss domain can isolate everything. You can't get in. Captain Wei Qing was about to speak. The next moment, traces of spatial fluctuations emerged. Lin Yuan, as if teleporting, appeared directly in front of Captain Wei Qing. What? Captain Wei Qing's eyes widened as the space rules controlled by Lin Yuan and his manipulation of power had completely surpassed the limits of a 6th rank evolver and reached the 7th rank realm. In simple terms, although Lin Yuan was still exercising the power of a 6th rank evolver, his understanding of the essence of power was no different from that of a 7th rank, and a casual strike could crush any 6th rank. Captain Wei Qing's consciousness began to blur, and at this moment a sense of frustration suddenly surged in his heart. As a mighty 7th ranked powerhouse, disguising yourself as a 6th rank, isn't that bullying? Whirring. Captain Wei Qing's physical soul was burned to nothingness, transforming into strands of the purest essential power, which then flowed into Lin Yuan's body. Storage ring. Lin Yuan stretched out his right hand, and Captain Wei Qing's storage ring fell into his palm. When he had killed the other Haiyuan clan powerhouses just now, Lin Yuan had also conveniently collected their storage rings. As for the physical soul, it was all incinerated by the Taiyang True Fire into the purest power and then became nourishment for the Taiyang Divine Spirit. No other members of the Haiyuan clan? Lin Yuan closed his eyes slightly. His perception began to spread and permeate, and only after confirming that there were no other life forms within hundreds of thousands of miles did he let out a slight sigh of relief. Everything was recorded just now, right? Lin Yuan communicated with his intelligent assistant in his mind. Human race evolvers in the battlefields of different races would receive corresponding rewards for killing members of different species. But how to prove that it was you who killed the different species? That would be through the recording software installed by the 3 goddesses. Just record the battle and killing process, and later, when reaching the gathering place for the human race on the battlefield, upload the video to the 3 goddesses. After their review, the number of merit points will be finalized. That's right. Many factors, such as spatial fluctuations, affect the battlefields of different races. There are many places where one cannot connect to the 3 goddesses. Only after leaving the battlefield or being in a gathering place of the human race on the battlefield can one reconnect with the goddesses. It's just that, for what reason did these members of the Haiyuan clan not make a move against me? Lin Yuan landed on the ground, frowning in thought. The Haiyuan clan members hadn't immediately gone for the kill because they wanted Lin Yuan to do something for them. And that something was something the Haiyuan clan could not do. Only Lin Yuan could. A thought flickered in Lin Yuan's mind. He began to search carefully in all directions. Half a day later, Lin Yuan arrived in a valley. Just an entrance to a certain space? Lin Yuan observed carefully. Considering the use of space rules, it should come from an evolver of the human race, so that's how it is. Lin Yuan's expression suddenly became clear. Before heading to the battlefields of different races, Lin Yuan naturally wouldn't go unprepared, with an understanding of the many opportunities on the battlefield. One type of opportunity included treasures left behind by previous experts. In the battlefields of different races, it's impossible to stay connected with the 3 goddesses in real time. Thus, some powerful evolvers, too severely injured to heal, would often leave their treasures somewhere before their death. To ensure that their inheritances would not fall into the hands of different species, they usually left tricks that would only be accessible to the human race, preventing targeting by others. Judging by the spatial fluctuations, this space entrance has existed for at least hundreds of thousands of years. The fact that it has not collapsed over such a long period and the internal space still exists suggests that its owner's realm was probably 8th layer, Lin Yuan speculated. An inheritance left by an 8th rank evolver? Lin Yuan immediately felt anticipation, observing the space entrance. It seemed that the treasures inside were still intact. Otherwise, if the treasures had been taken away, the many arrangements would likely have been cleaned up, and this space entrance probably would have collapsed long ago. Space entrance, Lin Yuan's thoughts churned. The space entrance led to a small space, which was carved out by a certain evolver. Once reaching the 7th rank evolver level, one begins to comprehend the space rules and utilize the power of space, capable of creating a small space. In the Immortal Dao world, the Dao the Immortal sect's heavenly ranked technique Qiangkun in the sleeve is a similar application, but the space created within the sleeve can only be maintained for a short period. For 7th and 8th rank evolvers, the small spaces they create last much longer, and even if the owner dies, they won't collapse immediately. Let's go in and have a look. Lin Yuan pondered for a moment, and since this was just one of his Yang spirits, even if something went wrong, his true self could quickly reform it. It wasn't a risk at all. Besides, since this space entrance was left by a member of the human race, Lin Yuan just needed to reveal his human race identity to face even fewer problems. What is this? Lin Yuan stepped forward, entering the space entrance. Looking ahead, his expression changed slightly. Chapter 301, 8 Great Scholar Tai Yi, which evolution scholar are you exactly? Please subscribe, inside the spatial entrance. There was an open grassland. The breeze blew, causing large grass blades to sway. However, upon closer inspection, one would notice that each blade of grass was composed of extreme spatial force. ReWeebaOval.com. The moment Lin Yuan entered, countless grass blades shook, and a terrifying spatial storm quickly formed. This, Lin Yuan's expression darkened. With such an extreme spatial storm, even a typical 7th rank evolver wouldn't survive. It's one of our own. Lin Yuan quickly released the aura of his battlefield pass. The battlefield pass, crafted by 3 goddesses and unimitable by alien races, was a critical proof that one was from the human race. As the aura of the human race battlefield pass spread, the spatial storm, which had almost formed completely, quickly began to dissipate. The next moment, the scenery around him began to change. Lin Yuan found himself on the peak of a mountain. A cold man with long black hair was standing with his back to Lin Yuan, overlooking the scenery below the mountain. Is he the master of this small space? Lin Yuan cautiously sized up the cold man's back, silently pondering. With Lin Yuan's discernment, he could tell that this cold man was merely a remnant force, and his main body must have long been dead, or else he wouldn't have remained here this whole time. 7th rank? 8th rank evolvers, with their robust life essence, could leave lingering obsessions and power for lengthy years even in death. You must have realized it by now. My main body is long dead. What remains is merely a lingering obsession, the cold man said, still facing away from Lin Yuan. What year of the Starry Sea era is it now? The cold man continued to speak. The Starry Sea era was the standard recording of time for human civilization. Starry Sea era 212,645, Lin Yuan responded immediately. So much time has already passed, the cold man's emotions seemed to fluctuate slightly. My name is Yu Yin. Since you are from the human race, you should have heard of me, the cold man said after a moment of silence. Oh Yin? The 8th rank evolver, Oh Yin? A stir went through Lin Yuan's mind. In the spacefaring era, recording information had become incredibly easy. Unless it was confidential information, most of it could be found on the network. And the 8th rank evolver, Oh Yin, was a lone evolver who was active around 900,000 years ago during the Starry Sea era. What is a lone evolver? Someone who joins no faction, wanders alone, free, and at ease. According to the records of the human civilization in the universe, Oh Yin was last seen in the southeastern region of the human civilization territory. Unexpectedly, he had come to an alien battlefield and perished here. Battlefield C24763, just a small-sized, otherworldly battlefield. Although I, Oh Yin, am not among the topmost 8 players, I'm not weak either. However, I never expected that in this alien battlefield I would encounter Black Abyss King Yu. Oh Yin chuckled softly, his voice tinged with scorn. Black Abyss King Yu? Lin Yuan's expression changed. Those who carry Black Abysses as a surname are generally from absolute nobility within the Hai Yuan clan. And Black Abyss Qing Yu, as far as Lin Yuan knew, was currently one of the top 10 figures in the Hai Yuan clan. That Black Abyss Qing Yu had already stepped into the 8th layer, adept at soul attacks, and just one strike shattered most of my soul. If it weren't for activating a secret technique to save my life, I wouldn't be able to leave behind this small space. Probably couldn't even escape, Oh Yin said. Even if I did escape, I couldn't have lasted too long. I couldn't contact the goddesses on the battlefield, so I could only use the last bit of my strength to create a small space and arrange some measures, Oh Yin spoke calmly. Lin Yuan kept silent. Even among 8th-ranked powerful beings, there were variances, and that Black Abyss Qing Yu was undoubtedly among the strongest of the 8th layer, far surpassing ordinary 8th-ranked beings. The Qikun Star Lord was also almost at the top level among the 8th layer. His main body, the Starry Sky Wanderer Kun, belonged to the peak cosmic lineage, and as an 8th layer, he should not be much weaker than that Black Abyss King Yu. Alright, let's leave these unnecessary topics. Your journey starts at Free Web Novel. Oh Yin chuckled lightly. So many years have passed, and you are the first human to enter this small space, so naturally, all the treasures I left behind belong to you. In my life, I preferred enjoyment, not many treasures are left. Currently, there is one 8th layer defensive armor, one 8th layer soul defense weapon, several weapons of the 7th and 6th layers, 1,000 cubic universe crystals, a special life triple ice wolf bloodline essence potion, and the remaining treasures are of much lower value. You can take a look at them later. Of course, that 8th layer soul defense weapon, severely shattered by a strike from Black Abyss King Yu, is priceless even in its severely damaged state and can easily be traded for several 8th layer weapons of the same level. Lin Yuan held his breath. The treasures mentioned by Oh Yin, even for 8th-ranked powerhouses, were of extreme value, especially that 8th layer soul defense weapon, which was truly priceless. As for the cosmic crystal stones, they were the raw materials used to manufacture cosmic coins which could directly be used as currencies to trade with other powerhouses. 1,000 cubic universe crystals were roughly equivalent to 100 billion cosmic coins. The exchange rate between the cosmic coin and the currency of the Human Civilization Alliance was 1 to 10,000. And the three-headed ice wolf blood essence potion. The three-headed ice wolf, a unique life form from the depths of the universe, reached the 4th rank when mature. Its blood essence could easily be integrated into offspring, readily creating a lineage of evolvers with robust bloodlines. Chapter 302, 8 Great Scholar Tai E. Which evolution scholar are you? Subscription request. 2. This type of special life's blood essence potion was highly sought after within the human civilization, and once available, it was quickly sold out. One could hardly imagine how many three-headed ice wolves would have to be drained to create such a blood essence potion. These are all yours now. The indifferent man still had his back to Lin Yuan. Thank you, senior. Stay informed at Free Web Novel. Lin Yuan's expression was solemn as he spoke earnestly. Although it was true that any member of the human race who found this spatial entrance and entered would receive a gift from the indifferent man, Lin Yuan had indeed received a great benefit. I wonder if there's anything you'd like me to do, senior? Lin Yuan attempted cautiously. Anything? The indifferent man was slightly startled. Then he smiled and said, I have been dead for so long, I no longer have old friends, so there's nothing much I need. Boom. At that moment, the small space where Lin Yuan was began to shake. You better leave quickly. This small space is about to collapse. The indifferent man raised his right hand. A streak of flowing light shot out and landed in Lin Yuan's hand. It was a storage bracelet. Inside were many treasures belonging to the indifferent man, Oh Yin. Yes. Lin Yuan took the storage bracelet and immediately flew toward the entrance. The indifferent man, Oh Yin, watched Lin Yuan's departing figure as his body began to crumble quickly. Wang Yu Starfield, Tianxin Star, the indifferent man, Oh Yin, murmured softly. Then in the next moment he completely disintegrated. Chikun Main Star, 13 Peaks Great Hall. Lin Yuan sat cross-legged. About everything that the radiant Yang spirit had experienced, Lin Yuan naturally synchronized his knowledge, sharing one consciousness, and could switch perspectives at any time. The battlefields of different races are fraught with danger. Aside from supreme beings, no one can ensure their survival, Lin Yuan thought to himself. The experiences of the 8th-layer evolutionist Oh Yin made him cautious. Even a small-sized otherworldly battlefield like Battlefield C24763 could cause an 8th-layer evolutionist to stumble. But today's human civilization is much better than before. Lin Yuan's expression became slightly emotional. In the era of Wu Yin, the Human Civilization Alliance had difficulties in wars against many different races around them, and in many aspects like foundation and support, they seemed somewhat lacking. The most obvious example was that the doppelganger skill was exceedingly rare during that time. Even 8th-layer evolutionist Oh Yin had not cultivated a doppelganger, unlike now, where just the doppelganger skills listed under the Red Coon lineage number over 10. Although cultivating a doppelganger skill requires sacrificing a small portion of the soul and not every evolver is suitable for cultivating one, freewaynovel.cm, it is much stronger than tens of thousands of years ago. Never mind, let's continue cultivating. After a moment of reflection, Lin Yuan immersed himself once again in contemplating the spatial model. Aside from cultivating, Lin Yuan occasionally connected to the virtual world to interact with other evolvers. The clash of different perspectives and the combination of their against heaven's understanding often unexpectedly helped Lin Yuan. This person's insights might not be inferior to my teacher's. Lin Yuan entered the founder's circle of the virtual world and chatted briefly with a founder named Taiye, thinking to himself. Lin Yuan and this Taiye met through a post titled, Is it better to understand one rule deeply or many rules more superficially? This post, from 23,000 years ago, was left on the founder's forum by the founder Taiye. Lin Yuan often communicated with him, faintly feeling that Taiye had broad vision. However, Lin Yuan tried searching the virtual world network but couldn't find any information related to Taiye. While Lin Yuan was pondering, the founder named Taiye sent another message. Many evolutionary paths of human civilization, which stage do you think is the most important? After reading this message, Lin Yuan pondered. From the 1st to 6th ranks of the martial Tao evolution path and even up to the 7th rank, Lin Yuan was currently deciphering. Plenty of information flashed through his mind. The 7th rank. After thinking it over, Lin Yuan responded. With deeper understanding of more and more basic spatial models, Lin Yuan was gradually perceiving the specific direction of the 7th stage martial Tao chapter. Once Lin Yuan truly opened the 7th rank chapter, his transformation would far surpass the previous 6 ranks. He should be back soon, right? After replying to Taiye, Lin Yuan glanced in the direction of the alien battlefield. According to Lin Yuan's plan, he had sent his radiant Yang spirit to the battlefield of the different races to perceive the rules of spatial fluctuations. However, plans always fall behind changes. Lin Yuan intended to stay out of worldly affairs and avoid contact with other species, but instead, he gained the inheritance of an 8th-layer evolutionist. Even on a medium-sized otherworldly battlefield, obtaining the inheritance of a treasure belonging to an 8th-layer powerhouse was an extremely rare opportunity. Lin Yuan had never considered this possibility because the chances were simply too low. But since it happened, Lin Yuan could only reluctantly accept it. In this situation, leaving that inheritance from the 8th-layer evolutionist Oh Yin in the possession of the radiant Yang spirit and then letting the radiant yang spirit stay in the perilous battlefield of different races, Lin Yuan found himself unable to sleep. He would not mind if the radiant yang spirit perished, as it could be reformed in some time. But the loss of the 8th layer evolutionist treasure, the 8th layer armor, and the soul defense weapon, and 1,000 cubic universe crystals, if these were to be lost along with the fall of the radiant yang spirit, Lin Yuan reckoned it would distress him for a long time. So right after the radiant yang spirit left that small space, Lin Yuan instructed him to hurry back, deposit the many treasures with him, and then continue to the alien battlefield. Chapter 303, 8 Great Scholar Tai E, Which Evolution Scholar Are You? Subscribe please. 3. After all, it's just a matter of over a month's time. Lin Yuan could afford the delay. At a far and remote location, there stood a huge research planet. Great Scholar Tai E watched the complicated characters flashing quickly on the screen in front of him. A moment later, a trace of fatigue appeared on the face of Great Scholar Tai E. Let's see if that question has been answered. Deciding to take a break, Great Scholar Tai E entered the Founder's Circle of the virtual world and opened his chat list with Lin Yuan. 7th rank? Seeing Lin Yuan's reply brought a smile to the face of Great Scholar Tai E. Ha ha ha, this time you must be mistaken. Among the multiple evolutionary paths of human civilization, the most crucial stage is undoubtedly the 8th layer. To step into the 8th layer, one must master the technique of world opening. Create a world within oneself. With a world as the foundation, one can continue to ascend, otherwise it is very difficult to take even one step further with the flesh alone. Great Scholar Tai E wore a proud but somewhat puzzled expression. He remembered that Lin Yuan should have mastered the rudimentary form of the world opening technique. That perspective of governing myriad paths with a single path, its core was the world opening technique. If so, even if unaware of the world opening technique, one should understand the vast difference between the 8th and 7th rank. How could he still think the 7th rank is the most important? It shouldn't be, should it? How could such a mistake be made? Great Scholar Tai E stroked his chin. Why the 7th rank? After some thought, Great Scholar Tai E didn't immediately mock Lin Yuan. Instead, he sent a message asking for clarification on Chikun Main Star. Just as Lin Yuan was preparing to continue his cultivation, he received another question from the Tai E founder. Why the 7th rank? Lin Yuan blinked. He believed the 7th rank to be the most important based entirely on the martial Tao evolution path. Because in Lin Yuan's concept, with Tai Yin, Tai Yang, Tai Yang, and the space rules, the 7th rank chapter he would create was expected to undergo the greatest transformation. With the enhancement of the space rules, the Tai Ji domain would evolve into the Taiji minor world, stay immersed with free web novel. That was why Lin Yuan thought the 7th rank as the most important. To contain myriad paths within a certain path, command myriad paths, integrating with the space rules. Lin Yuan shared some of the theories of the martial Tao evolution path 7th rank chapter quite casually. These theories, which Lin Yuan had realized these past days, were meaningless to others, even if revealed. Without Lin Yuan's foundational research, it would be difficult for outsiders to delve into these theories. At a far and remote location, there stood a huge research planet. Great Scholar Tai E patiently waited, staring at the conversation. He decided that no matter what answer Lin Yuan provided later, he would counter with the technique of world opening to demonstrate the unquestionable importance of the 8th layer. Ding, the message arrived. Great Scholar Tai E looked at it immediately. Great Scholar Tai E was somewhat stunned. All the arguments he had prepared to respond with were suddenly withheld. Because the message Lin Yuan sent him was a kind of the world opening technique. However, how could one use the world opening technique at the 7th rank? Great Scholar Tai E couldn't believe it. Almost in an instant, Great Scholar Tai E began to calculate. Countless characters flickered before his eyes, attempting to prove the possibility of success based on the theories sent by Lin Yuan. More than an hour later, Great Scholar Tai E closed his eyes. A long time afterward, Great Scholar Tai E finally opened his eyes. It does indeed seem likely to succeed, his thoughts collected and his expression solemn. Great Scholar Tai E replied in the chat box with Lin Yuan. Who exactly are you? Which evolutionary scholar? Chapter 304, 9, Net Worth Skyrockets. Please subscribe. 7th rank evolvers who wish to ascend to 8th rank evolvers find that the method of opening the world is crucial. It refers to creating an inner world within oneself, which is one of the prerequisites for a breakthrough to the 8th layer. Here, the inner world is not some minor space, but a real world in which life can flourish and pass down its heritage. Consider this. The physical bodies of human evolvers, when compared with those special life forms lurking deep within the cosmic starry skies that rival planets in size, are indeed too weak. For example, a starry sky wanderer coon, which can reach 6th rank at adulthood and devours planets as its food, a 6th rank human evolver is just as tasty a morsel in front of an adult starry sky wanderer coon. To not flee is to die. This is the great disparity brought by factors like physical capability, bloodline, species, and others. Under similar rank conditions, these special life forms are almost invincible. However, by the 8th layer, the gap between human evolvers and those special beings rapidly narrows and might even turn into an advantage for humans. The fundamental reason lies in the inner world opened up by the method of opening the world. With a world to support them, even if this world is not large, the full power of a complete world still lets the human evolvers attain an astonishing level of depth. To open the world and create an inner world, one must at least be at the 7th rank peak to hope to attempt it. It can only fully take shape at the 8th layer. However, from the information sent by Lin Yuan, great scholar Taiye saw the possibility of a 7th rank evolver opening the world. This is truly, from the perspective of great scholar Taiye, it was clear that Lin Yuan's theory came with many limitations and conditions. For instance, it required understanding all the space-based models at the 6th rank, and the Dao one controlled had to be perfect, and so on. Such a method was destined to be exclusive. Most ordinary evolvers simply didn't possess the insight. Only the true peak geniuses of humanity could hope to attempt this direction. Nonetheless, the theories proposed by Lin Yuan, compared with those conceived by human evolutionary scholars of the past about creating an inner world before the 8th layer, had a possible chance of realization. The evolutionary scholars of the past did indeed research methods to create an inner world before an 8th layer breakthrough, but there were many more conditions, often requiring the assistance of rare cosmic treasures. For example, one method involved consuming a world fruit at the 7th rank and then refining it with special techniques. But world fruits, how precious are they? To use them to open an inner world for a 7th rank evolver? Such a waste. Which evolutionary scholar? On Shikun main star, Lin Yuan sat cross-legged, staring at the message replied by Taiye the founder, momentarily lost in thought. Evolutionary scholar Lin Yuan did know that this was a treasure of human civilization. But to become an evolutionary scholar, strength was secondary. The key was to create a stable, complete, novel 8th layer evolutionary system. Over millions of years in the Chikun star domain, only 3 evolutionary scholars were born, and these scholars had long since headed to the central star domain of human civilization. Is it because of those concepts I spoke of? Lin Yuan thought to himself, recalling the 7th stage martial Dao chapter concepts he shared with Taiye, the founder, which involved using Taiji and spatial rules to open a small world. However, this idea was only suitable for Lin Yuan. So far, only Lin Yuan managed to achieve it. Not to say anything about others, just fully understanding the basic spatial model at the 6th rank would be enough to block almost all evolvers. Of course, in Lin Yuan's vision, the 7th stage martial Tao contains many cultivation directions. Find your next adventure on MVL2A novel Fire. To comprehend the space rules was just one of them. Other martial arts evolvers, upon reaching the peak of 6th rank, if they cannot comprehend the space rules, may focus on the rules they excel at. But without the space rules, they cannot create an inner world at the 7th rank. This was, after all, a trade-off, and Lin Yuan had no intention of noting in the 7th rank chapter that understanding the fundamental space model could lead to an early opening the world. It would cause other martial Dao evolvers to forcibly try to comprehend space rules at 6th rank in pursuit of opening the world. I am not an evolutionary scholar, Lin Yuan replied. The martial path evolutionary path hasn't even begun to open a 7th rank chapter to this day, let alone commence an 8th layer part. Not an evolutionary scholar? Great scholar, Taiye frowned. He also felt that Lin Yuan wasn't an evolutionary scholar and had sensed it during their previous conversation. But if you're not an evolutionary scholar, how could you develop a direction and concept for 7th rankers to open an inner world? It wasn't that the great scholar Taiye looked down on evolvers below the evolutionary scholars, but without reaching that level, how could one have the soul power and computational ability to deduce such concepts? Could it be that such a genius truly exists in this world? For a moment, great scholar Taiye felt somewhat disinterested. Since he entered the evolutionary path, he was considered a genius among countless evolvers. The favoritism from the upper echelons of human civilization, the affections of the 3 goddesses, and more made great scholar Taiye very confident. But seeing Lin Yuan, great scholar Taiye suddenly thought that he might be getting old. Chikun main star. Lin Yuan's expression turned reflective. Could it be that this founder Taiye is an evolutionary scholar? Lin Yuan pondered in his heart. The number of evolutionary scholars is extremely scant, far fewer than 8th rank evolvers. Within the circle of virtual world founders, they were all certainly founders of an evolutionary path, but how many of them could actually develop a complete 8th rank evolutionary path? Chapter 305, 9, Net Worth Skyrockets, please subscribe. 2. This would be hundreds to thousands of times more difficult than cultivating to the 8th layer. Space rules. Lin Yuan continued to comprehend the space rules. It must be said that the spatial fluctuations on the battlefields of different races. Your next read is at MVLLE. Novel Fire greatly reduced the difficulty for Lin Yuan to comprehend the space rules. Simply put, if it were on Chikun main star, Lin Yuan's comprehension of space rules would be like someone with 800-degree nearsightedness trying to view the scenery. Then, on the battlefields of different races, Lin Yuan's vision in degrees would drop to 700, 600, it would visibly become clearer. Has the young spirit already entered the Chikun star domain? Lin Yuan's expression slightly changed as he looked in a certain direction. Whether it was the yin spirit or yang spirit, both were parts of Lin Yuan's soul. Even if separated by vast distances, he could still sense their locations. The yin spirit has also entered the battlefields of different races. Lin Yuan nodded slightly. To avoid wasting time comprehending the space rules, Lin Yuan had the yin spirit go to the battlefields of different races before the yang spirit brought back the legacy of the 8th-layer evolutionist Yin. Thus, although still wasting some time, it was much better than having the yang spirit travel back and forth. After all, since the original yin spirit and yang spirit share the same consciousness, no matter who was on the battlefields of different races, Lin Yuan could synchronize perspectives, making no difference. After finishing his cultivation, Lin Yuan connected to the virtual world and arrived at the Kanglin Star virtual world. Xiao Yuan, his mother, Lu Qing, saw Lin Yuan and immediately smiled in greeting. Lin Yuan nodded. His father Lin Shoucheng was also nearby, chiming in with a few words from time to time. You really don't plan to come to the main star? Lin Yuan asked again for confirmation. Since Lin Yuan had revealed his identity and was infused into the 13 peaks of the Chikun main star, he had asked his parents if they would like to move to Chikun main star. After all, from any perspective, Chikun main star absolutely surpassed Kanglin star. One was an ordinary middle-grade life planet, while the other was the most prosperous and thriving main star of a star domain. There was no comparison at all. And for his parents moving to the Chikun main star, there was no scenario of starting from scratch, where they had high status on Kanglin star but fell greatly upon moving to the main star. Merely with the identities of parents of the 13 Peaks Master, Lin Shoucheng and Lu Qiang, even on Chikun main star, would be highly respected, even by the 6th-rank fallen star warriors. Xiao Yuan, let it be. We've been on Kanglin star since we were young, and we're used to it, Lin Shoucheng said with a smile. Although Kanglin star is backward, it's our home planet. Now being able to live in the most upscale manner in the central mainland, your mother and I are very satisfied. Yes, Xiao Yuan, go about your own affairs, don't let us hold you back. Lu Qiang added from the side. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan fell silent for a moment and did not press further. His parents were the type of people who preferred to live in peace in a corner. Kanglin star had everything they were familiar with, a sun, 12 planets, and so on, to which they were already accustomed. That's fine. If you have any issues, just speak to Ho Ming, Lin Yuan said after a thought. Ho Ming was indeed Lin Yuan's captain of the guard troops, a 6th-rank fallen star warrior. When Lin Yuan went to Chikun main star, he specifically left Ho Ming behind. In addition, the guard troops of the Dawn Association's president were also protecting his parents. It could be said that the current security forces for his parents were very sufficient, even surpassing that of the Kanglin Star governor. Xiao Yuan, don't worry too much, we have the virtual world. If we want to see you, we can at any time, Lu Qiang continued. Right. Lin Shoucheng nodded. With the virtual world, many things became simple. Even if separated by dozens of star domains, meeting wasn't difficult. After chatting with his parents for a while, Lin Yuan exited the virtual world. I'm back. Lin Yuan stepped out of the Great Hall. At this moment, a pitch-black spacecraft was slowly descending. Whoosh! Streams of the power of Taiyang silently appeared and finally merged into Lin Yuan's body. It was Lin Yuan's Taiyang divine spirit. This time, sending the Taiyang divine spirit to the battlefields of different races, the greatest gain was not the enhanced perception of the spatial model, but acquiring the entire legacy of an 8th-layer evolutionist. Returning to the Great Hall, Lin Yuan's mind stirred slightly. A silver-white bracelet appeared. This silver-white bracelet, primitive in design, differed in aesthetic from the current human civilization's space equipment. It was indeed the storage bracelet of the 8th-layer evolutionist Yin. Although I am one of the 13 Peaks Masters of the Red Kun lineage, exalted in status, I didn't possess much wealth. Now, that has been rectified. Lin Yuan's spirit was pleased. Even as a disciple of the Chikun Star Lord, he could not just magically receive an abundance of treasures and riches, at most some life-saving items. Previously, Haiyu Mo was planning to lure Lin Yuan out with a precious treasure, confident that this Peak Master must be lacking in valuable resources. This was very normal. For most evolvers to acquire a vast wealth, it's usually through years of accumulation. As for the revenue division from the martial path evolutionary path that Lin Yuan established, not much time had passed. This kind of income was more steady rather than a sudden windfall. This space bracelet is indeed a rare treasure. Lin Yuan closely examined the silver-white bracelet, his expression one of admiration. Even among spatial storage treasures there are varying levels, some with minimal internal space, incapable of holding life. While some spatial storage treasures boast vast and extremely stable spaces, not prone to fluctuations. This silver-white bracelet was clearly among the latter. 8th-rank armor. Lin Yuan quickly refined the silver-white bracelet and pulled out a cyan-colored armor. This armor, nearly 1 meter in size, was engraved with mysterious patterns. As soon as Lin Yuan took it out, it floated in the air, faintly emitting a certain profound aura. 8th-rank defensive weapons. Oh, this is surely a life-saving item. A smile appeared on Lin Yuan's face. Wearing this 8th rank armor, he could withstand all physical attacks below the 8th layer. As for attacks at the 8th layer level, it could weaken most of them. From this, it can be seen that what 8th layer evolutionist Yin valued the most was defense, preserving life. After all, from the legacy he left behind, no 8th rank offensive treasures were found. They might have been lost. This armor could be kept for personal use or sold. 8th rank armor is not limited to being worn only by 8th rank evolvers, gumanovel.com. 7th rank, 6th rank could wear it too, but only 8th rank evolvers could fully unlock the defensive capabilities of the 8th rank armor. Some 7th rank, 6th rank weapons. Lin Yuan once again took out 7 or 8 weapons from the silver-white bracelet. These weapons must have been occasionally obtained by 8th layer evolutionist Yin. And 1,000 cubic universe crystals. Lin Yuan flipped his hand and took out a cubic universe crystal, a fist-sized crystal jade with incredibly pure cosmic energy flowing inside. A cubic universe crystal is equivalent to 100 million universe coins, equivalent to 1 trillion human civilization coins. Lin Yuan was astounded. Civilization coins are just the internal trading currency of human civilization. 7th and 8th layer evolvers mostly use universe coins for transactions and not limited to within the human race. Therefore, universe coins are the hard currency accepted for transactions by the 10,000 universe races. The reason being that universe coins contain extremely high-grade cosmic energy. This quality of cosmic energy can meet the consumptive needs of the 7th rank, 8th rank, or even stronger beings in combat, relying on slowly absorbing cosmic energy to recover. Too slow, the enemy will not foolishly wait for your recovery. Extracting the energy inside a universe coin is much more convenient. Precisely because universe coins have an irreplaceable role for higher rank strong ones, they became a universally accepted trading currency among many races, because the universe coins themselves possess extremely high value. Much purer than the energy in red spirit fluid, Lin Yuan compared inwardly, then focused his attention on the last treasure within the silver-white bracelet. This treasure was the most valuable of all the treasures. Even if the 8th rank armor, 7th rank and 6th rank weapons, 1,000 cubic universe crystals were combined, they still couldn't match up to this treasure. Chapter 306, 10, Space Rift. In the main world, the door to the Myriad Realms trembles. Please subscribe. 8th layer soul defense treasure. Lin Yuan's eyes were slightly fervent. Among all treasures, soul defense treasures were definitely the most precious kind. The soul carries the life's consciousness and true spirit. For a high-rank evolver, the destruction of the physical body doesn't equate to death. But if the soul has issues, it directly affects the consciousness and true spirit. Among the many treasures left by Yin, the most precious was undoubtedly this one. In fact, Lin Yuan had come across a soul defense treasure before, one of the prizes for the champion of the Kanglin Star tournament. However, that soul defense treasure was only 3rd or 4th rank, not on the same level as the 8th layer soul defense treasure left by Yin. Is it shaped like a water droplet? Lin Yuan took out that soul defense treasure. It was a sky blue droplet the size of a thumb, and upon closer inspection, one could see faint cracks on the surface of the droplet. 8th layer evolutionist Yin had armor to defend his physical body and this 8th layer droplet to guard his soul, but he still died under a soul attack from the Black Abyss King Yu. Even this soul droplet was nearly penetrated, Lin Yuan thought to himself. While soul defense treasures can protect the soul, it doesn't mean they are infallible. Even an 8th layer soul defense treasure has its protective limits. If an attack surpasses this limit, the soul will be pierced through the treasure, attacking the soul directly. The Black Abyss Queen Yu had the power to break through the protection of an 8th layer soul defense treasure at the 8th layer, Lin Yuan pondered. An 8th layer soul defense treasure is given this prefix because it can resist the majority of soul attacks at the 8th layer level. Those from different species, Lin Yuan shook his head slightly. In the wars between the Human Civilization Alliance and different species, humans have the upper hand, but this advantage is just that, merely an advantage. There are still many strong humans who die. Black Abyss King Yu was just one member of the formidable Haiyuan clan. If it were on the battlefields where humans are fighting against the insect race and other peak clans, the casualties on the human side would only be greater. This droplet is damaged. Lin Yuan touched the sky blue droplet. Experience new tales on MVWE Novel Fire. Despite the damage, it was still an 8th layer soul defense treasure. If Lin Yuan wished, he could easily trade it for 4 or 5 pieces of 8th layer armor or similar weapons. Most of Yu Yin's wealth must have been spent on this defensive droplet. Find time to ask my mentor to see if it can be repaired. Lin Yuan thought to himself, since it was broken, naturally it could be repaired, but fixing an 8th layer soul defense treasure could only be possible if the Chikun Star Lord had a way. As for the risk of exposing that he had obtained Oyin's legacy, what if it was exposed? Yin had been dead for over 1 million years and was a lone evolver. As a peak master of the Red Kun lineage who would dare to object? Chikun Starlord, his mentor, was a strong figure from 1 million years ago, on par with Black Abyss Queen Yu. He probably wouldn't be interested in a broken soul droplet. Special life bloodline essence potion, Lin Yuan took out a transparent test tube with a viscous purple liquid inside. This kind of special life bloodline elixir didn't serve much purpose to individual evolvers. Its greatest effect was to implant the essence into the lineage of offspring. This would then form a strong evolver family. Such a family would be much more powerful than the legacies left by 6th rank Fallen Star warriors. This special life bloodline essence was purer, increasing both the probability and potential upper limits of awakening bloodlines in progeny. In the future, I could also use this bloodline evolution elixir to create a powerful evolver family as a force to cultivate. Lin Yuan had a plan. Whether or not he decided to create his own evolver family, if Lin Yuan wished to sell it, he could do so at any time. After all, special lives are rare, and this bloodline essence potion, formed from countless special lives, will only become scarcer over time. In addition to the wealth and treasures inherited from 8th layer evolutionist Yin, Lin Yuan had also gathered quite a bit from killing those Haiyuan clan powerhouses. But compared to Yin, they were naturally far inferior. Those Haiyuan clan members who dared to join the battlefield most likely left their main wealth and treasures at home. The treasures they carried with them were not much, mostly just the weapons and equipment needed for battle. Upload the battle kill video. Lin Yuan directly uploaded the video of him killing those 5 Haiyuan clan powerhouses to the Goddess of Freedom. This was an important piece of evidence for the Goddess of Freedom to decide whether to grant merit points. The video recording function is unique to the 3 goddesses. Outsiders cannot fake it or alter it, and because the perspective of the video includes oneself, the possibility of killing fellow evolvers from the same species, seizing their video, and pretending it shows one's own kill is eliminated. Drip, video authenticity confirmed, facts confirmed. Upon evaluation, valued at 5,000 merit points, the voice of the Goddess of Freedom, imbued with cold, murderous intent, resounded. 5,000 merit points. Lin Yuan shook his head slightly. 5,000 merit points may seem like a lot, but it's not even enough to upgrade from a level 1 citizen to a level 3 citizen. It takes 1,000 merit points to go from level 1 to level 2, and 5,000 merit points from level 2 to level 3. But these 5,000 merit points require the killing of 5 6th-layer different species members. What concept is a 6th-layer different species member? They are Fallen Star warriors, and this time it was 6 at once. It's still more worthwhile to focus on researching the evolution path. Lin Yuan thought to himself that while killing these 5 members of the Haiyuan clan went smoothly, doing it too frequently would cause problems. Chapter 307-10 The Rift in the Main World Space. The door to the Myriad Realms trembles. Subscription request. 2. He who often walks by the river may eventually get his shoes wet. If Lin Yuan were greedy for this way of earning merit points, sooner or later he'd run into big trouble. Battlefield C24763. Lin Yuan's yin god rode on a spaceship, swiftly advancing in a certain direction. Wonderful fluctuations of space. Lin Yuan took a deep breath, reveling in the continuously fluctuating spatial forces around him, his mind exceptionally pleased. Your Against Heaven's understanding allows you to sense the spatial fluctuations, deepening your comprehension of the space rules. Your Against Heaven's understanding allows you to sense the spatial fluctuations, deepening your comprehension of the space rules. Your Against Heaven's understanding allows you to sense the spatial fluctuations, deepening your comprehension of the space. Rules. The Taiyan primordial spirit shared consciousness with Lin Yuan and naturally possessed Against Heaven's understanding. At this moment, entering the battlefield of different races, it was deepening its understanding and feeling of the space rules almost every moment. So far, I haven't encountered any different species. Lin Yuan glanced around and shook his head slightly. This was the norm for the alien battlefield, except during certain special periods. Most of the time, you wouldn't encounter any different species. If one wanted to find different species, they should head to the center of the battlefield, where armies of strong individuals from both the human race and the Haiyuan clan were gathered, and wars could break out at any moment. Like Lin Yuan, who, not long after entering the battlefield, had encountered several strong members of the Haiyuan clan, and had also obtained the inheritance of a human race 8th rank evolver that was not normal, it could already be considered a huge stroke of luck. That should be the location of the permanent spatial rift in this battlefield. Lin Yuan's gaze shifted, looking in a certain direction. He faintly sensed that there were extremely violent spatial forces surging over there. The main world is almost perfect. Its space is solid, nearly indestructible. Even if I forcibly tear open the space using my comprehension of spatial laws, the rift would heal very quickly. As for the formation of a permanent spatial rift, Lin Yuan was somewhat unable to understand the reasons behind the formation of the eternal spatial rift, attributing it to the might of supreme beings being too powerful. According to the information, next to that permanent spatial rift, there are strong members of both the human race and the Haiyuan clan guarding it, and one must have the approval of either the human race or the Haiyuan clan to approach and comprehend it. This wasn't a problem for Lin Yuan. When the time came, he only needed to reveal his human race identity to get through. In fact, many evolvers entering the battlefield of different races did so with the goal of comprehending the space rules, and the same was true for the Haiyuan clan. Most strong individuals did not have the terrifying comprehension abilities like Lin Yuan, and they couldn't break through just by closing up in meditation. They could only rely on entering such dangerous places to try to advance further. Chikun main star. Lin Yuan was sitting cross-legged. In front of him, wisps of spatial power emerged, constantly converging and intertwining, forming a mysterious spatial model. Time passed unknowably. A tower-shaped spatial model was completed, and in an instant, with the tower as the center, the space all around suddenly became stable. The 938th type of spatial model, Lin Yuan opened his eyes, a smile on his face. Among the 965 basic spatial models, each type of spatial model has its special use. For example, the tower-shaped spatial model that Lin Yuan had just condensed is capable of suppressing space. If this spatial model is applied and comprehended to the extreme, one could solidify the space within 1 billion miles with a wave of the hand, prohibiting the use of many spatial powers such as instant movement. There are still 27 basic spatial models left. Lin Yuan's thoughts stirred, and the tower-shaped spatial model in front of him dispersed, and the space around him immediately returned to normal. In, at most, a month, I will be able to completely comprehend the basic spatial models. By then, nothing will hinder the opening of the 7th stage Martial Tao chapter, and I can fully step into the 7th rank. Lin Yuan was quite satisfied. The reason he could comprehend at such a rapid speed was mainly because of the Taiyan primordial spirit being in the alien battlefield, granting him an equivalent comprehension of space. This allowed Lin Yuan to significantly advance the pace at which he comprehended the 965 types of basic spatial models. 7th stage Martial Tao, Lin Yuan looked forward to it greatly, imagining the importance of this phase. Creating his own inner world was the foundation, and according to Lin Yuan's comprehension of other evolution paths, to open an inner world, one needs at least to be in the period of breaking through from the 7th rank to the 8th layer. As for opening an inner world between the 6th rank and 7th rank, throughout the 2+ million years of the Starry Sea era, there have been very few specific cases, each one an unreplicable stroke of great fortune. Battlefield C24763, we've arrived. Lin Yuan stopped the spaceship. To not far off, there was a mountain range floating in the air, snaking tens of thousands of miles, emitting terrifying waves of energy. As Lin Yuan approached, he actively released the aura of his battlefield pass. It wasn't long before. A tall man clad in black armor flew down. "Brother, what brings you to this battlefield?" he asked warmly. The armored man approached, seeming quite friendly. Since Lin Yuan could release the aura of the battlefield pass, it proved that he belonged to the human race. Different species had no means to imitate the aura of the battlefield pass. Not even those peak clans could do it. "Are you planning to head to the center of the battlefield to have a good fight with those despicable members of the Haiyuan clan?" The armored man looked at Lin Yuan excitedly. "Don't worry, follow behind me when the great battle erupts. You definitely won't encounter any problems." Most of the human evolvers who come to the battlefields of different races aim to fight against different species on the battlefield. The benefits are too many: killing a member of a different species, gaining the treasures on their person, as well as merit points determined by the goddess of freedom. As for comprehending space rules, that's mostly just incidental. No, I'm preparing to head to that permanent spatial rift to comprehend the space rules. Lin Yuan immediately shared his objective. Clearly, the armored man was keen on slaying different species and was now thinking of roping Lin Yuan into his group. "I see." An obvious look of disappointment crossed the man's face. ShriEbnivel.com, "Then come with me." The armored man turned and flew towards the floating mountain range behind him. Lin Yuan immediately followed. Soon, the two entered the hovering mountain range. Next to the permanent spatial rift, half of it is occupied by the Haiyuan clan. "You need to be cautious when you comprehend there. Don't get too engrossed," the armored man cautioned. On the alien battlefield, the encounters between the human race and the Haiyuan clans still retained sanity. There were some areas by default where fighting was not allowed. One of these areas was around that permanent spatial rift. Both human race evolvers and Haiyuan clan powerhouses who went there did so to comprehend space rules. Therefore, for tens of thousands of years, both sides by default forbid initiating conflict in that area. Those wishing to engage in battle should go to the central battlefield, where a large number of powerhouses from both clans congregate. You can fight to your heart's content there. But this was only an unwritten rule. It wasn't unbreakable. If you truly regarded that area as a safe zone, read the latest on MVLA Novelfire. You would truly be foolish. That's why the armored man gave such a warning. "I understand." Lin Yuan nodded. He had made sufficient preparations before coming here. "Good, follow me." The armored man led Lin Yuan to a teleportation area. From here, one could immediately reach the side of that permanent spatial rift. Teleportation began. Lin Yuan felt a violent fluctuation of spatial forces all around him. By the time things started to settle down, he had already arrived at another location. "Over there?" Lin Yuan looked up and saw pitch-black cracks not too far away. It was filled with a murky gas. Vast amounts of space force churned, along with space rules constantly fluctuating. "This is the permanent spatial rift in this space battlefield." The armored man also looked over and explained in a low voice. This permanent spatial rift was caused by the human evolvers wielding supreme weapons, so it's not very large. However, in large alien battlefields where supreme beings personally tear open permanent spatial rifts, they can reach tens of thousands of miles, hundreds of millions of miles, and even billions of miles wide. It's said that such vast spatial rifts often have traces of visitors from other worlds, and they are extremely dangerous. While introducing, the armored man marveled. However, there were things the armored man didn't know. At this very moment, Lin Yuan's heart was not calm, because when he looked at that permanent spatial rift not far away, which was only over 10 meters wide, in the depths of his mind, the towering, magnificent door to the Myriad Realms slightly trembled. Chapter 308, 11, Perfect 7th Stage, My Dao is Complete, Extra Chapter, Seeking Monthly Votes at the Beginning of the Month, Door to the Myriad Realms. Lin Yuan's expression inevitably became solemn. The door to the Myriad Realms deep in his mind was not a physical entity, it was but a strand of projection of the true door to the Myriad Realms, bound to Lin Yuan's true self and consciousness. Thus, whether it was Lin Yuan himself or the Yin spirit and Yang spirit, they all could see the door to the Myriad Realms, because they shared one consciousness. Similarly, when Lin Yuan traveled through worlds, whenever his consciousness descended into other worlds, the projection of the door to the Myriad Realms would appear in the mind of the vessel of Lin Yuan's consciousness descent. After breaking through to the 6th rank, Lin Yuan obtained much information from within the door to the Myriad Realms, including the fact that the physical body of the door to the Myriad Realms was located in some mysterious place. With Lin Yuan's current strength, he simply couldn't withstand the true door to the Myriad Realms. However, even if it was just an insignificant projection of the door to the Myriad Realms, it had a sense of being almost eternal and unchangeable, hard for external forces to affect. Yet now, the door to the Myriad Realms deep within Lin Yuan's mind was actually trembling slightly. What's the reason? Lin Yuan's thoughts fluctuated. Because of this permanent spatial rift? Lin Yuan's gaze once again turned to the nearby spatial rift, more than 10 meters in size, from which a gray, foggy gas was emanating. The changes in the door to the Myriad Realms started from the moment Lin Yuan saw this spatial rift. As Lin Yuan pondered, a surge of information flowed out from the door to the Myriad Realms. He quickly received it. The speed at which the door to the Myriad Realms accumulates world-breaking origin force has increased. Lin Yuan was startled. Ever since he became aware of the door to the Myriad Realms, the speed at which it accumulated world-breaking origin force had never changed. 333 days for one strand of world-breaking origin force. And it didn't accelerate with the increase of Lin Yuan's strength. But now? The speed at which the door to the Myriad Realms now accumulates world-breaking origin force has increased to once every 310 days? Lin Yuan once again looked toward the spatial rift not far away. So that's how it is. Lin Yuan's expression showed that he was deep in thought. What was world-breaking origin force? Lin Yuan never fully understood before, only feeling that the energy needed by the door to the Myriad Realms was something he had never heard of. Now it seems, it's related to the shattering of the world. This shattering is fundamental, irreversible. If it were just a spatial shatter, then during his 5th traversal, in the immortal Tao world, Lin Yuan spent his last decades breaking through space, drifting among the chaos of the void. Logically, the speed at which the door to the Myriad Realms accumulated world-breaking origin force should have increased. FTWebNov.cos, but in reality, it did not. A great opportunity. This is my great opportunity. Lin Yuan was overjoyed in his heart after understanding the reason behind the door to the Myriad Realms tremor and realizing what kind of impact this would have on himself. Is world-breaking origin force important? Most certainly, it's the power source for the door to the Myriad Realms. In a sense, as long as there's enough world-breaking origin force, Lin Yuan can use the door to the Myriad Realms to go to any world he wishes, and he can bring back countless treasures from otherworldly realms without anyone being the wiser. Isn't that an inconceivably powerful ability? If I get closer, will the speed at which world-breaking origin force accumulates increase? Lin Yuan converged his thoughts and pondered in secret. From his current position, he wasn't far from that spatial rift, but he wasn't close either. All right, in this kind of place, it's best to be careful with everything. The armored man had roughly finished introducing things to Lin Yuan and turned to leave. Lin Yuan stood there for a while, then cautiously moved closer to the spatial rift. A treasure trove. This battlefield of different races is simply my treasure trove. On Qikun Main Star, Lin Yuan sat cross-legged, feeling the door to the Myriad Realms deep within his mind, with an increased speed of accumulating world-breaking origin force. His mood was extraordinarily happy. Battlefields of different races were riddled with dangers, where human evolvers were at constant risk of falling. The powerful 8th-layer evolutionist Yin, wasn't he still defeated in such a small-sized otherworldly battlefield? But as for Lin Yuan, these battlefields of different races were simply treasure lands, places of blessing. Ever since he sent his primordial spirit to the battlefields of different races, Lin Yuan had been reaping benefits constantly. First was his understanding of space rules. The spatial fluctuations in the battlefields of different races were obvious, making it relatively easier to comprehend space rules. Now, Lin Yuan was close to penetrating more than 900 of the basic spatial models. Secondly, he acquired the legacy of an 8th-layer evolutionist. Those treasures, even if they might not compare to Chikun Starlord, were definitely beyond those amassed by the old 7th-rank peak evolvers who had been accumulating for tens of thousands of years. Especially that shattered soul defense droplet, which would stir the heart of ordinary 8th-layer evolvers. The spatial fluctuations are becoming ever clearer. Lin Yuan sat cross-legged, his perspective shared. As the Tai-Yin primordial spirit approached the spatial rift, bursts of spiritual light constantly emerged. Your perception is heaven-defying. Approaching the source of a shattered realm interface, your comprehension of the essence of space rules deepens. Continue reading at MitaVLNovelFull.net. Your perception is heaven-defying. Approaching the source of a shattered realm interface, your comprehension of the essence of space rules deepens. Your perception is heaven-defying. Approaching the source of a shattered realm interface, your comprehension of the essence of space rules deepens. Russell. Lin Yuan raised his hand. Threads of spatial power coiled around it. In an instant, the 951st spatial model took shape. Marvelous. Too marvelous. So space can be manipulated like this? Lin Yuan lifted his hands, constantly playing with the spatial power, influencing the surrounding space. At this moment, in Lin Yuan's field of vision, space seemed like flowing water, and his every move could create ripples in this flow. The ripples spread out, extending tens of thousands or even millions of miles away, constantly colliding and interweaving, eventually stirring up a spatial storm. And this? Chapter 309, 11 Perfect 7th Stage, My Dao is Complete, added chapter, asking for monthly votes. At the beginning of the month, too, it was merely because Lin Yuan had slightly manipulated the force of space. This is the place, he said, near the permanent spatial rift on the battlefield of different races. Lin Yuan ceased any further approach. Through constant trial just now, he had found this spot, which could significantly increase the speed at which the door to the Myriad Realms accumulated world-breaking origin force. Any further, and the speed at which the door to the Myriad Realms accumulated world-breaking origin force would not increase. And being too close to the spatial rift, the surging spatial force would affect his own comprehension. Now the accumulation speed of the door to the Myriad Realms is, Lin Yuan closed his eyes and felt it deeply for a moment. Approximately 298 days to accumulate a strand of world-breaking origin force. Lin Yuan's eyes shone. Compared to the initial 333 days, 298 days for a strand of world-breaking origin force had already improved the accumulation speed by 10 to 20%. In the short term, this extra speed might not be of great use. But if you look at it over an extended period, it would be a considerable amount of world-breaking origin force income. With Lin Yuan's strength, living tens of thousands to millions of years was easy, and over such a lengthy timeline, the increased accumulation speed would form a substantial advantage like a snowball effect. Moreover, this increase in the accumulation speed of the door to the Myriad Realms' world-breaking origin force, the biggest impact on Lin Yuan was not the 10 to 20% increase in speed, but it allowed Lin Yuan to see a second method of obtaining world-breaking origin force, before coming to the battlefield of different races. Lin Yuan had thought that world-breaking origin force could only be accumulated slowly at a pace of one strand every 333 days. But now, Lin Yuan knew that this permanent spatial rift could enhance the accumulation speed of world-breaking origin force. From this, he deduced a conclusion. If Lin Yuan went to a larger permanent spatial rift, would the speed at which the door to the Myriad Realms accumulated world-breaking origin force continue to increase? The current rift was merely 10 meters long, but those medium and large alien battlefields had permanent spatial rifts that might span thousands of miles, even millions of miles. Near such spatial rifts, could the speed at which the door to the Myriad Realms accumulated world-breaking origin force surge dramatically? No rush for now, he said. Let's wait until stepping into the 7th rank. Lin Yuan steadied his body, and accompanying his proximity to the permanent spatial rift, his comprehension of space rules was increasing at a terrifying speed. Almost every half-day or so, he could fully comprehend one kind of basic spatial model. Based on the current rate of comprehending space rules, in 5 to 6 days at most, he would have fully comprehended 965 kinds of basic spatial models. Then, Lin Yuan would be able to step into the 7th rank. This 7th rank was not the ordinary sense of 7th rank. If it were just an ordinary 7th rank, Lin Yuan would already have been at that rank back in the immortal Tao world. But Lin Yuan was somewhat dissatisfied with that kind of 7th rank, so he had been dragging it out until now. The 7th rank Lin Yuan wanted to step into was one that perfectly matched martial Tao, the perfect 7th rank. Instead. FreeEbnovel.com. Before long, 7 days had gone by. On Chikun Main Star, in the 13 Peaks Great Hall, Lin Yuan sat cross-legged, silently. Lin Yuan opened his eyes. Strands of spatial force emerged. They quickly converged into a kind of inverted pyramid spatial model. As this spatial model formed, Lin Yuan's understanding of space suddenly took on a certain completeness. 965 kinds of spatial models. Lin Yuan's eyes lowered. He muttered to himself, all thoroughly comprehended. At this moment, his surroundings, in Lin Yuan's eyes, almost had a translucent feel. Having comprehended all the basic spatial models, Lin Yuan's understanding of space rules had reached new heights, and his perception of space had developed its own uniqueness. That's how it should be. My 7th stage martial Tao should be like this. My path is complete. Lin Yuan was vibrant. With sufficient comprehension of space, the derivation of the 7th stage martial Tao chapter was almost natural. Just an hour later, Lin Yuan had derived the initial part of the 7th rank chapter. Let's break through now, he said. Lin Yuan did not hesitate much. He had already experienced advancing to the 7th rank, and with such a high understanding of space and the aid of his against heaven's understanding, breaking through to the 7th rank was almost guaranteed to succeed. Begin. Lin Yuan closed his eyes. The breath within his body suddenly began to gather slowly. Chikun main star. Above, 10 million kilometers away, a space slightly twisted. Chikun Star-Lord, dressed in a crimson robe and with his hands clasped behind his back, stood there quietly. Not far away, 12 figures stood in succession. It was the 12 peak masters of Chikun Star-Lord. Aside from the junior disciple Lin Yuan, all 12 peak masters had appeared here, standing respectfully. Everyone is here. Chikun Star-Lord glanced over the 12 disciples. Now, let me demonstrate for you just many applications of space rules, Chikun Star-Lord said indifferently. Although the virtual world can almost perfectly replicate everything from the outside world, it still cannot perfectly replicate space rules. Thus, every once in a while, Chikun Star-Lord would gather all his disciples under the outer space, personally demonstrating the use of the power of space. Your next read is at M. Vital M. Peak R teacher. The junior disciple has not yet arrived. At this moment, the 4th peak master Zuo Ge couldn't help but speak. He had looked around for a long time and noticed that only the 12 of them were present. The junior disciple Lin Yuan was not there. As soon as these words were spoken, the 5th, 6th, and 7th peak masters also looked towards Chikun Star-Lord. They had also noticed this issue, but they didn't dare to ask, since Chikun Star-Lord had not mentioned it. The junior disciple? Chikun Star-Lord glanced at the 4th peak master Zuo Ge and the other peak masters who were still at the 6th rank. The teachings they now received, Lin Yuan had essentially already comprehended. The last time he demonstrated the space model, Chikun Star-Lord noticed Lin Yuan's understanding of space rules. Therefore, he did not specifically call Lin Yuan this time, mainly wanting to save some face for 9th peak masters like the 4th peak master. The thought of being surpassed by the youngest disciple after so many years of being a disciple, Chikun Star-Lord thought about it and found it to be quite normal. After all, given the talents displayed by Lin Yuan, surpassing from the 4th peak master to the 12th wasn't the issue, it was just a matter of time. Alright, enough talk. Chikun Star-Lord didn't bother to explain. Next, I will try to materialize the space rules as much as possible. You all try your best to break through them. Having said this, Chikun Star-Lord's figure disappeared from the spot. This scene made the 12 peak masters on the scene tense. Even the great peak masters, who had long entered the 7th rank, had serious expressions. The materialization of space rules mentioned by Chikun Star-Lord was definitely not a trivial matter. The next moment, the 12 peak masters found that the space around them began to twist. Their own figures became smaller and smaller, almost turning into mesons. Above everyone's heads, a massive entity appeared. It was a starry sky wanderer Kun, whose size was tens to hundreds of times that of a normal life planet. Under the condition that the 12 peak masters' figures were turned into mesons, the starry sky wanderer Kun seemed even more like a splendid starry river, towering above and looking down at everyone. We can't go on like this. The 12 peak masters trembled in spirit, realizing that if they didn't resist, their mental states would be destroyed, and then they would definitely be scolded by the teacher again. Thus, the 12 exerted their fullest strength in an explosion, seeking to resist the starry sky wanderer Kun that seemed to crush down like the heavens. But the next moment, there was no longer a starry sky wanderer Kun that resembled a splendid starry river between heaven and earth. The 12 peak masters' figures also returned to normal, and the twisted space quickly calmed down. However, the 12 peak masters did not dare to relax. Because, unknown to them, their teacher Chikun Star-Lord had already come by their side, standing behind everyone, looking down at the Chikun main star below, as if observing someone. The great peak master, also at the 7th rank peak, likewise noticed something. Is this the aura of breaking through to the 7th rank? Is junior disciple breaking through to the 7th rank? The great peak master muttered to himself, yet his voice rang in every peak master's ear. Breaking through to the 7th rank? 4th peak master Zuo Ge stared, dumbfounded and incredulous. Chikun Star-Lord glanced at the 4th peak master Zuo Ge and then at the other peak masters, as if to say, see? Now do you understand why I didn't call your junior disciple over? The 12 Peak Masters were utterly bewildered. Chapter 310:12. Which Peak Master has advanced to the 7th rank? Subscribe please. Is the junior disciple about to break through to the 7th rank? This was the first thought that surfaced in the minds of the 12 Peak Masters. An evolver breaking through a great realm is like a pebble falling into water, creating ripples. Ordinary people or weaker evolvers might not notice, but it can't be hidden from 6th rank and 7th rank evolvers. When Lin Yuan first stepped into the 6th rank on Kenglin Star, the noise of his breakthrough was captured by the Great Senior Brother and the Demon Rat Clan Monarch. Thus, the 12 Peak Masters instantly felt the aura of a breakthrough to the 7th rank emanating from Chikun Main Star, and they confirmed that the aura of the breakthrough originated from the 13 peaks. From this, they concluded that the junior disciple was breaking through. How much time has passed? This was the second thought that emerged in the minds of the 12 Peak Masters. Advancing from the 6th rank to the 7th rank is no easy matter. This is a major threshold, a major constraint. Peak Masters 4 through 12 are still trapped at the peak of the 6th rank. One can see the difficulty in this. In the minds of these 9 6th rank Peak Masters, Lin Yuan had terrifying potential and indeed had a better chance than them of entering the 7th rank in the future. But that would require time, right? How long has it been since Lin Yuan broke through the 6th rank? This is simply unreasonable. Junior disciple? The great Peak Master blinked his eyes. Not long ago, one of his avatars personally guarded Kenglin Star and witnessed the entire process of Lin Yuan's advancement to the 6th rank. Your journey continues at what the great Peak Master did not expect, however, was that he would witness his junior disciple advancing from the 6th rank to the 7th rank today. Teacher, did you already know the junior disciple was about to break through? 4th Peak Master Zuo swallowed nervously and asked cautiously. This time, the Chikun Star Lord specifically called them out, not disturbing Lin Yuan, which now seemed quite prescient. Perhaps he already knew something. Naturally, the Chikun Star Lord glanced at his several disciples. Previously, Lin Yuan had consulted him about the basic space models, and the Chikun Star Lord realized that Lin Yuan's understanding of space rules was terrifyingly high, not at all like an evolver who had just entered the 6th rank. Such high comprehension of space meant that Lin Yuan's realm far exceeded the 6th rank. Plus, as a Peak Master of the Red Kun lineage with an unlimited supply of Scarlet Spirit liquid, there was no need to slowly accumulate energy. Under many factors, the Chikun Star Lord felt that Lin Yuan advancing to the 7th rank was completely to be expected. Only, even the Chikun Star Lord did not expect that Lin Yuan would choose to break through so quickly, not continue to accumulate, or consult him about the details of advancing to the 7th rank. Of course, although the Chikun Star Lord hadn't interacted much with Lin Yuan, based on his understanding of Lin Yuan, he knew his junior disciple was steady-minded and would not act without assurance. Even when suppressed by the Haiyu family in the past, he hadn't revealed his identity. Now that he has chosen to break through to the 7th rank, he surely has ample confidence. What is this cultivation speed of the junior disciple? I'm still rotating in the 6th rank, and the junior disciple has reached the 7th rank? Isn't the junior disciple still under 30? A 7th rank at 30? When I was 30, I was still playing around in the 4th and 5th ranks. After regaining their composure, the 12 Peak Masters spoke in astonished tones and quickly started discussing. The stronger the strength, the more they could understand how terrifying Lin Yuan's cultivation speed truly was. In the long history of the Chikun Star domain, and even the entire Anan Star Alliance, there had been 7th rank evolvers under 30. But most of these evolvers had many opportunities and had entered the 6th rank very early, spending 10 to nearly 20 years before breaking through to the 7th rank. To advance like Lin Yuan, entering the 6th rank less than 2 years ago and then advancing to the 7th rank, there probably aren't many such instances in the entire history of human civilization, are there? Currently, in the overt records of the Human Civilization Alliance, among evolvers who reached the 7th rank before 30, 10% remain at the 7th rank, 20% die in various accidents, and 70% reach the 8th rank, which means, as long as the junior disciple doesn't die, reaching the 8th rank is almost inevitable. Second Senior Brother muttered to himself, still, somewhat in disbelief. Setting aside other factors, just this terrifying cultivation speed alone will ensure Lin Yuan a prominent place in the annals of human civilization. FTEWadenVDEC.com. In the future, even millions or tens of millions of years later, when evolvers mention a 7th rank under the age of 30, Lin Yuan will undoubtedly be cited. Such a brilliant and outstanding evolver, and he's actually their junior disciple? Alright, enough talking. Just watch carefully and feel. This chance doesn't come often. The Chikun Star Lord glanced again at the various Peak Masters and spoke. Yes, the 12 Peak Masters immediately stopped discussing, especially the 4th to 12th Peak Masters. They observed even more intently. Advancing from the 6th rank to the 7th rank begins to impact the cosmic starry sky. This subtle change has a slight stimulating effect on those evolvers at the peak of the 6th rank. Chikun Main Star, deep within the 13 Peaks Great Hall. Lin Yuan sat cross-legged. At this moment, his internal energy was boiling to the extreme. With just a single thought, he could step into the 7th rank. Next, I need to integrate the way of Taiyin and Taiyang with the Dao of space to evolve a Taiyi microcosm. Lin Yuan sat there, the power of Taiyin and Taiyang within his Qi-Si Dantian continuously colliding, emitting an indescribable aura. If Lin Yuan hadn't mastered 965 basic space models, at this moment inside his Qi-Si Dantian, he would stop progressing. In terms of the sheer depth and suppressive power of the pure domain, he might be much stronger than other 7th rank evolvers, but he would still be on the same level, nowhere comparable to an 8th rank evolver. But now? Space, Lin Yuan's mind flickered slightly. Streams of space power emerged from within his Qi-Si Dantian. Chapter 311, 12, which peak master has advanced to the 7th rank? Subscribe please. 2. Continuously condensing all sorts of spatial models, over 900 basic spatial models came together like pillars, thoroughly supporting an entirely independent space within Lin Yuan's Dantian Qi-Si. A world, Lin Yuan observed the changes within the Qi-Si of his Dantian. Creating a small space isn't a difficult task for a 6th rank evolver. As long as they comprehend 1 or 2 basic spatial models, they can achieve it. In the Immortal Tao world, a Mahayana phase Heaven Lord could use the heaven-grade technique Cosmos in the sleeves to temporarily create a sleeve space. But to create a small world is incredibly difficult. Unlike the rigid space, a world can continuously absorb external energy to grow. The most powerful aspect of an 8th layer evolver is that with every move they can harness the power of their inner world, a terrifying force far surpassing the individual's own. And with the support of an inner world, an 8th layer evolver is very hard to kill, able to recover from even the most grievous injuries. Of course, here the injuries referred to are those of the physical body. As for injuries to the soul, it depends on the specific circumstances. The soul is extremely mysterious. Over 1 million years ago, the 8th layer evolutionist Yin died under a soul attack, unable to send out any message before death. The embryonic form of a world has already taken shape. Lin Yuan's attention was mostly focused on that separate space deep within the Qi-Si of his Dantian. With the addition of 965 basic spatial models, the power of Taiyin and power of Taiyang, which formed the power of Taiyang, seemed to have gone through some type of qualitative change. The aura shifted, quickly becoming perfected. The embryonic form of a small world faintly appeared. Lin Yuan's expression suddenly changed. With the appearance of the embryonic form of the small world, Lin Yuan suddenly felt an unprecedented sense of hunger. Hungry, 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 I'm starving to death. The small world's embryonic form began to crazily absorb the energy inside Lin Yuan's body. In fact, with Lin Yuan's control, he could completely cut off this absorption. But if he did that, it might affect the foundation of the Taiji small world. Thankfully, I came prepared. With a thought from Lin Yuan, bottle after bottle appeared before him. They were filled with vast amounts of scarlet spirit liquid. Before his breakthrough, Lin Yuan had prepared everything he might need. To open up an inner world, a tremendous amount of energy is inevitably consumed, and relying solely on one's own absorption, who knows how long that would take. Therefore, Lin Yuan had, in advance, applied for enough scarlet spirit liquid. Scarlet spirit liquid can replenish the energy consumed within the body, and has many uses. The Red Kun lineage has a stable channel for acquiring scarlet spirit liquid. Actually, in terms of replenishing oneself, the effect of cosmic crystal stones should far surpass that of scarlet spirit liquid, a resource needed by 8th-layer evolvers and even stronger beings. But Lin Yuan was reluctant to use them. Despite obtaining 1,000 cubic cosmic crystals from Yin's legacy, these were hard currency among various cosmic races, and using any would mean having less. While the effect of scarlet spirit liquid was somewhat inferior, it was free and cost nothing. Eat, eat. Lin Yuan drank the scarlet spirit liquid in big gulps, and the gentle power flowed swiftly into the Qi-Si of his Dantian through his limbs and bones. The embryonic form of the Taiji small world started to fill up at a visible rate, above the Qikun main star. The Qikun Star Lord and the 12 Peak Masters were carefully observing the fluctuations in Lin Yuan's aura during his breakthrough. Little junior brother has a very stable foundation. Seems like he has made ample preparations. The breakthrough hasn't encountered any hitches, but why is he lingering at the 6th rank peak? The 3rd senior brother was also observing carefully, although he had already stepped into the 7th rank. Watching and feeling more can't do him any harm. Not sure. Perhaps he's sensing the subtle changes from 6th rank to 7th rank? Maybe little junior brother really is. Other evolvers, even us, when breaking through from 6th to 7th rank, can't wait to step right into it, yet little junior brother is leisurely, comparing people, the 2nd senior brother sighed. For a 6th rank evolver, stepping into the 7th rank is undoubtedly the most coveted thing. To know 6th rank evolver could stay at the door to the 7th rank and shake it without immediately entering. Judging by the changes in aura, little junior brother's entry into the 7th rank should be a sure thing, the eldest senior brother declared decisively, having taken less than 2 years to complete the entire journey from 6th rank to the peak of the 7th rank, and the breakthrough was so smooth. The eldest senior brother simply thought Lin Yuan was abnormal. When he recalled the many setbacks and trials he faced when breaking through to the 7th rank, compared with his little junior brother, compared to the 12 peak masters who were overwhelmed with emotion. At this moment, despite the calm appearance of the Chikun Star-Lord, there was a look of surprise and uncertainty in his heart. How do I feel the opening of a space? The Chikun Star-Lord was keenly sensing the changes in the aura coming from the 13 peaks below. Worried about affecting Lin Yuan's breakthrough, the Chikun Star-Lord dared not extend his perception into the 13 peaks. He could only rely on his own experience and the fluctuations of the power of space to speculate on some matters. Could it be? The Chikun Star-Lord himself, a starry sky wanderer Kun, was a special space life form and was extremely sensitive to the fluctuations of space. At this moment, he faintly perceived that the spatial fluctuations produced by Lin Yuan's breakthrough were somewhat different from the normal transition from 6th rank to 7th. Could it be some special space treasure? Or, the Chikun Star-Lord thought for a moment and couldn't help but speculate. He was just curious and had no other thoughts. After all, which evolver who managed to cultivate to the 6th or 7th rank didn't have some sort of special opportunity? The Chikun Star-Lord had his own, as did the 12 peak masters, so it was only natural for Lin Yuan to have a special space treasure. Time passed, another half-day went by. It should be stable now. Let's go wait outside the 13 peaks. Feeling that Lin Yuan's aura had fully stepped into the 7th rank, the Chikun Star-Lord led the 12 peak masters towards the outside of the 13 peaks. Little junior brother, you've really kept us in the dark. Indeed, this time we must find out exactly how he has been cultivating. What do you say when we meet him? Should I call him senior brother or junior brother? The 12 peak masters talked amongst themselves, while the 4th to 12th masters were somewhat conflicted. In the human civilization of the universe, unless it's a direct blood relative, strength takes precedence. That is to say, even if a 7th rank evolver is younger, a 6th rank evolver must treat them as an elder upon meeting. The 4th peak master and the others weren't reluctant to call Lin Yuan senior brother, but having called him junior brother so many times before, the sudden change of status was a bit unfamiliar to them. Hai, Chikun main star, as the most prosperous planet in a star domain. The Chikun main star is filled with many powerful evolvers, with 4th and 5th ranks seen everywhere, and there were also numerous 6th rank fallen star warriors and even 7th rank evolvers. Under the perception of so many powerful beings, the breakthrough aura emanating from the heart of the main star was naturally noticed by many 6th rank evolvers. Someone in the Red Kun lineage has broken through to the 7th rank? The Chikun Star-Lord's level of mentoring disciples is really impressive. True, it's a pity the Chikun Star-Lord doesn't take many disciples. In 10,000 years, he has only taken the 13 peak masters. The 6th rank evolvers on the main star chatted with each other, praising the Chikun Star-Lord's teaching methods. Right. Who do you think is the peak master that broke through to the 7th rank this time? A 6th rank evolver asked out of curiosity. They were unaware that at this moment, all 12 peak masters were not on Chikun main star. It should be the 4th peak master, right? The 4th peak master has been at the 6th rank the longest, has the deepest accumulation, and is closest to the 7th rank. I think that's not right. The 6th peak master has the best talent and a special physique. Among the Chikun Star-Lord's disciples, I think he's the most likely to step into the 7th rank. The 6th peak master is indeed very likely, but in earlier years the 6th peak master was injured in a battle with a different species, which might affect his breakthrough to the 7th rank. I think the 8th peak master is the most likely. I think it's the 5th peak master. The multitude of 6th rank evolvers guessed all the 9 peak masters, from the 4th to the 12th, one by one. Each of these 9 masters was at the peak of the 6th rank, and being a disciple of a Star Lord, they all had the potential to step into the 7th rank. Though opinions among the 6th rank evolvers differed, there was a unified understanding, or perhaps an assumption. That was, the peak master who was breaking through definitely could not be the 13th peak master. Read exclusive chapters at Chapter 322-13, Fame Spreads Far and Wide Request for Subscription, Exhale, Inhale, Deep Within the Great Hall of the 13 Peaks. Lin Yuan sat cross-legged, experiencing a significant transformation of both body and soul after entering the 7th rank. Now, Lin Yuan, merely his foundational destructive power had surged dozens of times, and if the amplification from his understanding of the rules and the support of the Taiji inner world in his body were added, probably only 7th rank kings as evolvers could match Lin Yuan. Taiji inner world. Lin Yuan's mind plunged into the Dantian Qi Sea. A small world had already been formed there. Whoosh! Lin Yuan's mind descended into the small world. This was a small world swirling in black and white, where everything looked desolate at a glance. Yet Lin Yuan did not find it strange. The small world had just been created. Everything was yet to be developed. Normally, the inner worlds of 8th rank evolvers are often about 100 miles in radius. But this small world of mine is merely 10 miles in radius? Lin Yuan looked around, thinking to himself. As the creator of this small world, Lin Yuan was like a god of creation, knowing everything inside the small world with just a thought. True. The inner worlds created by 8th rank evolvers have a strong physical body as their foundation, hence they can bear a world of 100 miles. Lin Yuan thought to himself, evolver who can cultivate to the 8th rank at least follow the 8th rank evolutionary path. Such evolutionary paths are almost as strong as the current martial path evolutionary path, especially since they only try to create an inner world after reaching the peak of 7th rank. A 7th rank peak body and soul are naturally a bit stronger than Lin Yuan's 6th rank peak body and soul. The initial size of the inner worlds they create naturally has an advantage, of course. Your journey continues at the initial size of the inner world is irrelevant. Because the inner world has the attribute of growth, it can slowly expand. Currently, Lin Yuan's inner world is only 10 miles in size, but as Lin Yuan's realm ascends and his strength increases, the inner world will grow to hundreds or even thousands of miles. The power of the world. Lin Yuan raised his right hand and observed it carefully. After the Taiji inner world formed, it began to emit the power of the world, slowly transforming Lin Yuan's body and soul. The power of the world, almost omnipotent, could enhance Lin Yuan's attacks, guard his body and soul, and also slowly improve various aspects. Although I've just entered the 7th rank, with the boost from the power of the world, my actual combat power may have already reached the peak of 7th rank, Lin Yuan silently thought. The power of the world, that is an exclusive force of 8th rank evolvers. The inner world Lin Yuan had just opened, even if it was weaker than the inner worlds of 8th rank evolvers, still gave birth to the power of the world. Among the 7th rank evolvers, it was almost like cheating. Most importantly, most of those at the peak of the 7th rank, their upper limits were set in stone, and the only way to advance was to attempt to break through to the 8th rank. But Lin Yuan, his inner world had just been opened, possessing almost unlimited potential for growth, which might enable him someday to compete with 8th rank evolvers while still at the peak of the 7th rank. Inner world. Lin Yuan once again carefully felt the inner world inside his Dantianqi Sea. Although it was only 10 miles in radius, it was a complete world, its aura circulating perfectly. As long as Lin Yuan wished, outsiders couldn't detect the existence of the inner world. My yin god, Lin Yuan slightly raised his head, looking in the direction of battlefield C247634763. With the breakthrough of his real body, even the Taiyin primordial spirit began to transform, its primordial spirit power becoming more and more pure, instantly reaching the 7th rank. It's a pity the primordial spirit doesn't have a physical body and cannot give birth to an inner world. Lin Yuan shook his head lightly. However, if the yin spirit and yang spirit are combined, evolve Taiji, and are combined with an understanding of space rules, perhaps it could give birth to a phantom spiritual world? Lin Yuan speculated in his mind. A single Taiyin and Taiyang, even with the integration of space rules, couldn't form a complete world, but combined, it's different. Have the teachers arrived? Lin Yuan glanced outside, immediately got up, and walked out of the hall. Teacher, fellow apprentice brothers. Lin Yuan came out and smiled. He didn't intend to conceal his breakthrough to the 7th rank, and it couldn't be concealed either. In human civilization, as long as Lin Yuan was part of the human race, the more terrifying his talent, the greater the resource tilt he would receive. Good disciple. Chikun Star-Lord smiled and looked at Lin Yuan. In less than 2 years, you've stepped into the 7th rank. That is much stronger than your teacher back then. Chikun Star-Lord himself took thousands of years to step into the 7th rank. However, Chikun Star-Lord's true form was the Starry Sky Wanderer Kun. Such special beings generally require a long time to break through. And here, a long time is relative to the human race. The lifespans of special beings are generally calculated in millions of years, and so-called thousands of years are just a few naps. Many special beings sleep for a few hundred or thousand years at a time, equivalent to half a lifetime for an ordinary human race evolver. Little junior brother, slow down your cultivation. Any faster and you'll surpass me, third senior brother jokingly said from the side. In the Red Kun lineage, the Great Peak Master is a 7th rank Peak King, while the 2nd and 3rd Peak Masters are 7th rank Marquis level. Lin Yuan had just entered the 7th rank and, in the eyes of his 3rd senior brother, was at the Marquis level within the 7th rank. So, the 3rd senior brother believed Lin Yuan hadn't surpassed him yet. However, in terms of pure combat power, perhaps only Chikun Star-Lord could suppress Lin Yuan. Otherwise, even the eldest senior brother might not be his match. Chapter 313, 13 Fame spreads far and wide. Please subscribe. 2. There's no choice. The power of the world is too overpowered. Little Master, Zhuogei and the others exchanged glances, hesitant to speak. There's no need to change how we address each other, my fellow brothers. Seeing this, Lin Yuan immediately spoke up. Ever since joining the Red Kun lineage, his senior brothers, like Zhuogei and the others, had taken great care of Lin Yuan, and their interactions were always pleasant. In such a situation, Lin Yuan didn't feel that stepping into the 7th rank made him superior to others, therefore maintaining the previous form of address was fine by him. Ha ha ha, my good disciple, if you do this, won't they lack the motivation to cultivate hard? As Zhuogei and the others' faces lit up with joy, Chikun Star-Lord glared at the former. Teacher, the faces of Zhuogei and the others immediately soured. This has nothing to do with whether one has the motivation or not, okay? Not everyone has the talent of our little brother here. For him, stepping into the 7th rank was as simple as eating and drinking. Alright, my good disciple, stepping into the 7th rank at your age is extremely rare in the entire history of the Anin Star Alliance. Chikun Star-Lord's expression grew serious. But don't get arrogant. With your talent, reaching the 7th rank isn't much. The 8th layer is your target, or even surpassing the 8th layer. Let's not talk about surpassing the 8th layer for now, let's first discuss the 8th layer. Chikun Star-Lord said, pausing for a moment before continuing, to break through to the 8th layer, there are 3 prerequisite conditions. First, one must open up an inner world. For a 7th rank evolver, an inner world is the foundation of their being, and manipulating the power of the world is the most powerful method for an evolver of the 8th layer. Indeed. Lin Yuan nodded. He had also opened up his inner world and deeply understood this point. Second, one must have a sufficiently strong mental will. This can only rely on oneself. Without strong mental willpower, one might fall into a state of decline during the breakthrough to the 8th layer. By then, even if one has opened up an inner world, it would be in vain, akin to being a living dead. Chikun Star-Lord said this, his tone slightly grave. To open up an inner world, one could employ certain methods to assist, such as the world fruit. Of course, the world fruit is too luxurious, but treasures just a notch below it could still offer substantial help. But mental willpower? That could only be accumulated by oneself. Many 7th rank evolvers in history have failed at this step. Understood. Lin Yuan nodded. To put it simply, if using the terms of the Immortal Tao world as an example, then breaking from the 7th to the 8th rank would require facing the Heart Demon Tribulation. The Heart Demon Tribulation emerges from within the heart. External objects are of no use. One can only rely on oneself. Chikun Star-Lord emphasized this point precisely because Lin Yuan was very young and perhaps not adept at dealing with inner demons. Normally speaking, the longer one lives, the more one experiences, the higher the chances of overcoming the Heart Demon Tribulation. Third, when you reach the limit of the 7th rank, you will naturally understand. Chikun Star-Lord did not elaborate further, feeling that it was unnecessary for Lin Yuan, who had just entered the 7th rank, to know too much. Alright, it's time for us to go back. You've just stepped into the 7th rank. Take some time to get familiar with your power. Chikun Star-Lord glanced at the big senior brother and said, the news of your brother's breakthrough will be announced by you. Yes. The big senior brother nodded and smiled. Right now, everyone outside is speculating about which peak master has stepped into the 7th rank, Chikun Mainstar. Many forces were looking forward with great anticipation, waiting for the Red Kun lineage to announce the news. According to the Red Kun lineage's tradition, the advancement of each peak master into the 7th rank was always heavily publicized. After all, the addition of another 7th rank enhances the lineage's foundation. I'm certain it must be the 4th peak master. The 6th peak master is the strongest. Hehehe, I like to go against the flow. I think it's the 12th peak master. The many forces were in a heated debate, with 7th rank evolvers who were familiar with several peak masters discreetly making contacts, hoping to get insider information. Yet none received a response from the peak masters. Half a day later, the Red Kun lineage finally made public which peak master had stepped into the 7th rank. The announcement is out. Which peak master is it exactly? Let me see. It's Peak Master Shizan stepping into the 7th rank, huh? Peak Master Shizan? The many forces first fell into silence. They seemed to need a moment to figure out exactly who this Peak Master Shizan was. But shortly thereafter, there was an uproar. Experience tales with Peak Master Shizan? Isn't Peak Master Shizan the new disciple of the Star-Lord? Right, not long ago, Peak Master Shizan had just stepped into the 6th rank. I remember that Peak Master Shizan came from some middle-grade life planet. Has Peak Master Shizan stepped into the 7th rank, or is there some mistake? Countless forces were buzzing with conversation, some in disbelief. Even if it had been the 12th Peak Master stepping into the 7th rank, it would be more acceptable than Peak Master Shizan making such advancement. But the announcements issued by the Red Kun lineage are never wrong. If it says it's the 13 Peak Master, then it certainly is the 13 Peak Master. My heavens, just how terrifying is the talent of the 13 Peak Master? In less than 2 years, he has spanned from 6th rank to 7th rank. Woo-oo. In 2 years, I'm still stuck at the 4th stage, 3rd class, I don't want to live. After the initial confusion on Chikun Mainstar, numerous powers immediately launched into even more frenetic discussions. Compared to Chikun Mainstar, which detected right away that someone from the Red Kun lineage had stepped into 7th rank, Konglin Star didn't receive any news at all, and even if they had, they probably wouldn't have given it much thought. After all, even the countless citizens of Konglin Star wouldn't believe that the Peak Master who entered 7th rank could be Lin Yuan, who had just become the 13 Peak Master 2 years prior. That was until the news released by the Red Kun lineage spread. What? Lin Yuan has stepped into 7th rank? So fast? A few years ago, during the arena competition, wasn't Lin Yuan just at 5th rank? Now he's at 7th rank? The entire population of Kanglan Star, hundreds of billions of citizens, was completely stirred up after receiving the news. In actuality, Lin Yuan becoming a peak master and stepping into 7th rank didn't bring much tangible benefit to the vast majority of Kanglan Star's citizens. The so-called allocation of resources is something that would take hundreds of years to become noticeable. But Lin Yuan came from Kanglin Star, and now that Kanglin Star had produced such an important figure, all citizens of Kanglin Star felt a genuine sense of honor welling up from the bottom of their hearts. 13 Peak Master of the Red Kun lineage, the high and mighty 7th rank evolver, an extraordinary figure that many high-grade life planets can't produce. And he hails from their Kanglin Star, Wanyang Star Domain, Wanyang Holy Land. The Wanyang Holy Sun sat crossed-legged on the surface of a sun, swallowing huge amounts of light and heat into his mouth. As a rare carrier of the 9 Yang Divine Meridian, the Wanyang Holy Sun was almost immune to scorching heat and had an extremely high affinity for the laws of the fire system. Now that he had stepped into 6th rank, he could even walk and cultivate on the surface of a sun. Keep in mind, even 6th rank peak evolvers wouldn't dare to approach a sun casually. 6th rank evolvers are said to be capable of striking down ordinary stars, but that's only talking about ordinary planets, whereas a sun, to be called a sun, its volume must be at least tens of millions of times that of an ordinary planet. The cultivation ended. The Wanyang Holy Sun connected to the virtual world. Rejected again, the Wanyang Holy Sun glanced at the challenge he had applied for. Ever since stepping into 6th rank, he would challenge Lin Yuan every once in a while. After all, during the limit of 5th rank, Lin Yuan's last 3 slaps had made him spit blood and concede defeat voluntarily, a shame that the Wanyang Holy Sun couldn't wash away from his mind. Now having entered 6th rank, with the 9 Yang Divine Meridian further developed, in addition to the many secret techniques of the Wanyang Holy Land, the Wanyang Holy Sun believed he could regain his honor. Could it be that he dares not? The Wanyang Holy Sun wore a puzzled expression. To him, Lin Yuan repeatedly rejecting his challenge could only mean one thing: whoosh. Just then, a black-haired elder appeared. Your Highness, the black-haired elder bowed slightly to the Wanyang Holy Sun. What is it? The Wanyang Holy Sun was contemplating the matter with Lin Yuan and asked casually, Your Highness, you asked me to keep an eye on the news about the 13 Peak Master of the Red Kun lineage, the black-haired elder inquired carefully. Oh? What news? The Wanyang Holy Sun suddenly showed interest. To him, Lin Yuan had special significance, so he had instructed his subordinates to pay more attention to news related to Lin Yuan. Your Highness, I have just received news that a Peak Master of the Red Kun lineage has stepped into 7th rank. The black-haired elder paused, speaking with increased caution. Oh, upon hearing this, the Wanyang Holy Sun's interest waned. He was only interested in the 13 Peak Master. As for other Peak Masters of the Red Kun lineage stepping into 7th rank, what did that have to do with him? The rise of a 7th rank evolver is indeed a major event for a star domain. But looking at the Star Alliance and even other nearby Star Alliances, almost every so often an evolver steps into 7th rank. Your Highness, the Peak Master who has stepped into 7th rank, the black-haired elder persisted, is the 13 Peak Master. Free, 1 mun, free, 1 mun. The Wanyang Holy Sun was momentarily taken aback, then reacted with a start, standing up and staring at the black-haired elder. What did you say? Chapter 314-14, the second Shikun Star Lord, convening of the Star Alliance Conference, please subscribe. Wanyang Holy Sun was somewhat bewildered. He almost thought he had heard wrong, but at his level it was impossible to mishear. The black-haired elder had indeed said, it is the Peak Master of 13 Peaks who has stepped into 7th rank. This was beyond doubt. So, Wanyang Holy Sun could only wonder, had the black-haired elder misspoken? For instance, had he mistakenly added the word 3, and it was actually the Peak Master of 10 who had advanced to 7th rank? Your Highness, when I first received this message, I also found it absurd, but afterwards it was confirmed repeatedly, over and over again. The result was the same. The black-haired elder spoke cautiously. He was well aware of how desperately Wanyang Holy Sun had wanted to battle the Peak Master of 13 Peaks, and how deeply the challenge at the limit of 5th rank had impacted Wanyang Holy Sun. All along, Wanyang Holy Sun had been on a smooth path, endowed with the 9 Yang Divine Meridian, and further supported by Wanyang Star Lord's cultivation. This made Wanyang Holy Sun far ahead of his peers. However, on that stage, the Peak Master of 13 Peaks shattered Wanyang Holy Sun's confidence with 3 slaps. That overwhelming battle made Wanyang Holy Sun admit defeat and immediately begin closed-door cultivation, striving to reach 6th rank. Compared to other evolvers, Wanyang Holy Sun's 9 Yang Divine Meridian, upon stepping into 6th rank, would undergo a transformation, something not found in other 6th rank evolvers. It was precisely because of this. Knowing Lin Yuan's formidable strength, which was displayed at the peak of 5th rank, and would only be more frightening after advancing to 6th rank, Wanyang Holy Sun still confidently initiated the challenge request. However, Lin Yuan declined several times, which puzzled Wanyang Holy Sun. And now, Wanyang Holy Sun fell silent. His consciousness began connecting to the virtual network. He quickly saw the announcement issued by Red Kun lineage. Below the announcement, countless evolvers left comments, all shocked by the Peak Master of 13 Peaks stepping into 7th rank. Wanyang Holy Sun carefully read through the announcement, and read it several times over before sitting down again. The Peak Master of 13 Peaks, Wanyang Holy Sun's gaze was complex. He did not doubt the authenticity of the announcement. Such announcements released by Red Kun lineage carry high authority, undergoing multiple verifications, and ultimately must be authorized by the Star Lord before their release. Since Red Kun lineage dared to issue this announcement and so much time had passed without any changes, this meant the Peak Master who stepped into the 7th rank is indeed the Peak Master of 13 Peaks. Given the status of Qigong Star Lord, there was no need to lie about who had advanced to 7th rank, as it would soon become evident. How could it be this fast? Wanyang Holy Sun was somewhat lost. Stepping into 7th rank wasn't something one could just decide to achieve. It required sufficient accumulation and inherent foundation. Wanyang Holy Sun believed he had enough accumulated foundation, but even attempting to reach 7th rank would need at least 10 to several decades. This was despite the fact that Wanyang Holy Sun had been sealed in a Wanyang True Crystal and cast into a star to sleep for nearly 100 years upon birth. Effectively, during those 100 years, Wanyang Holy Sun was always in a state of cultivation, but all that cultivation simply accumulated into his foundation, just awaiting his transition to 6th rank to gradually come to fruition. To think I still wanted to challenge him? Wanyang Holy Sun's smile was somewhat mocking. He had wondered why the Peak Master of 13 Peaks had repeatedly declined his requests. Could it be that he was scared? Now it seemed that the Peak Master probably felt that accepting the challenge would be bullying him. Your Highness, you're all right? The black-haired elder asked tentatively, worried that with Wanyang Holy Sun's pride, he might not recover from this blow. Don't worry about me. Wanyang Holy Sun shook his head. Looking at the black-haired elder, he said, Go request a piece of Wanyang True Crystals from the teacher. I want to enter the star's interior for cultivation. The temperature inside a star is many times that of the surface. Wanyang Holy Sun, with his physical constitution, could manage to stay on the surface of a star for a while, but to dare enter the interior of a star would be suicidal. Yet, by relying on himself, unable to withstand the high temperatures inside the star, he could still use external objects, like the Wanyang True Crystal, a fire system rarity, to help Wanyang Holy Sun delve deeper into the star. With the terrifying heat and flames inside the star, even with the buffering isolation of Wanyang True Crystal, Wanyang Holy Sun would endure endless pain, and a slight mishap could turn him to ash. When Wanyang Holy Sun was first born, he was sealed into a Wanyang True Crystals and thrown into a star's interior because Wanyang Star Lord used other methods. But that kind of method cannot be used a second time, so now, even with the protection of Wanyang True Crystal, Wanyang Holy Sun entering the interior of a star must still face a life risk. Your Highness, this is... The black-haired elder hesitated. Just do as I say. Wanyang Holy Sun's gaze was determined. So what if the Peak Master of 13 Peaks entered 7th rank? Give him 5 or 10 years to cultivate painfully within the star, and he too could step into 7th rank. At that time, he, Wanyang Holy Sun, would again challenge the Peak Master of 13 Peaks, Qigong Manyan Star. Deep within the 13 Peaks Great Hall, Lin Yuan sat cross-legged, his consciousness connected to the virtual world. Personal space. The form of Lin Yuan appeared out of thin air. After synchronizing his power level, Lin Yuan's physical soul in the virtual world also reached the 7th rank tier. Experience more content on, and with no difference from reality, deep within his Dantian Qi Sea, a Taiji small world slowly revolved. Simulate a cosmic environment. With a slight thought from Lin Yuan, the surroundings began to change. A constellation appeared, a massive star emitting light and heat in the distance, while 12 planets revolved around it. Phew! Lin Yuan withdrew his gaze. For a 7th rank evolver, only under the cosmic starry skies could they fully unleash their capabilities, as ordinary planets rather serve as shackles. Chapter 315-14, the second Qigong Star Lord convening of the Star Alliance Conference. Please subscribe. 2. Of course, battlefields of different races measured in light years can also withstand the expansion of 7th rank, and even 8th rank evolvers. Boom boom boom. Lin Yuan slightly activated the power of the world and raised his right hand, striking a distant planet from afar. Boom boom boom. The immense power, traveling through the vacuum, propagated continuously, with space faintly warping. Soon, a planet millions of kilometers away exploded into countless fragments with a bang, shooting off in all directions. A casual strike can shatter a star. MV Free Web Novel. A smile appeared on Lin Yuan's face. Although 6th rank evolvers, known as Fallen Star Warriors, could down stars, it would take their full strength and at least several strikes to penetrate a planet. As for turning a planet into countless fragments, it's estimated that only a 6th rank peak evolver could achieve that. Yet Lin Yuan did it with a casual strike, without even using an understanding of the rules, relying only on the enhancement of the world's power. The power of the world is too abnormal. Lin Yuan felt somewhat emotional. The difference between having the power of the world's enhancement and not having it was stark. My inner world is currently only 10 li in size. The power of the world it has given rise to is this formidable. If it were to reach the standard of an 8th rank evolver, 100 li in size, wouldn't that be? Lin Yuan's expression was full of anticipation. Of course, GUManovel.com, Lin Yuan was also aware. Even if the inner world grew to 100 li wide, it would be hard to compete with a true 8th rank evolver. After all, 8th rank evolvers possess not just an inner world. The understanding of the rules by their physical soul and so on far surpasses that of 7th rank evolvers in every aspect. To step into the 8th rank, the first requirement is to open up an inner world, which I have already achieved, so there's no need to worry. Lin Yuan disconnected from the virtual world and returned to reality. Opening up an inner world in advance was immensely beneficial to Lin Yuan. Combat power was secondary, more importantly. By observing the operation of the inner world, Lin Yuan could achieve a deeper understanding of the rules. Although the inner world was far from comparable to the main world universe Starry Sky, even less to the 5 worlds that Lin Yuan had previously traveled through. But it was, after all, a complete world. No matter how small a mosquito is, it is still alive. As for the second point, I need a sufficiently resolute spiritual will to face the heart demon tribulation when breaking through to the 8th rank. Lin Yuan fell into contemplation. Unlike strength, spiritual will is hard to measure. Maybe the spiritual will of some ordinary mortals is even stronger than that of 6th rank or 7th rank evolvers. Take it slow, there's no rush. Lin Yuan thought to himself. One method among many evolvers in the main world for strengthening their spiritual will was to live. Only by living through the long years, surviving thousands or even tens of thousands of years, experiencing various emotions, and witnessing the passing of close friends and loved ones right before one's eyes, etc. The spiritual will naturally grows slowly, finally reaching the level needed to withstand the heart demon tribulation. The time and years I've spent traveling through other worlds should also be tempering my spiritual will, right? Lin Yuan was in a good mood. At the frontier regions of human civilization, several terrifying wills penetrated through and descended. What's going on? Wasn't it said that Shison Peak Master's talents were just stronger than the other Peak Masters? How has he stepped into the 7th rank in just a few years? Is this what you call slightly stronger? The leading consciousness let out a huge mental fluctuation and roared. Just spending less than 2 years to progress from the initial 6th rank to stepping into the 7th rank, such talent, if allowed to grow for hundreds or thousands of years, then what? If they had known about Shison Peak Master's talent earlier, the several large clans would have tried to eliminate him at all costs, even if it required a great sacrifice. It's better to pay the price now. It's much better than paying the price on the battlefields against other races in the future. I'm not sure either. Who was it that determined Shison Peak Master's talent back then? They must be severely punished. The second consciousness immediately spoke with a stern tone, as if determined to get to the bottom of it. Actually, it's not even the fault of the subordinates. Shison Peak Master was too low profile. Except when he was about to break through the 6th rank, and began challenging the 5th rank evolvers of various star domains, who knew Shison Peak Master's details. The third consciousness couldn't help but interject. This was indeed the case. Brilliant evolvers like Wanyang Holy Sun had their information widely spread across many star domains. But what about Shison Peak Master? It's pointless to talk about this now. What should we do? The fourth consciousness sent out mental fluctuations. What should we do? What can we do now? The first will that roared out spoke somewhat helplessly. Now that Peak Master Shison had stepped into the 7th rank, trying to kill him with a curse was simply not realistic anymore. And even if they succeeded in cursing him to death, given the talent disclosed by Peak Master Shison, it was estimated that a supreme being would immediately take action to resurrect him without even having to wait. Indeed, there's no chance anymore. Peak Master Shison is too cautious. After stepping into the 6th rank, he has always stayed on the Chikun main star, never venturing out. Right. If he doesn't come out, what can we do? Several consciousnesses exchanged thoughts constantly, their tones filled with helplessness. Perhaps thousands of years from now, in the battlefields we open up with the human race, a second Chikun Star Lord might emerge. By then, who knows how many of our people will die? The first consciousness fell silent for a moment. A second Chikun Star Lord? The rest of the consciousnesses shuddered at the thought. The Chikun Star Lord, that was a nearly invincible existence among the 8th layer evolvers. Even in a medium-sized otherworldly battlefield, the Chikun Star Lord was formidable enough to run rampant. As the bodily incarnation Starry Sky Wanderer Kun, he was unbridled and had devoured countless other 8th layer evolvers of different species. Only the lofty 9th rank alien race could make the Chikun Star Lord a little wary, on the Chikun main star. Lin Yuan was about to continue his cultivation. Just then, the voice of the smart assistant suddenly rang out. Master, the Star Alliance Conference is about to convene. Do you wish to participate? The Star Alliance Conference? Lin Yuan was slightly startled. Information about the Star Alliance Conference flashed quickly through his mind. The Star Alliance Conference, also known as the Anon Star Alliance Conference. It was a grand event of the Anon Star Alliance, held once every century. The Anon Star Alliance is a massive alliance made up of hundreds of star domains. With complex internal relationships, the division of interests among many star domains could not be resolved in a short time. Therefore, the Star Alliance Conference was established. The purpose of the Star Alliance Conference was to resolve the many internal conflicts within the Anon Star Alliance. As for why the three goddesses did not intervene, they were absolutely just, but there were some issues that could not be resolved by justice alone and could provoke greater hidden dangers instead. Additionally, the Star Alliance Conference also made changes to all policies within the Alliance to better suit the customs of its citizens. The Chikun Star Domain was one of the powerful star domains within the Anon Star Alliance. Therefore, the smart assistant asked Lin Yuan if he wished to participate in the Star Alliance Conference. Of course, not just anyone could participate in the Star Alliance Conference. At such a level that related to the decision-making for a star domain, one had to be at least a 6th-level citizen to have the qualification and right to intervene. Not long ago, before Lin Yuan undertook his 5th passage, he had accumulated enough merits to ascend to a 6th-level citizen, and casually had his citizen level raised to the 6th level. Now he had the qualifications to participate in the Star Alliance Conference. A 6th-level citizen merely met the threshold to participate in the Star Alliance Conference. They had the right to vote, whereas 7th-level citizens would automatically become members of Parliament of the Anon Star Alliance, with real decision-making power. The Star Alliance Conference? Lin Yuan thought for a moment. He was not normally interested in such activities, but if it were not for the immense importance of the Star Alliance Conference, which could determine the situation and status of hundreds of star domains, and because Lin Yuan had reached the threshold for participation, the smart assistant probably wouldn't have reminded him specially. I understand. Lin Yuan nodded, dismissing the smart assistant. Should I attend or not? Lin Yuan pondered in his heart. Forget it. Lin Yuan shook his head slightly. No matter how important the Star Alliance Conference was, it held no meaning for him. He would be better off using that time to further understand the rules and perfect the 7th-ranked chapter of his Martial Path evolutionary path. Chapter 346-15 Campaigning. Well water does not offend river water. Please subscribe. No matter which world you're in, power is the foundation of everything. If the Star Alliance Conference can't bring Lin Yuan substantial help, then there's no need to waste energy on it. FreyWebNovel.com. Should I still ask about it? Lin Yuan finished his training for the day and connected his consciousness to the virtual world, a personal space. A burly, red-nosed old man sat leisurely at a dining table, occasionally lifting the wine jug in front of him to take a sip, his face full of enjoyment. Just then, Lin Yuan's figure appeared. Ha ha ha, Shi-san, come over here. This wine is truly excellent, a rarity. Out there, I couldn't afford it. I can only enjoy it in the virtual world, the red-nosed elder immediately called out. Shi-feng, old brother, every time I see you, you're drinking. Lin Yuan walked over and sat opposite the red-nosed elder. The red-nosed elder, Shi-feng, was a good friend Lin Yuan had made in the Founder's Circle, and he was also a founder of an evolution path. Since both were from the Anon Star Alliance, the red-nosed elder Shi-feng would often pull Lin Yuan along to drink. Over time, the two became familiar with each other. Compared to Lin Yuan, Shi-feng was much older, having lived for tens of thousands of years, and his citizen level had also reached level 6. Wine is such a wonderful thing. That feeling of being tipsy, the red-nosed elder Shi-feng remarked nostalgically. With his strength, he could sober up with just a thought, but why should he? Wasn't it nice to indulge in the state of inebriation? Good wine. Lin Yuan picked up a cup and took a small taste before nodding slightly. In the virtual world, wine was a pure luxury. Many fine wines in reality had miraculous effects, such as improving the body, nourishing the soul, or healing injuries, among others. But in the virtual world, wine was left only with its taste. Precisely because of this, the wine in the virtual world was much cheaper than in reality. The wine Lin Yuan had just drunk, called dream wine, could purify one's soul. In the real world, a single cup would cost at least 1 billion civilization currency, but in the virtual world it was merely 10 million per cup, 100 times cheaper. All right, Shizan, you came to see me for something, didn't you? After some casual conversation, Shifeng took the initiative to ask. Shizan, that was the name Lin Yuan had given himself in the Founder's world. I wanted to inquire about the Star Alliance conference, Lin Yuan asked directly. Although Lin Yuan wasn't particularly interested in such conferences, he still wanted to hear what Shifeng thought. Your journey continues on. As a fellow citizen of level 6, Shifeng, who had lived for tens of thousands of years, had much better connections and insight than Lin Yuan. The Star Alliance conference? Oh, it's time for the Star Alliance conference again. The red-nosed Shifeng suddenly realized. Shifeng, old brother, do you think it's necessary to attend the Star Alliance conference? Lin Yuan shared his doubts. Necessary to attend? The red-nosed Shifeng instantly perked up. Of course you should participate. Why pass up on a chance for free treasures? Free? Lin Yuan was slightly puzzled. Could the Anon Star Alliance be so wealthy as to give treasures to every level 6 citizen that attended the conference? That's true. You're still young, Shizan, only recently advanced to a level 6 citizen, and not familiar with the rules here. A smile appeared on the face of the red-nosed Shifeng. The purpose of the Star Alliance conference is to resolve many interstellar conflicts within the Alliance. But how are they resolved? For instance, who should own a rare resource planet that appears on the border of 2 star domains? Or, when the resources allocated by human civilization are only sufficient for 3 star domains, how should we choose? The red-nosed Shifeng said, clicking his. Right, to whom should they go? Lin Yuan also became interested. Such questions were difficult to delineate clearly. Even if the three goddesses intervened, siding with one party would surely offend the other. Could it be that they would split the resource planet in half, giving each party an equal share? That's where we come in. The red-nosed Shifeng smiled. At the Star Alliance conference, the issues between star domains are brought to the table, and ultimately, we vote to decide. The side with more votes wins. So that's how it is, Lin Yuan realized. Of course, issues that made it to the Star Alliance conference were usually those where both sides had equally valid arguments. Slightly clearer controversies would have already been adjudicated by the three goddesses. So, our voting rights as level 6 citizens are very precious, the red-nosed Shifeng hinted. Precious? Lin Yuan looked towards the red-nosed Shifeng. Because the two conflicting star domains will pay a huge price to curry favor with us, hoping we will cast our votes for them during the conference resolution, the red-nosed Shifeng said. I see, Lin Yuan nodded. In simple terms, when facing issues even the three goddesses could not decide upon, or rather, no matter which side wins, it wouldn't affect the overall situation of human civilization, then it was left to the higher-level citizens to determine. The unsolvable conflicts between star domains are not many, and each Star Alliance conference has only about a dozen or so. Shisan, as long as it doesn't involve your star domain, how we vote is up to us, isn't it? The red-nosed Shifeng said with a grin. Quite interesting. Lin Yuan laughed as well. In fact, this was also a reflection of the special status of high-level citizens, being part of the decision-making powers for hundreds of star domains. Besides, after every Star Alliance conference, we higher-level citizens will hold a few swap meets while we're still around to exchange for the resources and treasures we need. The red-nosed Shifeng continued. Chapter 317, 15 Lobbying, Well water does not violate river water, subscribe please. 2. Although the Human Civilization Alliance has a dedicated marketplace app for selling all kinds of treasures, some rare and precious treasures are often in short supply, and these exchange meetings exist for such rare and valuable items. This is actually pretty good. Lin Yuan thought of the weapons and treasures of several different species he had acquired on the battlefields of different races, as well as the inheritance from the 8th-layer evolutionist Yin. Many of them were items he didn't need. Selling them directly to human civilization would be too much of a loss. Instead, it would be possible to dispose of them through these exchange meetings. Are you now participating or not? Shifeng asked. I'll participate, Lin Yuan nodded. The premise of his lack of interest in the Star Alliance conference was that it was unable to bring any benefit to himself. But now, after hearing Shifeng's description, for 6th-level citizens like them, participating in the Star Alliance conference could be very profitable. Ha 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 ha, Shifeng laughed heartily. By the way, Shisan, do you need me to introduce you to those star domains that need votes? Continue your adventure, at Shifeng inquired. If Lin Yuan had no star domains in mind to vote for, he could sell his vote at a high price to those star domains that needed it. Thanks a lot, Brother Shifeng, Lin Yuan replied seriously upon hearing this. Arranging such connections was not something the ordinary evolver could accomplish. It required someone with extensive connections. No need to thank me. We are friends. Shifeng waved his hand and then said, Just wait for me a moment, Shisan. After Shifeng finished speaking, his figure disappeared from sight. He obviously went to make contact. Lin Yuan sat down and waited for a while. A moment later, Shifeng reappeared. Besides, a young man also appeared beside him. This is Shizan. You can discuss your star domain's matters directly with him, said Shifeng casually. Shisan. The young man gave a slight bow to Lin Yuan and said, My name is Na Dan from the Wangyu Starfield. This time, the conflict between our Wangyu Starfield and the Golden Dragon Star Domain will be brought up at the Star Alliance conference. At that time, we hope that Mr. Shisan will vote for our Wangyu Starfield. After speaking, the young man Na Dan respectfully placed a piece of white paper on the dining table. If Mr. Shisan agrees, the resources of treasures listed above will be your reward. With a slight bow to Shifeng, the young man Na Dan then stepped out of the personal space. Tisk Tiska, Wangyu Starfield really has it tough. Less powerful than the Golden Dragon Star Domain, they can only seek help like this, Shifeng remarked with a bit of emotion. Some powerful star domains have nurtured many 6th-level citizens who naturally vote for their homelands during the Star Alliance conference. On the contrary, weaker star domains with few 6th-level citizens can only pay a huge price to seek help from 6th-level citizens of other star domains. The three goddesses are aware of this situation, yet they do not stop it, with the goal of motivating the various star domains to cultivate more high-level citizens. Becoming a high-level citizen doesn't require one to pioneer an evolution path or to engage in research and invention only. Heading to the battlefields of different races and fighting with different species could also earn a lot of merit points. Let's take a look at the terms given by the Wangyu Starfield. Shifeng glanced at the piece of white paper in front of Lin Yuan. Wangyu Starfield? Lin Yuan thought for a moment. If he remembered correctly, this should be the home star domain of the 8th-layer evolutionist Yin, shouldn't it? Let me take a look. Lin Yuan picked up the white paper, sharing the view with Shifeng. A 7th-rank soul defense treasure, Shifeng was somewhat astonished. The first treasure listed on the white paper already had him intrigued. This was a soul defense treasure, essential for guarding the soul coveted by evolvers from all evolution paths. A thought flickered in Lin Yuan's mind. Although he owned an 8th rank soul defense treasure, that one was damaged and the time required for repairing it was unknown. In the meantime, using a 7th rank soul defense treasure as a substitute would not be a problem. Lin Yuan wasn't worried about what to do with the 7th rank soul defense treasure after the 8th rank soul defense treasure was repaired. Treasures like these, which guard the soul, were never hard to dispose of. Lin Yuan could sell it at a premium whenever he wished. Lin Yuan's gaze moved away from the first line on the white paper. He looked at the second line. Fragment of Jianmu, containing a great amount of life force, capable of remolding the flesh for a 7th rank evolver once. Comparing to the 7th rank soul defense treasure, the second item, the Fragment of Jianmu, was somewhat less impressive, especially for Lin Yuan, who possessed the Blood Rebirth divine skill. It's fairly superfluous. Yet just because Lin Yuan didn't need it didn't mean other evolvers wouldn't. It could be sold or traded for other items. Lin Yuan continued to look at the third line on the white paper. Aquamarine Vishuddha water can purify bodily impurities and consolidate the origin source of the flesh. TTS, the Wang Yu starfield, is quite sincere. After looking at the 3 treasures, Lin Yuan nodded slightly. These 3 treasures were all desirable by 7th rank evolvers, especially the first one. I agree to their terms? Lin Yuan looked toward Shifeng with the red nose. Whether it was the Wang Yu starfield or the Golden Dragon Star domain, neither had much to do with Lin Yuan. Voting for either side wouldn't impact Lin Yuan much. Don't rush. Let's first see what the Golden Dragon Star domain's attitude is. Having said that, Shifeng disappeared once again. When Shifeng returned, a tall man dressed in a golden robe appeared beside him. Jin Tianzhao, that Wang Yue starfield, offered a not insignificant price for Shisan's agreement. You'd have to up your game, Shifeng reminded him. It was clear that the man in the golden robe, named Jin Tianzhao, came from the Golden Dragon Star domain. Mr. Shisan? The man in the golden robe, Jin Tianzhao, scrutinized Lin Yuan carefully. Mr. Esther Shisan's agreement. Shisan, is this your first time attending the Star Alliance conference? Jin Tianzhao inquired. Indeed it is. Lin Yuan nodded. The Star Alliance conference was held once every 100 years, and for a 6th level citizen, a century wasn't that long. Even if some weren't well acquainted, they more or less knew each other. Since that's the case, Mr. Shisan, do you know about the strength of my Golden Dragon Star domain? Jin Tianzhao continued to ask. Upon his inquiry, Lin Yuan remained unperturbed. However, Shifeng frowned. Jin Tianzhao, what do you mean by that? If you want Shisan to vote for the Golden Dragon Star domain, then just present your offer, instead of beating around the bush with all that nonsense. Offer? Jin Tianzhao shook his head. I'm here only to meet Mr. Shisan and exchange a few words with him. Mr. Shisan, you have recently become a 6th level citizen. You shouldn't make an enemy of my Golden Dragon Star domain. Before Jin Tianzhao could finish, get lost. Shifeng, full of impatience, kicked the other person out of the personal space. This Jin Tianzhao is too arrogant. Who is he threatening? Shifeng appeared somewhat agitated. I thought that the Wang Yu starfield would put some pressure on the Golden Dragon Star domain, but they came straight with threats? No matter. Lin Yuan wasn't bothered. If an agreement couldn't be reached, then there was no need to negotiate. I'll go have a word with that Jin Tianzhao, see where he gets the guts from. Shifeng vanished once again. In another personal space, Shifeng glared at the man in the golden robe. What do you mean, Jin Tianzhao? Shisan is a friend of mine. Even if you don't need Shisan's vote, there's no need to put it that way. Shifeng's tone was dissatisfied. Shifeng, you should know, with the strength of my Golden Dragon Star domain, even if the Wang Yu starfield went around seeking help everywhere, they can't beat us, Jin Tianzhao stated indifferently. This was the confidence of coming from a powerful star domain. The Golden Dragon Star domain, with the 6th level citizens it cultivated on its own, was the sum of several or even 10 star domains. Brother Shifeng, how long have you known Shisan? You're this considerate of him already. You just like befriending those so-called friends. Jin Tianzhao shook his head as he spoke. So-called friends? Shifeng's expression turned peculiar. Although Shisan just became a 6th level citizen, he's definitely not over 1,000 years old. His future potential is limitless. Why else do you think I'd befriend him? Shifeng sighed. By treating Shisan so disrespectfully, there's nothing I can do. But in a few thousand or tens of thousands of years, when Shisan has grown stronger, I hope you can still act like you do today, a 6th level citizen under 1,000 years old. Jin Tianzhao's expression shifted slightly, then he calmed down. So what? Is he going to become a 7th level citizen in the future? Even if he becomes a 7th level citizen, he's no threat to my Golden Dragon Star domain. It's simply that, Jin Tianzhao said lightly, we stay out of each other's business, that's all. Stay out of each other's business? Shifeng gave Jin Tianzhao a glance before turning and leaving. Stay out of each other's business? Who is the insignificant well water, and who is the boundless river water? Heaven knows. Chapter 318-16, Obtaining the Treasure. Please subscribe. Personal space. Lin Yuan raised the glass on the table and took a casual sip. This Golden Dragon Star domain is truly domineering. To actually threaten a 6th level citizen? Lin Yuan put down the glass and shook his head slightly. But as 6th-level citizens, there are distinctions. Some evolvers became 6th-level citizens by slaying different species, earning a large number of merit points in the process. Others advanced to 6th-level citizenship through invention and research, breaking new ground in technological achievements. And there were evolvers like Lin Yuan who opened up an evolution path, ultimately advancing to 6th-level citizenship. Without a doubt, those who open up evolution paths are the rarest among 6th-level citizens. Lin Yuan and Shifeng belong to this category, or rather, high-level citizens from the Founder's virtual world all fall into this group. But no matter how rare, they were still only 6th-level citizens. Within the Human Civilization Alliance, 6th-level citizens have a very high status, but unless they hold important positions, they don't have much power. Ordinary evolvers and citizens dare not show any disrespect when they meet a 6th-level citizen, but the Golden Dragon Star domain is different. As one of the top 3 powerful star domains in the Anon Star Alliance, the Golden Dragon Star domain does not need to please other 6th-level citizens as much as the Wangyu Starfield strives to do. After all, the Golden Dragon Star domain itself has cultivated many 6th-level citizens and has numerous friends. Such is the confidence of a powerful star domain. That's also true. After all, I have not revealed my other identities. In the eyes of Jin Tianzhao, I am just a newly promoted 6th-level citizen, likely to remain so for the rest of my life, so there's no need to take me too seriously, Lin Yuan thought to himself. A 6th-level citizen who wishes to advance to 7th-level citizenship needs 2 million merit points. Such a vast amount of merit points gives even the Golden Dragon Star domain a headache, let alone a newly promoted 6th-level citizen. Nearly 99% of 6th-level citizens are unable to accumulate 2 million merit points in their lifetime, Shizan. At this moment, Shifeng returned and greeted Lin Yuan. That Jin Tianzhao, he's just like that, too proud, don't take it to heart, Shifeng comforted. He only had a casual acquaintance with Jin Tianzhao. If it wasn't for the affair between the Wangyu Starfield and the Golden Dragon Star domain, he wouldn't have invited Jin Tianzhao over. It's fine, Lin Yuan said with a smile. It didn't matter whether it was Jin Tianzhao or even the Golden Dragon Star domain. At most, they would make empty threats. As for going further, they wouldn't dare. The 3 goddesses of the Human Alliance were not for show. Prohibiting escalation of internal conflicts was a red line. Besides, even if Jin Tianzhao wanted to do something, he did not know Lin Yuan's true identity. The identity that Lin Yuan showed to the outside world was, at most, that of a 6th-level citizen of the Anon Star Alliance, with good relations with Shifeng, a member of the Founder's world. More than that, perhaps Shifeng guessed that Lin Yuan was not very old, but that was all. But the Golden Dragon Star domain is indeed powerful, having independently opened up 3 battlefields of different races, fighting against 3 species with the strength of a single domain, Shifeng said in amazement. The Golden Dragon Star Master is indeed remarkable, Lin Yuan nodded. The might of the Golden Dragon Star Master was not inferior to that of Qigong Star Lord, belonging to the level of invincible existence among 8th-layer evolvers. In the vast Anon Star Alliance with hundreds of star domains, there were more than 1,000 8th-layer evolvers, but only a few were on the same level as Qigong Star Lord and Golden Dragon Star Master. With such a Star Master at its helm, the Golden Dragon Star domain already possessed the strength to independently open up battlefields of different races. To the Golden Dragon Star domain, these battlefields were a source of copious merit points, as well as a training ground for their evolvers. Indeed, the Qigong Star domain had also independently opened up 4 battlefields of different races. However, the ones in the Qigong Star domain did not have permanent spatial rifts. Permanent spatial rifts can only be formed by the powers of a supreme being. The power of a supreme being referred to here does not require the supreme being to act personally. Supreme weapons can also achieve this, but the permanent spatial rifts they create are far smaller than those formed by a supreme being's direct intervention. Discover stories at Even So. Most battlefields of different races do not possess permanent spatial rifts. Alright, don't worry too much about Jin Tianzhao. With Shisan's talent, he'll have his comeuppance in the future, Shifeng said, seemingly probing. Through his interactions with Lin Yuan, he felt that Lin Yuan must be quite young. He definitely would not exceed 1,000 years old. At such a young age, to have advanced to 6th-level citizenship and to be a member of the Founder's world, clearly the evolution path he opened was no simple feat. You jest, Shifeng. What means do I have to make the Golden Dragon Star domain suffer? Lin Yuan said with a laugh. If Shifeng had known Lin Yuan's real age and the main world was not yet 30, he would probably not probe, but first make sure he wasn't dreaming. So now do I choose the Wangyu Starfield? Lin Yuan asked. Since the Golden Dragon Star domain had no intention of compensating him, Lin Yuan's vote would naturally go to the Wangyu Starfield. After all, he was rather covetous of that 7th-rank soul defense treasure. It could be useful for a while. No rush, no rush. As 6th-level citizens, we only have 1 vote in each Star Alliance conference. Let's wait and see. As long as it doesn't concern our home star domain or any star domain with which we have a history, we'll support whoever offers the best price, Shifeng said. Any issue brought up at the Star Alliance conference would be such that, regardless of which side triumphed, there would be no significant impact on the overall situation of human civilization. Chapter 319:16, Obtaining the Treasure Please Subscribe, 2. It was because of this that the three goddesses had entrusted decision-making power to higher-level citizens. It was also one of the hidden benefits belonging to higher-level citizens. Next, Shifeng brought over 7 or 8 evolvers. They were representatives from various star domains of the Anin Star Alliance. These evolvers were quite courteous to Lin Yuan, as powerful star domains like the Golden Dragon Star domain were rare. Furthermore, with proud individuals such as Jin Tianzhao, such people were even rarer. Generally speaking, everyone was quite polite to 6th-level citizens. Even if their negotiations did not succeed, there would be no threats, because there was no point in it. How about it? Have you made your choice? Shifeng looked at Lin Yuan with interest. He had already reached an agreement with a certain star domain. The offer from that star domain also satisfied Shifeng. Now, he was mainly curious about Lin Yuan's choice. Let's go with Wang Yue Starfield. Lin Yuan thought for a moment and then spoke. The representatives from the other 7 or 8 star domains had conditions that matched those of Wang Yue Starfield. Logically speaking, Lin Yuan's choice of any one of them would have been similar. However, Lin Yuan did possess the legacy of 8th-layer evolutionist Yin, and Wang Yue Starfield was Yin's home star domain. In such a situation, with conditions being equal, Lin Yuan naturally leaned towards Wang Yue Starfield. Good, Shifeng nodded. He immediately contacted the young man Na Dan from Wang Yue Starfield. A moment later, the young man Na Dan appeared in the personal space. Thank you, Mr. Shisan, for your assistance. I represent Wang Yue Starfield, and we are immensely grateful. The young man Na Dan spoke with a slightly respectful tone. His offer was no different from several others, and Lin Yuan choosing him naturally warranted thanks. We each take what we need. Lin Yuan waved his hand and said casually, he was not helping Wang Yue Starfield for nothing. This is the password for Shuntong Group's safe box. Mr. Shisan only needs to log on to the Shuntong Group website, enter the safe box service, and then he can access the reward. The young man, Na Dan, sent Lin Yuan a string of numbers. Shuntong Group, being the largest transport group in the Human Civilization Alliance, took privacy very seriously in their safe box service. The young man, Na Dan, placed the treasure in a safe box of the Shuntong Group and then handed over the password to Lin Yuan. With the password, Lin Yuan could claim ownership of the rewards in the safe box and then just have Shuntong Group deliver it. The entire process was such that neither party knew the other's location, the delivery location, and so on. In this respect, with human civilization's assurance, it was absolutely trustworthy. Even Chikun Star Lords like 8th-layer invincible beings used the transport services of Shuntong Group. Good. Lin Yuan wrote down the password and nodded. freewevenvel.cm. Shizan, about that soul defense treasure, if you ever decide not to keep it, you must tell me. I will buy it for the highest price, Shifeng immediately said. He was also very eager to have that soul defense treasure, but alas, compared to another treasure, Shifeng still chose the latter. Certainly. Lin Yuan nodded. The 7th rank soul defense treasure was only for transition. Once Lin Yuan stepped into the 8th rank, or repaired that 8th rank soul defense treasure, he naturally wouldn't need this 7th rank soul defense treasure. Ah, every time the Star Alliance Assembly convenes, we 6th level citizens have only voting rights. As for actual decision-making, it's still those counselors, Shifeng said with a sigh. The prerequisite for being a counselor in the Anin Star Alliance is being a 7th level citizen. Although the difference is only 1 level between a 6th and 7th level citizen, in terms of status and privileges, it's a qualitative change. Not a single 6th level citizen does not yearn to become a 7th level citizen, but mere yearning is useless. It also requires a tremendous amount of merit points to meet the requirements for promotion to a 7th level citizen. 7th level citizen, Lin Yuan's expression became slightly serious. For a 6th level citizen to be promoted to a 7th level citizen, 2 million merit points are needed, akin to killing 2 8th rank aliens on the battlefields of different species. The most crucial thing is, killing these 2 8th rank aliens must be done by the original body. Avatar kills wouldn't possibly yield 1 million merit points. That is, only by completely killing 2 8th rank aliens can one gain 2 million merit points. This is too difficult. Chikun Starlord had dominated the battlefields of different races, swallowing countless 8th rank aliens in the guise of the Starry Sky Wanderer Kun. However, most of those 8th rank aliens were merely avatars. As for their true forms, they had long been hiding somewhere unknown. Find exclusive stories on Chikun Main Star. Lin Yuan stepped out of the Grand Hall. Shortly after, a spaceship landed. From inside, a fiercely gazing staff member exited. Here are the items for your shipment. Please sign for them. This staff member, possessing at least the power of the 7th rank, was a high-star employee of Shuntong Group, specifically responsible for the transport of valuable items. Good. Lin Yuan nodded. The payment from Na Dan, a young man from the Wang Yue Starfield, was transported through Shuntong Group. With the service standard of the safe deposit box business, it was quickly delivered. Drip Lin Yuan confirmed his identity and smoothly accepted it. Serving you is an honor for us at Shuntong. The fiercely gazing staff member gave a slight bow to Lin Yuan and then returned to the spaceship. Parsi, in the depths of the Grand Hall. Lin Yuan began to examine the treasures. The first was that 7th rank soul defense treasure. It was a palm-sized jade pendant exhibiting a faint pink color. After Lin Yuan refined it, the jade pendant transformed into flowing light, entered his sea of consciousness, and guarded his soul. Not bad. Lin Yuan nodded slightly. Although he was deep in Chikun Main Star, where he presumably wouldn't encounter any dangers, having such a treasure was better than none, especially since this soul defense treasure was not purchased by Lin Yuan himself. It was an unexpected gain. Jianmu fragment. Lin Yuan took out the second treasure. It was a piece of tree fragment, its surface subtly charred black. Merely by looking at it, Lin Yuan felt, deep in the cosmic starry skies, a colossal divine tree supporting the heavens and the earth was slightly swaying. Is that Jianmu? Lin Yuan closed his eyes and felt slightly amazed in his heart. Jianmu was a Dominator-level powerhouse deep in the cosmos belonging to plant life. Its mere size spanned beyond 10 light-years, indeed a colossal entity. Even the Chikun Star Lord dared not approach the true form of Jianmu. As for this fragment of Jianmu, it came from a thunder tribulation that Jianmu underwent every 100,000 years, fragments that were shattered during the tribulation. Heavenly azure water. Lin Yuan turned to the third treasure. This water could purify impurities in the flesh and solidify the origin of the flesh, useful for any evolver. Let's try it. Lin Yuan absorbed a drop of heavenly azure water. Immediately, he felt a special power begin to spread to his limbs. Truly marvelous. A smile appeared on Lin Yuan's face as he keenly felt its effects. Golden Dragon Star Domain, on a pure gold-colored planet. Jin Tianzhao, dressed in a golden robe, hesitated for a moment before deciding to see his teacher. Tianzhao, what is it? The Golden Dragon Star Master's eyes shone gold, his presence majestic, as if transcending the cosmic starry skies. Teacher. A few days ago, due to the matters of the Star Alliance conference, I threatened a 7th-level citizen who supported the Wang Yu starfield a few times. Jin Tianzhao spoke truthfully. If Lin Yuan were just an ordinary 7th-level citizen, he wouldn't care much. But that comment from Shi Feng about Lin Yuan's true age possibly being less than 1,000 years had unsettled Jin Tianzhao. A 7th-level citizen under 1,000 years old possessed not insignificant potential, and he must inform his teacher. The one known as Shisan, that 7th-level citizen? The Golden Dragon Star Master looked down at Jin Tianzhao almost without needing to think. He could deduce that Shisan was an alias. The true identity of that 7th-level citizen, apart from 3 goddesses, probably nobody knew. Don't worry. The Golden Dragon Star Master spoke calmly. Even if he can become an 8th-layer citizen, that will be a matter for the distant future. For now, focus on the current matters. Chapter 320, 17, Escalation of War. Please subscribe. C24763 Alien Battlefield. Not far from the permanent spatial rift. Lin Yuan sat cross-legged, occasionally closing his eyes in deep thought, occasionally looking up at the more than 10-meter-long spatial rift. Space is everything. All things are nurtured, they need space. All things grow, they need space. All things wither, they also need space. Lin Yuan pondered this in his heart. Since the breakthrough in comprehending 965 basic spatial models, Lin Yuan had begun to sense the deeper essence of space rules. With his against heaven's understanding and the spatial fluctuations emanating from the nearby eternal spatial rift, Lin Yuan's perception of space rules was growing every day. 7,782 core spatial models, Lin Yuan frowned after having comprehended the basic spatial models. What he was contemplating next were the core spatial models. If the 965 basic spatial models are just the surface layer of space rules belonging to the introductory level, then the 7,782 spatial models are the core of space rules. And each of these 7,782 spatial models has many aspects. Like blind men touching an elephant, different evolvers will have different insights. This was also why Chikun Star-Lord was unwilling to demonstrate the core spatial models to Lin Yuan. What Chikun Star-Lord demonstrated were only his understanding of the spatial models, and if Lin Yuan followed that, it would only hold him back. Of course, Chikun Star-Lord's considerations were based on Lin Yuan's terrifying talent and aptitude. Explore more at, if it were one of the other 12 disciples, Chikun Star-Lord wouldn't mind demonstrating the core spatial models. From comprehending the basic spatial models until now, it's already been 1 or 2 months, and in all this time I haven't even understood one core spatial model, Lin Yuan sighed inwardly. If other evolvers knew that Lin Yuan planned to understand a core spatial model in 1 or 2 months, they would probably be so frustrated they'd cough up blood. Each of the 7,782 core spatial models is profound and broad, sufficient for an ordinary 7th rank evolver to contemplate for thousands or even tens of thousands of years. You plan to understand one in 1 or 2 months? Even an 8th layer evolver, like Chikun Star-Lord, with an unimaginable talent in the field of space rules, would need to invest a considerable amount of effort to understand one core spatial model. Particularly as one approaches the later models, the core spatial models become more obscure and difficult to comprehend, and a single bottleneck could easily stall progress for hundreds or thousands of years. Take it slow. I'm not in a hurry. Lin Yuan gathered his thoughts. What he had in abundance was time. With the door to the Myriad Realms' ability to travel through, his actual lifespan is far longer than that of other evolvers of the same rank. Although traversing worlds and comprehending the space rules was not as fast as observing the eternal spatial rift directly at this moment, with his against heaven's understanding, it was merely a matter of spending more time. I feel that, as I contemplate the core spatial models, is my inner world slowly expanding, Lin Yuan mused privately. The inner world was based entirely on Lin Yuan. The higher Lin Yuan's realm, the deeper his understanding of space, naturally allowing its scope to expand and extend continuously. If I could comprehend all 7,782 core spatial models, wouldn't the size of my inner world be incalculable? Lin Yuan looked forward with anticipation. The larger the inner world, the more world force it can mobilize. If Lin Yuan's inner world reached tens of thousands of miles in size, he would be able to overwhelm ordinary 8th rank evolvers just with the force of his world. Forget it. Comprehending the 7,782 core spatial models is too far off for me. Let's first thoroughly understand the first one. Lin Yuan steadied his mind and continued his contemplation. The Taiyan primordial spirit contemplating space rules could synchronize with the true selves there, with shared consciousness and mutual enlightenment between the two primordial spirits and the true self. However, after contemplating for a while, Lin Yuan glanced around. Why are there fewer and fewer different species around? Lin Yuan felt somewhat puzzled. Near the permanent spatial rift, not only were human race evolvers stationed for contemplation, but strong members of the Haiyuan clan would also come. Both clans were eager to contemplate in front of the permanent spatial rift, as it truly could enhance the efficiency and speed of their insight. It was for this reason that the area near the permanent spatial rift had become a ceasefire zone for both clans. It was an unspoken rule not to engage in combat. Otherwise, if you strike once and I retaliate twice, would anyone still be able to contemplate? Could something major have happened? Lin Yuan had an uneasy premonition. But at this moment, what he had here was just one primordial spirit. Even if it perished, the loss for him would not be unacceptable. The main world is not like the traversing worlds. Losing one primordial spirit would require Lin Yuan to expend a lot of time or origin source to condense it anew. In the main world, many cosmic wonders and treasures can replace one's origin source, allowing him to condense two primordial spirits in a few breaths. On the other side of the battlefield, this place was teeming with strong members of the Haiyuan clan. What's the situation now? The leader was a man with a single horn on his forehead, his body was coursing with pitch-black thunder, and even a trace of his emitted aura was enough to make an ordinary 6th rank shiver. No change. Human civilization doesn't know the plans of our Haiyuan clan. Even if they guess some of it, they'll only think that we want to intensify the war effort. Little do they know that this time our Haiyuan clan will invest the strength of an entire clan. A stout Haiyuan clan strongman next to him said in a low voice. First, Chapter 321, 17, Intensity of War Escalates. Please subscribe. 2. My lord, if we are not careful in this decisive battle with human civilization, our clan will fall into an abyss. Another Haiyuan clan strong one spoke hesitantly, unable to refrain from speaking out. As one of the strongest peak clans in the cosmic starry sky, were it not for being restrained by a large alliance of several other peak clans, the Haiyuan clan would have been flattened countless times already. Even so, it was not that human civilization couldn't annihilate the Haiyuan clan, they simply didn't want to pay the price, so. Now that the Haiyuan clan had recklessly initiated a decisive battle, even if they wiped out the human civilization's evolvers in this battlefield, what then? Could it be that the entirety of human civilization would be unable to recover from this? No, this would only provoke the madness of human civilization's retaliation. This is an order from the insect race. The unicorn man went silent for a moment, then slowly began to speak. The insect race? The short and sturdy Haiyuan clan strong one was taken aback, his face turning very ugly. This was much more serious than the Haiyuan clan initiating a decisive battle on their own. Was the insect race ordering them to engage in a great decisive battle with human civilization at the level of peak clan civilizations? What about the other several peak clans? Would they also be involved in it? If it were a great decisive battle between several peak clans, there would inevitably be the presence of supreme beings taking action, and that would be a war that would shake the entire cosmic starry skies. Even a powerful clan like the Haiyuan clan might not be able to preserve itself under such intense war. At this point, our clan has no other choice. The unicorn man spoke with a detached tone. In the cosmic starry skies of 10,000 races, they are but puppets held by strings by those few peak clans. If his Haiyuan clan dared to defy the order of the insect race, they wouldn't need human civilization to make a move. The insect race would completely deal with them. Shuiyu, you've stepped into the 8th layer for many years, and this time you will hold your position outside the southeastern area of the battlefield. Any human evolvers who escape shall be killed without mercy, the Unicorn Man commanded. Yes. The short and sturdy Haiyuan clan strong one nodded. He really didn't want to engage in an excessively intense war with human civilization, because there was no benefit in doing so. As for those spoils of war and the like, compared to the retaliation of human civilization, what are they? But this was an order from the insect race. Furthermore, the Unicorn Man continued to make arrangements, making Haiyuan clan strong ones lie in ambush in the surroundings outside the battlefield to prevent the human civilization evolvers from escaping. Finally, I will lead a large group of Haiyuan clan strong ones on the battlefield to cleanse the human civilization's evolvers. The Unicorn Man looked towards the many Haiyuan clan strong ones. You all go to your designated positions. Yes, yes, yes. Soon, a small part of Haiyuan clan strong ones rapidly disappeared, suspended mountain range. This place served as one of human civilization's bases on the battlefield. At this moment, a 7th-rank monarch evolver stood at the top of the mountain range, gazing afar towards the central battlefield. Alien numbers are changing. A large number of different species strong ones are returning. This 7th-rank monarch, the highest commander of human civilization in this battlefield of different races, frowned at this moment. What exactly does this group from the Haiyuan clan want to do? The 7th-rank monarch named Zhou Shi was somewhat undecided. Don't engage with the Haiyuan clan as much as possible in the near future. The 7th-rank monarch, Zhou Shi, thought to himself, planning to respond to every change with constancy. Suddenly, the 7th-rank monarch, Zhou Shi, seemed to sense something and quickly connected his consciousness to the virtual world. In most areas of the battlefield of different races, human evolvers were unable to connect to the 3 goddesses and the virtual world. However, in the bases of human civilization, there were no such restrictions and connections could be made at any time. A moment later, freewub.com, Zhou Shi disconnected from the virtual world, his expression extremely somber. These Haiyuan clan members dare to do this. Is the insect race intending to launch a decisive battle against our human race? Zhou Shi's thoughts surged as the goddess of freedom had informed him that the Haiyuan clan might soon commit their entire clan's strength to cleanse the human civilization evolvers on the battlefield. As for the source of the message, it was the top fortune-telling master of human civilization who, through information derived from millions of battlefields of different races, drew this conclusion. The peak insect race would, for some unspeakable reason, order all clans under their command to launch a cleansing against human civilization's evolvers in the battlefields of different races, at all costs. Commit their entire clan's strength. The 7th-rank monarch Zhou Shi took a deep breath. Although the Haiyuan clan were but a powerful clan, they also had many strong ones in the 8th layer, and even had quite a few beings exceeding the 8th layer. If the Haiyuan clan committed their entire clan's strength, the human civilization evolvers on this battlefield would have no capacity to resist. We can only flee. The 7th-rank monarch Zhou Shi thought to himself quietly. This was also the advice given by the goddess of freedom. Before the Haiyuan clan could react, all human civilization evolvers should flee in different directions. Doing so would increase the survival rate greatly due to the wide area spread. According to the deductions of the goddess of freedom, 8 or 9 out of 10 human civilization evolvers would survive. Not far from the eternal spatial rift, Lin Yuan had just started to comprehend for a short while when he heard the armored man's message transmission. Brother, come back quickly. There's something important to discuss. The armored man advised Lin Yuan to walk out as calmly as possible and try not to attract the attention of other alien races. Something important? Lin Yuan's expression remained unchanged as he stood up and left. Whoosh. Through the teleportation area, Lin Yuan returned to the suspended mountain range. Lin Yuan looked around and noticed that a large number of evolvers had already arrived. It must be something major, Lin Yuan realized in his heart. Everyone. The battlefield commander Zhou Shi suddenly appeared and looked towards the many evolvers, speaking the Haiyuan clan. Zhou Shi briefly recounted the Haiyuan clan's schemes, leaving the vast majority of evolvers on the field filled with anger and shock. What was this? To mobilize more than 10 8th-layer evolvers for a purge in a minor battlefield. But don't worry, everyone, continued Zhou Shi, the battlefield commander. The schemes of the Haiyuan clan or the insect race have been foreseen in advance by the great diviners of our human civilization. With us having the upper hand against the unprepared, as long as we escape quickly, we should have an 80 to 90% chance of survival, Zhou Shi said. For secret cleansing acts like those of the Haiyuan clan, maintaining secrecy is the most crucial aspect. By taking advantage of the fact that human civilization had not yet reacted, they could mobilize a large number of strong ones and blockade the surroundings of the battlefield. At that time, all human evolvers would be like fish on a chopping board, completely at the mercy of others. But now, it had been found out by human civilization in advance. What's more important, the Haiyuan clan was unaware that human civilization had already caught on. Caught off guard, the strong ones of the Haiyuan clan would not be able to seal off such a vast area around the battlefield. So, according to the calculations of the goddess of freedom, 80 to 90% of human civilization's evolvers would survive. In a moment, I will activate this mountain range and smash it towards the direction of the Haiyuan clan, while you all take that opportunity to escape in any direction you choose. Remember, you must run with all your might, stated Zhou Shi, the 7th-rank monarch, seriously. His true body was elsewhere, so he was not afraid of falling and was willing to stay behind to buy time for the other revolvers. What kind of madness has the Haiyuan clan succumbed to? Lin Yuan listened for a while at the bottom and quickly thought to himself. Was the Haiyuan clan not afraid of human civilization seeking retribution afterward? Lin Yuan glanced around and noticed that most evolvers were engaged in discussions, seemingly believing that the Haiyuan clan had gone mad. I should escape too, Lin Yuan sighed. Even though the fall of the Taiyan primordial spirit wasn't an unbearable loss, it was still better to avoid falling if possible. Yuanyin brother, at that moment, the armored man approached. Do you want to stick together later? If you follow me, you'll definitely be safe. The armored man patted his chest, enthusiastically suggesting. No need, Lin Yuan shook his head. Being a primordial spirit body, he was not limited by a physical body. When he exerted his full power, his speed might even reach the level of an 8th-layer evolver. Don't be shy. The armored man, thinking Lin Yuan was just being modest, spoke carelessly. Suddenly, the suspended mountain range beneath them trembled violently. Everyone flee immediately, commanded the battlefield leader Zhou Shi, his voice echoing in everyone's ears. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Experienced tails at all barriers of the suspended mountain range disappeared. Any evolver could freely enter and leave this place. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Without a second thought, numerous evolvers began to flee in every direction. The armored man turned to look for Lin Yuan, only to see Lin Yuan's figure turn into a meteor, instantly crossing 100 miles and vanishing from the armored man's sensory range. So fast? The armored man watched in astonishment. Chapter 322, 18, The Great Escape. Please subscribe. On the other side of the battlefield, a monocled man from the Haiyuan clan watched intently. He had already commanded many Haiyuan clan powerhouses to blockade every sector of the battlefields of different races. Once the blockade was complete, the entire battlefield would become a prison. By then, he would personally take action and cleanse all of human civilization's evolvers. Suddenly, in the distance, the suspended mountain range that served as the base for human civilization's evolvers quickly rose into the air. It charged toward the side of the Haiyuan clan. The monocled man's expression changed slightly. The suspended mountain range was the base of human civilization on this battlefield. It was also a weapon that could transform into a war fortress when necessary. But clearly, now was not the time for that. What is that? The monocled man immediately noticed that with the collision of the suspended mountain range, explore more at countless evolvers of human civilization started fleeing frantically in all directions using various means. Damn. The pitch-black thunder that flowed over the monocled man's body suddenly began to boil. Clearly, the plans of his Haiyuan clan, or perhaps the insect race, had been leaked. Otherwise, these human evolvers would not have started fleeing outright. Die. The monocled man took a step forward. All around him, within a million miles, pitch-black thunder filled the space. Hiss. The monocled man raised his right hand and pressed it toward the oncoming suspended mountain range. Merely ants. The monocled man's gaze was cold, and in an instant, the suspended mountain range, which had become a war fortress, began to crumble rapidly. Ha 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 ha. Children of the Haiyuan clan, I hope you can struggle to survive beneath the wrath of my human civilization. Inside the suspended mountain range, 7th-rank monarch Zhou Shi burst into mad laughter, then crumbled along with the suspended mountain range. The suspended mountain range was too large, and as a war fortress, its target was too apparent. It could only be left behind to attempt to cover the retreat, delaying the Haiyuan clan. But obviously, the monocled man's strength was too terrifying. Almost reaching the peak of the 8th layer, he crushed the suspended mountain range directly. They've all escaped? The monocled man looked toward the countless human evolvers fleeing in all directions. Being of high realm, the monocled man had long grasped the instantaneous movement spatial model in the core space model. But in the battlefields of different races, spatial fluctuations were significant. Whether it was wormhole shuttling or spatial teleportation, they both were likely to result in large errors or even getting lost in the depths of space. Therefore, the monocled man could only rely on flight to give chase. But the directions in which the numerous human evolvers fled were all different, every which way, up and down, left and right. Even if the monocled man truly pursued them, if he caught one and then returned, the other evolvers would have already run far away. Once the evolvers left the range of the battlefield, they could manipulate spaceships for wormhole shuttling. At that time, the Haiyuan clan would no longer have the ability to pursue and kill. This was precisely why the Goddess of Freedom made the decision to have the human evolvers escape, because this could allow 8 or 9 out of 10 human evolvers to survive. As for the loss of many resources on the battlefield, it didn't count for much. Chikun main star. Deep within the 13 Peaks Great Hall, Lin Yuan sat cross-legged. The Haiyuan clan, Lin Yuan, looked distantly toward the direction of the battlefields of different races. Everything experienced by the Taiyan primordial spirit he naturally felt in sync. The higher-ups of human civilization should be aware of this by now, Lin Yuan thought to himself. In the battlefields of different races' suspended mountain range, one could freely log into the virtual world and connect with the goddess of freedom. In such a circumstance, the moves of the Haiyuan clan must have been transmitted. The Haiyuan clan, the insect race? Lin Yuan didn't know the specifics. He only speculated that the actions of the Haiyuan clan must be related to the insect race, or perhaps they were directly instigated by them. If it really has to do with the insect race, then it's not just one battlefield where this has happened, Lin Yuan conjectured in his heart. Peak clans like the insect race wouldn't engage in meaningless actions. To merely seize one small-sized otherworldly battlefield? This would hardly have any effect on the overall battle situation. Battlefields of different races. Run, 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 run. Millions upon millions of human evolvers, among whom were not a few of the 7th rank, and even the 6th rank constituted a considerable number, were fleeing desperately. Faced with the command of the battlefield's leader, these evolvers had no doubts whatsoever. Especially after seeing the leader Zhou Shi driving the suspended mountain range as a war fortress, charging toward the Haiyuan clan only to directly crumble afterward, they became even more desperate in their escape. Among the fleeing evolvers, many were 6th rank and even 7th rank evolvers, some of whom had true bodies. But even if the true bodies were safe for the time being outside, if the avatars were to die, it would still require a significant amount of time and energy to be recondensed, and the many treasures and weapons they carried would be lost. So unless it was a moment of complete despair, no one would willingly give up. Without a complete blockade, at most only 1 or 2 out of 10 human evolvers can be stopped. The monocled man looked at the human evolvers fleeing in all directions and quickly came to a conclusion. The response speed of human civilization was just too fast. If only they waited a little longer, until the blockade of the Haiyuan clan was fully formed, all evolvers of human civilization would have no escape. But for now, according to the blockade range of the Haiyuan clan powerhouses, they could probably hold back 1 or 2 out of 10 evolvers. Try to kill those 6th rank and 7th rank evolvers. The monocled man quickly made a decision in his mind. With only being able to hold back 1 or 2 out of 10 human evolvers as the big premise, naturally it was most cost-effective to leave behind those of the 6th and 7th rank. As for the 4th and 5th rank, let them flee. Chapter 323-18, The Great Escape. 2x Shuiyo, in the southeastern area you are in, 10 minutes from now, at a 30-degree position to the lower left, there will be a 7th rank human evolver passing by. Kill him. The unicorn man's gaze was vast, his perception spreading as he began to lock onto those human evolvers with strong auras. The insect race's command to them was to kill as many human evolvers as possible. The more human evolvers of higher ranks they killed, the more rewards they would be bestowed. At the edge of the battlefields of different races, Lin Yuan transformed into a streak of flowing light, swiftly fleeing towards the outside of the battlefield. Didn't delay even for a moment? Lin Yuan glanced behind him, certainly expecting the suspended mountain range to collapse. Inside, the 7th rank monarch Zhou Shi likewise did not stir up the slightest ripple. If I tried to cover a retreat, it would probably be of no use, right? Lin Yuan thought to himself. The entire Haiyuan clan had deployed its full strength, which simply wasn't something a 7th rank evolver could stop. Even an average 8th layer might not last long. This is the battlefield of different species. Full of crises, all sorts of situations can arise at any moment. Lin Yuan felt somewhat emotional. This time entering the battlefield of different races, he had been extremely cautious and low profile, not engaging in battle with any different species. Yet even so, he'd still ended up in this escape situation. This was just a small-sized otherworldly battlefield. If it were a medium, let alone a large alien battlefield, the uncertainties would be even greater. Enjoying new stories from powerful beings like the Chikun Star Lord had to be careful and cautious on a large alien battlefield. With my speed, if I were to go all out, I could completely approach a 8th rank evolver, or even surpass an average 8th rank evolver. At the moment, Lin Yuan was showing a speed that only reached the 6th rank peak, not even as fast as a 7th rank evolver. The reason for this was fear, that showing too great a speed would attract the attention of the Haiyuan clan's strong ones. Like that unicorn man, if he saw Lin Yuan's speed reaching the 8th layer, would he come after him personally? So Lin Yuan's displayed speed was moderately above average among the countless fleeing evolvers. If the leader Zhou Shi was right that the scattered fleeing human evolvers had an 80 to 90% chance of survival, then Lin Yuan was very likely to escape. Too much speed makes one stick out and more likely to be targeted. In the southeastern region of the battlefield, the stocky man Shuiyu's eyes were fierce, leading many of the Haiyuan clan strong ones to guard the area. There's a group of 4th and 5th rank evolvers escaping this way. Don't bother with them. The stocky man Shuiyu's target was clear. Killing one 6th rank evolver could secure more bounty from the insect race than hundreds of 4th and 5th rank evolvers. If they went after that group of 4th and 5th rank evolvers and missed a 6th or 7th rank evolver, that would be a real loss. And with the foundation of human civilization, the death of a few 4th and 5th rank evolvers is practically negligible. Considering the current human population, more 4th and 5th rank evolvers naturally die of old age each day than on the battlefield. There's a 7th rank evolver escaping this way. The stocky man Shuiyu's eyes lit up as he looked into the distance. Their area was subtly twisted in space, isolated from the outside, so that human evolver had no idea there were Haiyuan clan strong ones ambushed nearby. I'll go. You guys stay here, the stocky man Shuiyu said. As an 8th layer strong one, he was a sure bet to deal with a 7th rank evolver. Sending their own 7th rank could result in being held up or counter-killed. 8th layer against 7th rank, the pressure of the Great Realm difference meant no surprises. Whoosh! The stocky man Shuiyu disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already directly in front of the fleeing 7th rank evolver. Human, the stocky man Shuiyu looked pitying. I don't want to kill you either, but this is the insect race's command. Shh. Before the fleeing 7th rank evolver even understood what was happening, he was dead at the stocky man's hands. It was too easy for 8th layer to handle a 7th rank. As more 6th and 7th rank evolvers were intercepted and killed, many 4th and 5th rank evolvers managed to escape. Because of the position of the suspended mountain range, which is not the very center of the battlefield, it led some evolvers to choose escape directions closer to the battlefield. Therefore, their escape from the battlefield was naturally quicker. I'm about to leave the battlefield. Lin Yuan, formed into a meteor, surveilled his surroundings, thinking rapidly. If he went all out, he could have left the battlefield by now. But similarly, that might have caught the attention of a more powerful different species, leading to interception. Just a little bit longer. Lin Yuan maintained a speed close to the 6th rank peak. As soon as he escapes the battlefield of different species and reaches the stable cosmic starry sky, he would immediately bring out a cosmic spaceship, perform a wormhole shuttle. Then, this Taiyan primordial spirit would be saved. The stocky man, Shuiyu, continued to observe his surroundings. That human evolver, his speed is close to that of a 6th rank peak, we can't let him escape alive. The stocky man Shuiyu noticed Lin Yuan and spoke. Chang Yu, you go kill him. The stocky man Shuiyu instructed. His 8th layer strength was meant to deal with human 7th rank evolvers. As for 6th rank evolvers, there was no need for that. They could be left to other 7th rank members of the Haiyuan clan. 8th layer dealing with 7th rank, no surprises there. 7th rank dealing with 6th rank, just as unsurprising. Under the suppression of a great realm, even the top geniuses of the human civilization could hardly contend. Yes, freeweavenvel.cos, Lord Shuiyu, I will take care of this human. The 7th rank strongman of the Haiyuan clan, Chang Yu, licked his lips. Killing these human evolvers could garner rewards from the insect race, and even more so, one could obtain the numerous treasures and weapons from the opponent. In the usual battlefields of different races, they, as 7th rank members, would be entangled by the 7th rank evolvers of human civilization. Where was the chance to bully the weak? 7th rank strongman Chang Yu vanished, reappearing directly in front of the direction where Lin Yuan was fleeing. Hee, just die quietly at my hands. The 7th rank strongman Chang Yu patiently waited there, waiting for Lin Yuan to enter a certain range before he took action to crush him to death. Lin Yuan's mind stirred, sensing a change in the atmosphere ahead. What to do? Lin Yuan's brows furrowed. With the sensing range of a 6th rank evolver, he couldn't detect that 7th rank alien. Just pretend I don't know. Lin Yuan decided to maintain his escape direction. After all, once he changed direction, he would be discovered by that 7th rank alien, who could also change direction to block him. Boom, boom, boom. His terrifying speed tore through the air. Soon he would enter the attack range of that 7th rank alien. Ha ha ha, human, go die. The 7th rank alien strongman, Chang Yu, revealed himself, lifting his right hand and slamming it down towards Lin Yuan. He should be dead now. In the distance, the stocky man Shuiyu glanced in this direction, having already pronounced Lin Yuan's death sentence. Although Chang Yu's strength was no match for a 7th rank monarch evolver of the humans, wasn't it a cinch for him to deal with a 6th rank peak evolver? Not good, Brother Yuan is in danger? In another direction, the armored man noticed this and his heart suddenly tightened. He had originally planned to escape with Lin Yuan, but he didn't expect Lin Yuan to be so fast, so seeing Lin Yuan set off, he followed suit and fled. However, the armored man was only trailing behind Lin Yuan. Due to his slower speed, the distance between them grew further and further apart. Now, they were nearly 1,000,000 kilometers apart. It's a 7th rank alien. A chill ran down the armored man's spine. With a 7th rank alien ambushing ahead, he couldn't see any way for Lin Yuan to possibly survive. Boom, boom, boom. Facing the suddenly appearing 7th rank alien, Lin Yuan's speed did not slow down in the slightest. He continued to rush forward. Ha ha ha, scared stiff, huh? The Haiyuan clan's Chang Yu's face revealed a sneer, thinking Lin Yuan was too afraid to react. Die. The 7th rank alien Chang Yu did not hold back and struck Lin Yuan with all his might, but the next moment, the air around them suddenly carried wisps of Taiyan power. The blow delivered by the 7th rank alien Chang Yu evaporated swiftly under the erosion of the power of Taiyin. Ah? The 7th rank alien Chang Yu blinked, somewhat puzzled. Boom! At this moment, Lin Yuan, fleeing at the speed of a 6th rank peak, suddenly surged in speed by 10-fold, 100-fold. In the blink of an eye, he overpowered the 7th rank alien Chang Yu. No? The 7th rank alien Chang Yu's face showed terror as his shape shattered instantly. Lin Yuan flew past and casually collected his storage treasure. What? In the distance, the stocky man Shuiyu looked this way with some disbelief. That speed? Shuiyu's face changed. In another section of the battlefield, the one-horned man also noticed the scene unfolding here and turned his gaze over. Chapter 324, 19, Innumerable Arrogant Figures of the World, who dares to stand side by side with you, seeking subscriptions, 7th rank peak. No, this speed has already reached the 8th layer threshold. The unicorn man judged in his heart. It must be some 7th rank peak evolver who specializes in speed. The unicorn man gazed in the direction Lin Yuan had fled. Impressive, he actually deceived me. If Lin Yuan had shown this kind of power or speed from the beginning, the Unicorn Man would have immediately ordered the Hai Yuan clan's strong ones to block him ahead of time, but Lin Yuan did not. Instead, he disguised himself as an ordinary 6th rank evolver. This might sound simple, but it's difficult to execute. The most crucial point was to deceive the Unicorn Man's perception. When Suspended Mountain ascended and countless evolvers fled, the Unicorn Man quickly identified many 7th rank evolvers' locations. However, Lin Yuan's Yin God was a primordial spirit body. Lacking a physical form, his aura and the power of Taiyin nearly merged together. Even someone as powerful as the Unicorn Man could commonly overlook him with a cursory sensing. It's too late. The Unicorn Man saw Lin Yuan had already left the range of the battlefields of different races, and knew that even if he personally gave chase, he might not succeed. After leaving the range of the battlefields of different races, human race evolvers can control cosmic spaceships and perform wormhole shuttle. Damn it, you actually killed Fei Yu. The stocky man, Shuiyu, furiously stared in the direction of Lin Yuan's escape, intending to pursue. No need to chase. At that moment, the voice of the Unicorn Man rang in Shuiyu's ears. Continue to surround and kill the other human 7th rank evolvers, the Unicorn Man instructed. Letting Lin Yuan, a 7th rank peak evolver, escape was indeed regrettable. But there are still many human 7th rank evolvers who haven't escaped yet. They are the next primary targets of the Hai Yuan clan. Yes, Shuiyu took a deep breath and returned to his position. Did I actually escape too? The armored man followed in the direction Lin Yuan had fled and unexpectedly escaped the battlefields of different races without obstructions. It's the Yuanyin brothers. The armored man immediately realized why his escape was so smooth. Considering the circumstances just now, as a 6th rank evolver like him, he should have received significant attention from the Hai Yuan different species. At least one 7th rank evolver should have been dispatched to stop him. But Lin Yuan, with a shockingly powerful technique, had severely killed a 7th rank member of the Hai Yuan clan, resulting in a gap in that area's blockade. That surprisingly allowed him such an easy escape. The strength of the Yuanyin brothers must be really strong, perhaps nearing a commander level. The armored man, grateful for his fortune, then thought back to the scene of Lin Yuan killing that 7th rank different species. So swift and decisive, the opponent didn't even have time to react. It was unbelievable. That 7th rank different species probably possessed Marquis-level strength. With such strength, aside from a 7th rank king who could kill so effortlessly? Just a moment ago, I thought of having the Yuanyin brother follow me for protection? The armored man felt somewhat embarrassed with Lin Yuan's previously displayed strength. It's likely that instead of him protecting Lin Yuan, he would have been dragging Lin Yuan down. When Lin Yuan first arrived at the battlefields of different races, it was he who came forward to welcome him. The armored man had then invited Lin Yuan to go to the central battlefield to kill different species together, but he was refused. He had thought Lin Yuan was weak or not good at fighting. Now it seems he was completely wrong. Quickly proceed with wormhole shuttle. The armored man immediately took out a cosmic spaceship from his storage ring, then activated wormhole shuttle, and like flowing water, soon disappeared out of sight. 60 light-years from the battlefields of different races. The force of space suddenly started to fluctuate. A dark spaceship appeared. Lin Yuan was piloting the spaceship, continuously heading towards the territory of the human civilization. Wormhole shuttle has a cooldown period under normal circumstances and cannot be continually used. With my current combat power under a sneak attack, I have the possibility of killing a 7th rank Marquis. Lin Yuan began to reassess everything that had just happened. That 7th rank different species was probably equivalent to a human 7th rank Marquis. Normally, facing Lin Yuan's Taiyin primordial spirit, even if defeated, should have been able to struggle for a while. But the opponent underestimated Lin Yuan too much, leading to an instant kill. One must know this was only Lin Yuan's Taiyin primordial spirit. After stepping into the 7th rank, due to the creation of an inner world, the strength of Lin Yuan's main body had increased the most. As for the two primordial spirits, they were much weaker. Even so, they could still sweep through ordinary 7th rank marquee levels. If it were the main body's turn, even a 7th rank king would have to be suppressed. After all, among the 7th rank evolvers, the power of the world essentially amounts to cheating. Continue the shuttle. Soon, the wormhole shuttle's cooldown period ended. Lin Yuan did not hesitate to start another round of shuttle, explore more stories at a day or two later. Lin Yuan officially entered the territory of human civilization. Only at this moment did Lin Yuan finally breathe a slight sigh of relief. The Black Abyss clan, no matter how crazy, wouldn't dare to pursue into the territory of human civilization. Even the insect race wouldn't dare enter the territory of human civilization unless absolutely necessary, because that would mean escalating the war. Whether it's human civilization or other peak clans of the cosmic starry sky, the reason for establishing the battlefields of different races is to try to keep the war confined to those battlefields. If there were no constraints, everyone invading each other's territories would lead to much greater losses. Hurry up and go back. Lin Yuan waited for the cooldown to end and then initiated another wormhole shuttle, battlefields of different races. The fighting gradually calmed down. The unicorn man's gaze was icy, with the stocky man, Shuiyo, reporting next to him. Lord, during this blockade and killing operation, we killed 36 human 7th rank evolvers, 572 6th rank evolvers, and 2,837 5th and 4th rank evolvers. Chapter 325-19. Numerous arrogant talents in the world who dares to stand side by side with you, please subscribe. 2. Although the Haiyuan clan's focus is mainly on 6th rank and 7th rank evolvers, they generally don't actively pursue the killing of 4th rank and 5th rank evolvers. However, if 4th rank or 5th rank evolvers intrude into the attack range of a powerful member of the Haiyuan clan, it comes as no surprise if they are taken down. Among the 36 7th rank evolvers, 15 possess the doppelganger skill. Among the 572 6th rank evolvers, 127 possess the skill. Shuiyo continued to speak. A small portion of 7th rank evolvers and the majority of 8th layer evolvers, in addition to contemplating space rules, are also involved with the rules of causality. The rules of causality, while not as foundational as the space rules, are enigmatic and unpredictable. Those who have a deeper understanding of the rules of causality can develop many bizarre techniques, such as the curse-killing skill. The curse-killing skill is just one of the many applications of the causality rules. The uses of this rule are plentiful. For example, when Shuiyo kills an evolver, the moment the killing intent surges, a connection of cause and effect is established between the two. If Shuiyo successfully kills the target, the causality will cease to exist with the death of the person, which means he would no longer feel any causal connection to that evolver, thus confirming the target's demise. If, after the killing, a faint sense of causality is still perceived, it could mean that the target has not died and likely has techniques like the doppelganger skill at their disposal. Indeed. The unicorn man nodded slightly upon hearing this. Although the result is quite different from the expectation of completely purging all human evolvers, achieving such results is still quite remarkable. At least 21 7th rank human evolvers have died. The remaining 7th rank evolvers, even if their true bodies are alive, have suffered a severe cost with the death of a doppelganger. On Chikun Main Star, Lin Yuan was sitting cross-legged. Not only did battlefield C24763 experience a purge by different species at the same time, but there were also 5,463 other alien battlefields undergoing the same purge. Lin Yuan furrowed his brows slightly as he received the news. All these battlefields of different races under the Insect Race Alliance? Is the Insect Race really intending to start a full-scale war with the human race? Lin Yuan was puzzled. Generally speaking, it was rare for peak clans to engage in serious conflict. Whether it be the human race, the insect race, or other major peak clans, they all had proven their might in the long wars of the past. It was implausible for one side to completely annihilate the other. Thus, the intensity of the wars was tacitly maintained within a certain range. There must be a reason for this. Lin Yuan connected his consciousness to the virtual world. Personal space. Shifeng stepped out from the void, his red nose unmistakable. Shi-san, little brother. If you want to know why the insect race is going crazy, I happen to know some inside information, Shifeng said with a grin. As a 6th rank citizen and a founder of an evolution path, Shifeng had a vast network of connections. What's the reason? Lin Yuan asked. Even if Shifeng didn't know, Lin Yuan had planned to ask several senior fellow disciples, or even inquire directly from Chikun Starlord, his teacher. It was only natural for Lin Yuan to be curious and ask a few more questions about such significant developments on the alien battlefields. It's because of the large alien battlefield, Shifeng didn't keep him in suspense, speaking in a hushed tone. Large alien battlefield? Lin Yuan felt a slight shock in his heart. Explore new worlds at, there are over 2 million battlefields opened up between humans and different species, with just over 100 of them being large battlefields. Large alien battlefields are where the human civilization clashes with other peak clans. Even supreme beings occasionally turn their gaze toward the large alien battlefields and may sometimes intervene. The reason the insect race is targeting small and medium-sized battlefields is because of an event that is about to take place above battlefield S1 when, Shifeng explained mysteriously. The top oracle of the insect race has predicted that, soon, a foreign visitor will come to battlefield S11 through the eternal spatial rift. To be precise, it's the corpse of a visitor from beyond. This corpse must be very important, so important that the insect race wants to have it all to themselves, ordering many clans within the alliance to put forth their full strength to cause trouble for our human civilization. This is in order to gain an advantageous position in the upcoming struggle for this corpse, Shifeng told him. I see. Lin Yuan appeared thoughtful. Eternal spatial rifts on the large alien battlefields are enormous, spanning tens of millions or even hundreds of millions of miles, and occasionally foreign visitors cross through such vast spatial rifts to enter the main world. What was the outcome? Lin Yuan asked. Whose hands did the corpse of the extraterrestrial visitor that floated in from the spatial rift fall into? What else could have happened? The insect race was able to deduce this matter. How could our human civilization be completely unaware? Red-nosed Shifeng shook his head and said, besides, the supreme beings from the several other peak clans also approached, wanting a share of the spoils. In the end, the outsider's corpse was torn to pieces, and our human civilization should have gotten a part of it. After finishing his statement, red-nosed Shifeng added with some surprise, I wonder what is so miraculous about that corpse that even the supreme beings vied for it. That's a question for the supreme beings, Lin Yuan shook his head, after chatting with red-nosed Shifeng for a few more lines. Lin Yuan then disconnected the virtual world connection, and his consciousness returned to reality. The teacher is looking for me? Is it about the matters on the alien battlefield? Lin Yuan suddenly received a message from the Chikun Star Lord, asking him and his fellow disciples to come to him. The sudden foul play of the various species from the Insect Race Alliance on the battlefield would definitely not be left as is. Next, it would be the human civilization's turn to retaliate. Outside the Crimson Hall, Zuo Jie, the fourth disciple, and the other Peak Masters stood chatting idly. They too had heard about the events that transpired on the alien battlefield, and their conversation mainly revolved around it. As the disciples chatted, they eventually talked about Lin Yuan. We consider ourselves evolutionary geniuses, belonging to the first class of outstanding talents, but when compared with our little junior brother, the sixth disciple sighed. Even now, he was still shocked by Lin Yuan's step to the seventh rank. The seventh rank. This was the seventh rank. It's not cabbage on the side of the road, something you step into just because you wish to. Indeed, how exactly does our junior brother cultivate? Could it be that he always practices so diligently that he doesn't even dream? The other disciples exchanged glances, all filled with deep emotion. The entire outer world was abuzz when the 13th Peak Master stepped into the 7th rank, and inside the Red Kun lineage, the shock was not much less, all filled with astonishment. It should be known that the Peak Masters were taken as disciples by the Chikun Star Lord because of their undeniable talents, worthy of the title of evolutionary prodigies. Even though the first, second, and third disciples had stepped into the 7th rank, Zhuoge and the other Peak Masters had no doubt or questioning about themselves, believing that they would eventually break through to the same level one day. Until they met the little junior brother, Lin Yuan. Junior brother is coming. Zhuoge and the other Peak Masters seemed to sense something. Smiles appeared on their faces as they looked towards the figure walking over from a distance. It was Lin Yuan. Fourth disciple, fifth disciple, sixth disciple, Lin Yuan greeted each one in turn. Junior brother, the teacher is waiting for us inside. Let's hurry in. Zhuoge, the fourth disciple, spoke up. All right. Lin Yuan nodded and walked into the Crimson Hall. Zhuoge, the fourth disciple, and the other disciples also followed him in. For some reason, Zhuoge and the others intentionally fell half a step behind Lin Yuan, not walking shoulder to shoulder. Lin Yuan seemed to notice something and stopped to look back at his fellow disciples. Disciples, there really is no need for this, Lin Yuan couldn't help saying. He didn't feel that stepping into the 7th rank made him thoroughly superior. Some things, and some people, still needed to be analyzed specifically. When Lin Yuan had just joined the Red Kun lineage and became the 13th Peak Master, the fellow disciples had taken great care of him. You're thinking too much, junior brother. We just feel a bit of pressure walking alongside you. Zuoji, the fourth disciple, spoke the truth. Well, okay then. Lin Yuan thought about it and didn't say much, continuing towards the depths of the palace. Zhuoge, the fourth disciple, and the other Peak Master disciples exchanged glances. With the talents Lin Yuan was currently displaying, in several decades or a few hundred years, he likely has the potential to challenge the 8th layer, to become a great figure at the same level as the Star Lord. Such potential, such talent, such ability. With countless prodigies in the world, who dares walk shoulder to shoulder with you? Chapter 326, 2000. The Teacher's Gift. Please subscribe. Crimson Palace. Lin Yuan and his 12 senior brothers stood below. Chikun Star Lord, the teacher, sat in the high seat as Lin Yuan glanced at the other senior brothers. He noticed that the senior brothers all behaved very casually. Chikun Star Lord wasn't the type of teacher who was very imposing, preferring a friendly approach with his disciples. Everyone has arrived. Chikun Star Lord nodded slightly. Actually, there were many 6th rank and 7th rank evolvers in the Chikun lineage, but at its core, naturally, the Star-Lord and various Peak Masters were the main focus. Within the Cosmic Human Alliance, the relationship between a teacher and his disciples even surpassed that of the closest kinship. Once the master-disciple relationship was confirmed, it truly required commitment. In the past several tens of thousands of years, Chikun's Star-Lord hadn't taken any disciples, not only because he hadn't met any satisfactory evolvers, but also because accepting a disciple wasn't just a matter of saying so. If, in the future, a disciple caused some trouble outside, Chikun's Star-Lord would have to step in and offer protection. Those evolvers who passed the test of 7-Star Cave and joined the Red Kun lineage, strictly speaking, weren't Chikun Star-Lord's disciples, and they weren't even disciples of the 12 Peak Masters. They could only be considered members of the Red Kun lineage. The Red Kun lineage nurtured them, and in turn they served the Red Kun lineage. Both sides gave to each other. I'll keep it short. You've also heard about the commotion caused by the insect race on the battlefield. Although our human civilization's top prophets discovered it in advance and the loss wasn't substantial, we can't let this matter slide so easily. Chikun's Star-Lord spoke in a calm tone. Taking as an example the battlefield C24763 where Lin Yuan's tie-in primordial spirit was, the Haiyuan clan wanted to cleanse the battlefield. Even though many human evolvers fled in all directions, there were still numerous 6th and 7th rank evolvers who died. This type of loss, compared to the overall war situation, wasn't significant. At least the insect race's planning failed, and the gaze of human civilization's supreme beings hadn't been drawn away by those medium-sized and small-sized otherworldly battlefields. But how could human civilization tolerate such a loss without reason? In the over 2 million years of the Starry Sea era, human civilization, in the eyes of the 10,000 races of the cosmic starry sky, differed little from demons. If you dare to disregard the baseline of warfare and strike with full force, wait for the crazed retaliation of human civilization. Eldest brother, you lead the army of evolvers to battlefield C34123. Experienced Tales at second brother, you lead the army of evolvers to battlefield C459543. Third brother, Chikun Star-Lord, issued his orders following this pattern. It wasn't just the Chikun Star Domain. The entire Anan Star Alliance and many other star alliances, one star domain after another, began transferring troops and increasing their investment in the battlefields. Ever since human civilization left its homeworld, there has always been a constant launch of battlefields, but at different times, the intensity and fierceness of the battlefields varied. For example, before the insect race's action, human civilization actually did not invest much power into the battlefields. The same was true for the other few peak civilizations. After all these years of fighting, they had formed some kind of tacit understanding. But now, since the insect race actively broke the tacit agreement, human civilization naturally wouldn't indulge them. On the battlefield, all actions should be centered around the goddess of freedom, Chikun Star-Lord said. Human external expansion and invasion were all coordinated by the goddess of freedom. With the goddess of freedom, every bit of human force could be fully utilized. This was the key to human civilization's successive victories on the battlefield. Teacher, what about me? Lin Yuan looked at how all 12 senior brothers had assignments and he had been overlooked, so he couldn't help but ask. Come here and take a look, just get familiar with it. Chikun Star-Lord shook his head and said his main reason for inviting Lin Yuan over this time was to get him accustomed to the atmosphere of the battlefield. As for sending Lin Yuan to the battlefield, Chikun Star-Lord really couldn't bear to do it. Although it's said that even talented evolvers need to be tempered on the battlefield, that prerequisite is for when they hit a bottleneck and various attempts to break through have failed, and they have no choice but to make such a reluctant decision. Given the talent that Lin Yuan had shown, there was no sign he was trapped by any bottlenecks. Sending him to a battlefield fraught with danger at this time would be foolish. Junior brother, once you cultivate an avatar, you can go to the battlefield, the eldest senior brother said with a smile. The 12 senior brothers, including Chikun Star-Lord, didn't know about Lin Yuan's Yin Spirit and Yang Spirit, which were equivalent to having 2 avatars. The Yin Spirit and Yang Spirit avatars, although not unique, could make one suspect that they were related to the martial path evolutionary path. Teacher, what exactly happened on the large battlefield? The mysterious corpse that drifted in from the eternal spatial rift. What's the situation with that? After tasks were assigned, third senior brother asked out of curiosity. The reason the insect race broke the tacit agreement was because of that mysterious corpse. This corpse also attracted other Peak Clan's supreme beings who didn't hesitate to personally intervene, eventually tearing that corpse into pieces. On battlefield S11, the presence of the supreme beings was overwhelming, and this matter couldn't be concealed at all. As a result, many people were very curious about that corpse. A treasure that could provoke a battle among several supreme beings was extremely rare. At the level of supreme beings, every action was an embodiment of the universal truths, with no need for external objects. That corpse, Chikun Star-Lord, pondered for a moment. Seeing this, Lin Yuan also appeared attentive. The chaotic flows in the void outside the worlds, depending on their intensity, can be divided into different regions. The chaotic void outside the immortal Tao world, where Lin Yuan had traversed for the 5th time, wasn't too harsh, allowing those with 7th rank strength to barely survive. Chapter 327-20, The Teacher's Gift, please subscribe. 2. Even so, Lin Yuan was reluctant to stray too far from the immortal Dao world, needing to return from time to time for rest. As for the chaotic void outside of the main world, Battlefield C24763, Lin Yuan observed the eternal spatial rift and inferred that its intensity was far greater than that of the immortal Dao world. The grayish aura of utter destruction made Lin Yuan's scalp tingle. Indeed, it was as he thought. Lin Yuan perused the Red Kun lineage's information. Even the Qigong Starlord, an invincible evolver of the 8th layer, dared not enter the spatial rift casually. And that otherworldly visitor's corpse, able to withstand the chaotic void and enter the main world, maintaining its form in death and not being torn apart, is quite unfathomable. Keep in mind, on large alien battlefields, although otherworldly visitors often come through spatial rifts, they are alive, employing various methods and even treasures and weapons to resist the erosion of the chaotic void. But to rely on nothing else, using only bodily strength to withstand the chaotic void outside the main world, how strong must that body be? I don't have much insight into this, FurZE1.CCM, said the Qigong Starlord, shaking his head. The secrets of that corpse, he estimated, were known only to the supreme beings and a few top-tier diviners. I see. The 3rd senior brother felt somewhat disappointed. He had thought his teacher would know some insider information. All right, you all may leave. Prepare yourselves, for it's time for a counterattack from our human civilization. The Qigong Starlord waved his hand. Yes. The senior brothers nodded, turning to leave the Crimson Hall. Yes. Lin Yuan was also planning to leave. At that moment, the voice of the Qigong Starlord rang out next to his ear. My good disciple, stay behind. In the Crimson Hall, only Lin Yuan and the Qigong Starlord remained. The Qigong Starlord looked at Lin Yuan, his thoughts filled with sentiment. Before meeting Lin Yuan, the Qigong Starlord believed that teaching a disciple was an extremely difficult task. Different disciples have different traits, either strengths or weaknesses, and one must tailor their teaching methods accordingly. Only by doing so could one possibly maximize the potential of a disciple. But tailoring one's teaching, while easy to say, is extremely hard in practice. The Qigong Starlord's great reputation for educating disciples was built on this principle. Then he met Lin Yuan. For the first time, the Qigong Starlord felt that teaching a disciple was not so difficult. In fact, it was quite easy. Since he had taken Lin Yuan as his disciple, he hadn't done much, yet the latter was already at the 7th rank. Logically speaking, after you stepped into the 6th rank, I would have given you some treasures, the Qigong Starlord said. For evolvers, the 6th rank is a critical period. The 12 Peak Masters also received the gifts prepared by the Qigong Starlord when they were at the 6th rank. This was the teacher's way of looking after his disciples. But your cultivation speed was too fast. Before I had even decided on a gift, you reached the 7th rank. The Qigong Starlord spoke with a tone of helplessness. Gifts, too, need to be custom-made. What is treasured at the 6th rank might not hold as much value once one reaches the 7th rank. Teacher, Lin Yuan blinked his eyes. In truth, he had already been restraining his speed of reaching the 7th rank. Had it not been for his desire to forge a perfect 7th stage chapter, Lin Yuan could have breached the 7th rank half a year ago, right after his 5th shuttle. Now that you're at the 7th rank, under normal circumstances, I should prepare a 7th layer treasure for you, but I feel that you won't stay long at the 7th rank, at most a few hundred years. Given that, a 7th rank treasure might not be of much help to you. How much can it really assist you in a few hundred years? The Qigong Starlord said, shaking his head. So this time, I intend to take care of everything in one go. Be it the 6th rank, 7th rank, or even your eventual 8th rank, I'll account for them all. The Qigong Starlord flipped his hand, and a fist-sized irregular metal floated in the air. This block of irregular metal, merely upon its appearance, began to subtly influence its surroundings, even causing the forces of space itself to slowly undulate. What is this? Lin Yuan observed carefully. That piece of irregular metal had a very special feeling, stirring an uncontrollable desire within him. To possess it. Obtain it. I must obtain it. Lin Yuan's thoughts stirred slightly. The numerous distracting thoughts quickly dissipated. This object, Lin Yuan looked at it in astonishment, and just by watching it for a while, he was influenced. This irregular piece of metal was somewhat inconceivable. This object is called Origin Fine Gold. Back in the day, to obtain it, I, among several other alien strong ones, fought for hundreds of years. If I hadn't made a timely retreat back to the human civilization territory, it probably would have provoked a 9th rank alien race to take action. Your journey continues on the Qigong Starlord said with a smile. This, Lin Yuan couldn't help but hold his breath. The Qigong Starlord was an invincible existence of the 8th layer. What is meant by invincible of the 8th layer? It does not mean that the Qigong Starlord has no opponents at the 8th layer, but rather that at this level, in one-on-one combat, no one could utterly defeat him. Of course, this isn't entirely accurate. If an evolver of the 8th layer wielded supreme weapons, the Qigong Starlord would likely have to flee. But how many supreme weapons are there? And the Chikun Star-Lord would just be fleeing, not falling. When the Chikun Star-Lord speaks of fighting several other 8th-layer alien strong ones for hundreds of years, this undoubtedly means these alien strong ones too were invincible beings of the 8th layer. To compel such invincible beings of the 8th layer to fight desperately, and even ultimately attract the attention of a 9th-rank alien race. Keep in mind, the 9th-rank alien race is basically equivalent to the highest combat power of powerful clans, below only the peak clans. Teacher, this is too precious, I can't accept it. Although Lin Yuan didn't know what Origin Fine Gold was, just by listening to the Chikun Star-Lord's description, he knew that the value of this object definitely reached the 9th rank level. Though the Origin Fine Gold is precious, it is of little use to me now. The Chikun Star-Lord shook his head as he spoke. What he longed for now was to step into the 9th rank. As for the Origin Fine Gold, indeed, if he invested the required heart force, he could indeed boost his combat power by a fraction or two. But being invincible at the 8th layer already, advancing his combat power by a fraction or two carried no practical significance. Against other invincible strong ones of the 8th layer, he would still not be able to win. Then, I thank you, teacher, Lin Yuan said with slight gratitude. The rule crystal the Chikun Star-Lord had previously given him could let an evolver comprehend the fire system rules embedded within. A rule crystal was part of the Chikun Star-Lord's collection. Gifting it to Lin Yuan was a trivial matter. But the Origin Fine Gold, just from Lin Yuan's first impression, it far surpassed the rule crystal. The Origin Fine Gold is a growth-oriented treasure, best nurtured at the 7th rank. Its most precious quality, aside from its growth potential, is its malleability. Disciple, when you nurture the Origin Fine Gold, you can shape it according to your will, turning it into offensive weapons, defensive weapons, and so on. The Chikun Star-Lord continued. Theoretically speaking, the upper limit of the Origin Fine Gold depends on the evolver's own limits. If you step into the 8th layer in the future, you could elevate the quality of the Origin Fine Gold to the 8th layer. If you manage to break through to the 9th rank, it can be further improved. The Chikun Star-Lord looked at Lin Yuan. He felt somewhat relieved. This time there was no need to worry about Lin Yuan's cultivation speed being too fast. The specific methods of nurturing the Origin Fine Gold will be sent to you by mail by me, detailing the instructions, said the Chikun Star-Lord. Yes, Lin Yuan nodded. Next. The Chikun Star-Lord's thoughts stirred slightly. The irregular metal floating in front of him flew towards Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan raised his hand to catch it. This sensation, Lin Yuan inwardly marveled. On the surface, the Origin Fine Gold appeared to be metal, and thus should be extremely hard. However, once in his hands, Lin Yuan's first impression of the Origin Fine Gold was that it was soft and squishy. It felt like a ball that would dent inward with a bit of pressure. It's truly marvelous. Lin Yuan kept observing it, constantly touching. All right then, go back and study it, said the Chikun Star-Lord, waving his hand. If there's anything you don't understand, you can come to me. Yes. Lin Yuan put away the Origin Fine Gold and turned to leave the Red Palace. Chapter 328-221, The Sixth Shuttle. Please subscribe. Carrying the Origin Fine Gold capable of causing 8th layer invincible powerhouses to fight for their lives, Lin Yuan soon returned to the 13 Peaks Great Hall. As soon as he got back, Lin Yuan took out the Origin Fine Gold and continued to study it. How to use it, the teacher's email arrived. Lin Yuan connected his consciousness to the virtual world and started reading the email. To nurture the Origin Fine Gold, you must first perform a blood ritual to claim ownership. The blood mentioned here is not ordinary blood, but blood containing fragments of the soul. Lin Yuan looked thoughtful. In the main world, the soul is the most fundamental thing, and as for the physical body, there are methods like seizure that allow one to switch bodies, but the soul remains unchangeable. Let's begin. Lin Yuan extended his hand and forced out a drop of blood. This drop of blood, spherical and viscous, would have reabsorbed into the skin had Lin Yuan not controlled it. Hiss. As that drop of Lin Yuan's blood fell, it was quickly absorbed by the Origin Fine Gold. Suddenly, Lin Yuan faintly felt a subtle connection forming between himself and the Origin Fine Gold. Next is nurturing it. Lin Yuan grabbed the Origin Fine Gold only to see this irregularly shaped metal melt like flowing water, merging into Lin Yuan's body through his skin. Fru Webnozel. After entering Lin Yuan's body, the Origin Fine Gold instinctually started gathering rapidly around the Dantian Chi Sea, just outside that internal small world. Strands of world force, centered around the inner world, slowly spread toward Lin Yuan's limbs and bones, enhancing his physical body. A portion of this world force, after passing through the Origin Fine Gold, was not diminished at all. Instead, it gained an extremely pure aura. The Origin Fine Gold itself was also refined a bit. Now, can I control the Origin Fine Gold and shape it in the direction I desire? Lin Yuan closely observed the changes in the Origin Fine Gold, silently pondering. The Origin Fine Gold has two major features. One is its growth nature. Even if Lin Yuan was to advance to the 9th rank in the future, it would still be useful. The other is its malleability. As long as Lin Yuan wishes, he can shape the Origin Fine Gold into any weapon. An offensive weapon, a defensive weapon, a soul defense weapon, all possible. However, to elevate the level of the origin-fine gold, I must spend a lot of time in slow nurturing. Lin Yuan slightly frowned. Lots of time? According to the Chikun Star Lord, though Lin Yuan's cultivation speed was fast, it was bound to slow down after stepping into the 8th layer. Every being, upon entering the 8th layer, would experience a long period of dormancy. Then, Lin Yuan would have plenty of time to nurture the origin-fine gold. Perhaps I can take the origin-fine gold into world travel for nurturing? A thought suddenly occurred to Lin Yuan. Spending 50 strands of world-breaking origin force, Lin Yuan could perform physical travels. But if it's just about carrying a weapon, the consumption of world-breaking origin force would be much lower. 1 strand of world-breaking origin force. Lin Yuan's mind delved deep into his consciousness, held a brief conversation with the door to the Myriad Realms, and concluded, ever since stepping into the 6th rank, Lin Yuan found it possible to have some basic interactions with the door to the Myriad Realms. A strand of world-breaking origin force, it's not too much. Lin Yuan opened his eyes, contemplating. Carrying origin-fine gold for travel would require an extra strand of world-breaking origin force. For Lin Yuan, a strand of world-breaking origin force merely meant 333 days. No, with the boost of an eternal spatial rift, Lin Yuan's speed of accumulating a strand of world-breaking origin force had dropped to 290 days. 290 days for the likes of a 7th rank evolver like Lin Yuan was too brief. 7th rank evolvers typically lived up to hundreds of thousands of years. Moreover, the Human Civilization Alliance had many methods to extend life. Upon thinking of the world-breaking origin force, Lin Yuan planned to choose another alien battlefield with an eternal spatial rift to send the Yang God and Yin God to accelerate the accumulation of the world-breaking origin force. If the Yang God and Yin God are placed under different battlefields' eternal spatial rifts, would the speed of accumulating world-breaking origin force double? Lin Yuan's heart raced. In the short term, Lin Yuan had no idea of heading to a medium-sized battlefield or large battlefield to find larger eternal spatial rifts, because the Goddess of Wisdom and 2 other goddesses advised Lin Yuan against going. A medium-sized otherworldly battlefield was already under the watch of supreme beings, and even had traces of 9th rank alien race appearances. The doppelganger skill, though a strong survival tactic, was not foolproof, facing certain attack techniques such as the curse-killing skill, or memory contamination. It would still fail to defend. The former is easy to understand, as it involves the application of causal rules, using an avatar as a medium to curse the original body. As for the latter, since the avatar shares memories with the original, should the avatar encounter memory contamination, the original is likely also affected. The thought of one's memories being influenced is a terrifying matter, of course. Stay updated with, whether it's the curse-killing skill or memory contamination, none would affect Lin Yuan as an 8th rank evolver. Supreme beings wouldn't bother retaliating against such a minor figure as Lin Yuan, but 9th rank alien race might not follow the same restraint. No need to rush to a medium-sized otherworldly battlefield, a small-sized one will suffice, Lin Yuan thought to himself. A small-sized otherworldly battlefield could comfortably allow entry to 8th layer powerhouses. But a 9th rank? It's impossible for a 9th rank to enter a small-sized battlefield. This is a rule set by the human civilization and the 10,000 races of the cosmic starry sky. On battlefield C24763, the Haiyuan clan, breaking the tacit agreement with human evolvers, deployed their strongest force, merely an invincible horned man of the 8th layer. Chapter 329-21, the 6th shuttle, subscribe please. To be aware, the Haiyuan clan has 9th ranked beings sitting at the top, and not just one. Which 2 battlefields of different species should we choose this time? To verify his suspicion, Lin Yuan intended to send both the Yin spirit and Yang spirit to try it out simultaneously. Let's go with these 2 battlefields of different species. After considering for a moment, the criteria Lin Yuan used to select the battlefields of different species primarily revolved around the existence of an eternal spatial rift. Without an eternal spatial rift, it's impossible to speed up the accumulation of world-breaking origin force, which would significantly reduce Lin Yuan's gains. Secondly, the intensity of the war between human civilization and different species on this battlefield cannot be too high. Out of the more than 2 million battlefields of different species opened by human civilization, each has a different situation. On some battlefields, human evolvers and different species are fiercely antagonistic, and on such battlefields, it's simply not possible to stay beside an eternal spatial rift for long. You can barely stay for a moment before the different species come attacking. Go. Lin Yuan's thought flickered. The Yin spirit and Yang spirit stepped out from within him. Whoosh! 2 dark cosmic ships appeared. The Yin spirit and Yang spirit piloted the ships, heading towards the star platform outside the Chikun main star. The 13 Peaks area, where Lin Yuan was located, is one of the most flourishing areas of Chikun main star, with numerous ships taking off at every moment. As the Peak Master of 13 Peaks, even if Lin Yuan didn't announce it, a large number of evolvers would naturally come to him for allegiance, and all of this Lin Yuan left to Feng Qing to manage. The number of practitioners on the martial path evolutionary path, Lin Yuan glanced over and noticed that the number of martial arts evolutionaries practicing the first-tier chapter had skyrocketed to several times what it was half a year ago. It seems the videos I released are quite useful. Lin Yuan nodded slightly. He had expended quite a bit of energy producing those videos. But as long as there is a yield, it's all worthwhile. Who knows where the 7th stage Martial Dao chapter will rank on the Qigong evolution rankings once it's rolled out. Lin Yuan was somewhat expectant. Currently, Lin Yuan had only started the 7th rank chapter, and there was still some distance before it could be fully developed. However, freeebnovelel.cme. It was foreseeable that the 7th rank chapter would have a transformative effect on the martial path evolutionary path, impacting it even more significantly than the time Lin Yuan completely revised the path, freeing it from the confines of Tai Yin and Tai Yang. Because this 7th rank chapter, theoretically, could give rise to an inner world, of course, Lin Yuan was also aware. It would be difficult for other martial arts evolutionaries to create an inner world in the 7th rank chapter. It requires understanding 965 basic spatial models during the 6th rank and selecting a path that is sufficiently perfect. For instance, if a martial arts evolutionary had chosen the power of gold as their path at the 2nd layer, they would delve into understanding the golden rules in the 3rd and 4th rank. But by the 6th rank, even if this martial arts evolutionary had understood the 965 spatial models, they could not open up an inner world. Because the golden rules are too simplistic, nowhere near as perfect and complete as the Taiji Dao formed by Tai Yin and Tai Yang, this martial arts evolutionary, to create a small inner world, would have to grasp the rules beyond the golden rules, utilizing the 5 elements rules of gold, wood, water, fire, earth, alongside the space rules to hope to create a small inner world. Nonetheless, no matter how you put it, the 7th rank chapter which Lin Yuan currently opened has a tremendously lifted ceiling, and the evaluation from the Goddess of Wisdom definitely won't be low, a month later. This is the core spatial model? Lin Yuan raised his right hand, strands of spatial force continuously intertwining, instantly forming a spatial model. This spatial model, far more complicated than the basic spatial models by thousands to tens of thousands of times, just looking at it gives a sense of spatial transformations. The core spatial model, elucidating the essence of space rules, each type of core spatial model has a significant use. Systematic combinations of different core spatial models can also form abilities similar to innate divine abilities, Lin Yuan thought to himself. For example, the combination of the 1st, 13th, 16th, and 23rd core spatial models. This combination will grant the ability of teleportation. Teleportation, a high-end application of space rules, is effective both in saving oneself and in pursuit. With a total of 7,782 core spatial models, theoretically, so many core spatial models can form countless space-based methods similar to teleportation. Space rules, vast and limitless. Even if one understands all 7,782 core spatial models, it does not mean they have fully mastered the entire space rules. Lin Yuan sighed. The deeper his understanding of rules, the more Lin Yuan felt his own insignificance. Has the Yang spirit already reached beneath the eternal spatial rift? Lin Yuan seemed to sense something and looked toward a battlefield of different species. As for the Yin spirit, it had arrived 3 days earlier. Let's check the accumulation speed of the world-breaking origin force. Lin Yuan closed his eyes, carefully feeling it. The speed hasn't increased? Lin Yuan opened his eyes, his brows furrowed. The 2 primordial spirits were positioned under the eternal spatial rifts in different battlefields. The speed at which Lin Yuan accumulated world-breaking origin force was still 1 filament every 290 days. What's the principle here? Lin Yuan was somewhat puzzled in his heart. Whether it was the door to the Myriad Realms seen by his true form or by the 2 primordial spirits, it was merely a projection of the true door to the Myriad Realms. Forget it. Lin Yuan pondered for a while and then stopped dwelling on it. This result had not caused him much impact. Let the Yin spirit return. With a slight movement of Lin Yuan's mind, the Yin spirit began to leave the battlefield, returning to the Qigong main star. Since there was no difference between having 2 primordial spirits and 1, Lin Yuan naturally wouldn't keep both on the battlefield of different species. Keeping 1 primordial spirit by his side, he'd have more means to deal with things should the need arise. Time passed in the world. Months flew by in the blink of an eye. Lin Yuan closed his eyes, his consciousness sinking into his mind. I've accumulated 2 filaments of world-breaking origin force. Lin Yuan looked toward the door to the Myriad Realms, and with a slight sense, he knew the quantity of world-breaking origin force. With the eternal spatial rift accelerating the accumulation of world-breaking origin force, Lin Yuan did not immediately traverse after a filament was fully amassed. Rather, he waited for some time. After all, this incurred no loss for Lin Yuan, and it wouldn't result in wasteful behavior with the world-breaking origin force. No matter how much time passed, the world-breaking origin force accumulated at the door to the Myriad Realms was stored there, waiting for Lin Yuan to use at any time. Let's see which world this traversal leads to. Explore more stories with Lin Yuan sent a thread of his consciousness into the door to the Myriad Realms. In a daze, this thread of Lin Yuan's primordial spirit traversed time and space, arriving before a vast world. Lin Yuan tried to observe that world, his expressions subtly changing. This world, the next moment, this thread of consciousness extinguished, the world of this traversal. In the outside world, Lin Yuan stroked his chin. From the brief observation contact just now, Lin Yuan had obtained some information related to this traversal. First was the duration of stay. This traversal, Lin Yuan's duration of stay, would be 600 years, while the time that would pass in the main world was 1 year. That is to say, the ratio of time passage between the traversal world and the main world was 600 to 1. Through the time ratio, Lin Yuan deduced that the world of this traversal was of a very high level, much higher even than the immortal Dao world of his 5th traversal, though still far below the main world. Perhaps it was close to the spirit realm above the immortal Tao world, Traverse. Lin Yuan pondered for a while, making up his mind. At the same time, on the battlefield of different species, Lin Yuan's young spirit began to leave the eternal spatial rift, came to the human race base on the battlefield, looking for a training room to enter into seclusion. Once the traversal started, Lin Yuan's consciousness would enter the door to the Myriad Realms, losing awareness. Whether it was his true form or his primordial spirit, both would enter a state of slumber, naturally choosing a safe place. Begin. On the Qigong main star, Lin Yuan's thoughts converged, and his consciousness and spirit all poured into the door to the Myriad Realms.